Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 201, Dead Young Duke. After the pain eased, Luze breathed a sigh of relief. The fatigue from the war and the pocket hunting dimension swept over. He immediately felt extremely tired and powerless. He looked at the wind and lightning crystal balls in the space in his head. He pondered for a moment until he finally decided to cultivate tomorrow. He needed a good rest first. He should be in his beauty sleep now, but he was still pulled into the pocket hunting dimension and then encountered 3 aperture opening state beasts that devoured God art shards at once. In the past few days, he had only encountered 1. Why did so many suddenly appear together? Luze didn't get why and chose to give up thinking. He didn't know much about the pocket hunting dimension anyways. Instead of thinking about it, he might as well cultivate. As for now, he would sleep first. He was going to sleep for a day and night. Luze closed his eyes, and his consciousness soon faded. After some time, he heard a desperate knocking on the door. Then, a voice could be heard. "Ze, are you here? Ze, are you here? Have you gotten up? We need to assemble." Luze's consciousness slowly recovered. He realized it was Yemu's voice. What? What happened to a night of good satisfying sleep? He looked outside. It was already very bright, but because he was too tired, he didn't feel he got enough sleep. He felt like he was about to explode when Yemu woke him up. Wasn't the war over? What's the assembly for then? Are we going to war again? It shouldn't be that quick. The blade demons didn't even have a base left. The knocking sound persisted. Luze's mouth spasmed. He sleepily got up and stretched. His bones cracked instantly, making him feel satisfied. He glanced at the door and walked over grunting. "Yemu, you bastard, if you don't give me an explanation, I'll let you taste what it's like to fly in the air." If this guy didn't knock on the door, he could probably sleep for an entire day and night. He opened the door and found that Yemu, Xavier, and Ian were waiting for him at the door. They were all wearing military uniforms. Their injuries had disappeared, and they looked very awake and in good form. Yemu saw Luze's annoyed face and said awkwardly, "Something happened. Teacher Nangong sent us to tell you to join the assembly." Luze frowned. "What is it? Did the blade demons come again?" Their smiles slowly faded. Yemu shook his head. "No." "Then," he said, "we're going to send off the dead warriors." Ian explained. The casualty list came out. Tens of thousands died this time and even a higher number of soldiers were injured. The injured can be cured but not the dead. Luze fell silent and nodded. Then, Yemu said, "The memorial of soldiers will be presided by the troops they belong to. Right now, the heavily injured soldiers hadn't recovered yet. It would take a few days. We don't need to worry about this. Today, it's mainly for the death of a brigadier general and 6 colonels." Luze became dazed. That many died? Colonels had powers that had reached an aperture opening state while brigadier generals had to be mortal evolution states. A large number of mortal evolution and aperture opening states died? Indeed, unless one was invincible on the battlefield, life was fragile. Anyone could die, including him. Yemu smiled bitterly. More are heavily injured. Even though Nangongjing was extremely strong among those who reached mortal evolution state and was even near planetary state, she still was heavily injured. The opposition also had powerful beings. Luze nodded. "Do we go now?" "Immediately, we just came back from treatment and took a shower. We'll go when the girls are ready. By the way, change into a military uniform." Luze nodded and got changed. When he came out, he saw that Yemu and the others were chatting on the couch. Luze sat down and asked curiously, "You guys healed that fast?" They didn't have regeneration god art, so how did they heal so fast? Yemu showed a smile. Major General Louise's light god art had amazing healing effects. I feel I'm filled with power. Luze became dazed. So Major General Louisa had light god art. No wonder she felt so amicable. She seemed to have a much better temper than that alcoholic. Luze's mouth spasmed. I think you're filled with lust. Who didn't know what this guy was thinking? Yemu's smile stiffened. Ze, how can you frame me like that? Am I that sort of person? Ask Xavier and Ian, am I that sort of person? Yemu looked behind and saw Xavier laugh and nod. Yes. Ian blushed and looked away. Yemu. The atmosphere became silent. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Yemu quickly got up. They must be ready, let's go. They walked out and saw that Lin Ling and the rest were in military uniforms, waiting for them. The four girls looked quite handsome, including Jessica who looked the girliest. Luze looked at the short-haired Lin Ling and had to admit she was most suitable for these military uniforms. They gathered and headed to a huge church of the base. Every main base of a planet would have this sort of church. Every high level that died in the war would be burned here, and their ashes will be sent to their family. At this moment, there were already quite some people in the church, including the four young dukes and the high-level officers that participated in the war. All of them wore military uniforms, and the atmosphere in here was quite serious. Seeing Luze and the others enter, Nangongjing waved at them. Luze and his group headed over. Nangongjing patted Luze and said, "It seems you recovered quite well? Had a good sleep?" Luze's mouth spasmed, but he couldn't really tell her about the pocket hunting dimension and being woken up today, so he nodded. "It's all right." Nangongjing nodded. "Good, don't sleep during the ceremony." Luze scratched his head. "I won't." Yemu sighed. "I didn't think even a mortal evolution state would die in battle." Although he knew that those who were mortal evolution states were still mortals, it was still a huge shock to him. Nangongjing said, "Even young dukes can die, planetary, star state, and even 8 human saints have died in the past. Who cannot die?" Lin Kuang said, "Yesterday, a young duke died." Yesterday? Lin Kuang's words shocked Luze and the others. A young duke died in battle yesterday? Louisa flicked her golden hair. Lucian, the 1000th Shadow Young Duke, died in Gaka system. The news should come out today or tomorrow. The death of a young duke was huge news in the Federation. Gaka system battlefield, isn't that the main battlefield between humans and blade demons? If the spirit metal mine on the 25th planet was a super small scale, then the one on Gaka system was a huge scale. New mines were constantly being discovered in that system. The battle yesterday was merely a child's play compared to Gaka system. There, even planetary states could die. While they were deep in shock, all the higher authorities arrived. Luze and the others stopped thinking. This was too far-fetched for them. With their level of power, they were far from the level of going to Gaka system battlefield. Old Derry came to the front. There was an incineration chamber there with 7 black coffins. Old Derry said some eulogy before everyone saluted and played a cosmic soul resting tune. Their bodies would be burned as the tune was played. The ashes would be boxed, and then, it would be over. Subsequently, there would be people taking it and sending it to their families. Their families would receive death benefits from the Federation. At the end of the ceremony, people left one after another. Chapter 202, The Corner of Federal Times. Due to the spirit metal mine on the 25th planet, these high-level military officers need to be stationed on this planet until the new reinforcements can replace them. Nangongjing and the others needed to stay here too to prevent an attack from the blade demons. Old Derry even sent a special squad to the black-scaled beast hive to confirm if that was the only place with spirit metal. If there were more, then it would be huge. This special squad consisted of several seniors from the Federal University and Prodigy Barrack. Precisely because of this, Wang Wen's and the rest didn't attend the funeral. After the funeral, the high-level officials began discussing arrangements. Luze and the others were new recruits, so they had no right to participate. Subsequently, they returned to their dorms. As soon as they got back, Yemu suddenly screamed out. "The news is out!" Everyone looked over curiously. "What news?" "Instructor Lin just explained it before, isn't it? Thousand Shadow young Duke Lucian died on Gaka system battlefield? The news is about him." Everyone was immediately interested. Luze said, "Open the projector, and let's see." Yemu nodded and opened the projector on his phone. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared in the air. It showed the main page of the Federal Times. One of the top few headlines was marked red. It was about the death of Thousand Shadow young Duke. Clicking in, Luze and the others read the report. He was ambushed in a reconnaissance mission. Multiple blade demons of his own level surrounded and ambushed him. He wasn't able to escape, but he killed one before he died. There was no clip of the battle as the mission involved penetrating deep into the enemy base. No battlefield journalist would be following. There was also some information about Thousand Shadow young Duke, including stories of his youth, his merits, as well as those who were close to him. This was like Wikipedia back in the Earth era. Everyone gasped. Thousand Shadow young Duke opened 360 main apertures at the age of 24. When he first started opening the secondary apertures, he reached the peak stage of aperture opening state and had mortal evolution state power. Then, he performed exceptionally in a war and was appointed as a young Duke. Because he has Shadow God art, he was called Thousand Shadow young Duke. He was only 30 years old this year. He had opened 800 apertures and broke through to mortal evolution state. His power was very strong. Although he wasn't ranked very high among young dukes and couldn't compare with Nangongjing, he was still very strong. After all, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha were called the twin prodigies of the human race. They were very strong, even among the young dukes. Tian Yuanqianhu aside. I didn't expect even such a prodigy would die. Just from cultivation speed, it was godly speed to be able to open 70 apertures a year at the peak of aperture opening state. At least, she wasn't confident she could do this. Even Luze became dazed and thought this guy's growth diary was like a hack. Were bosses all this strong? At this moment, Yemu suddenly said, I discovered that the partner of Thousand Shadow young Duke is also a young Duke. Everyone. If this guy really became a young Duke, he would be a lewd young Duke. Yemu saw that everyone looked strangely at him and immediately became unhappy. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm serious, look. Yemu pointed at the relevant information concerning close relationships. The partner was a gentle, beautiful, and black-haired girl. Her name was called Chu Yongzhen. She was a young Duke too. Luze and the others glanced and nodded. They weren't too interested, but they ended up sighing because this young Duke must be going through a tough time. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was browsing the news, said, Zi, this report seems to be about you. She pointed at a title at the bottom right corner. The title made Luze's face look strange. Shocking. An 18-year-old second lieutenant did this on the battlefield. Is this twisted humanity or a loss of morals? Shock factor. It had been 2,000 years and this still existed. Terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes rolled and she joked, Z, just what did you do on the battlefield? Luze rolled his eyes as well. It might not necessarily be me. Then, he clicked in. The start was a clip with Luze controlling a flaming tornado. The report explained the war on the 25th planet, and it was all about what Luze did, including how he captured a blade demon prodigy and discovered the spirit metal mine. Even his outstanding performance on the battlefield was included. The writer said that his final attack was even approaching the mortal evolution state. This immediately shocked quite a lot of people. He was just 18 years old, and he had this much fun the first time he went to a battlefield? Wasn't this absurd? Although the report said that the military reward had not been decided yet, audiences could guess Luze's rank would clearly rise. After all, his contribution to the war was too great. The comments were full of disbelief. Is this person really 18 years old? Such talent is the best even among young duke. Not necessarily the very top. His real power isn't this strong. He used everything to his advantage to achieve this effect. But, his talent is definitely higher than most young dukes. By the way, does anyone know how Second Lieutenant Luze got the habit of planting blade demons upside down? I want to know more why this guy can eat that happily on the battlefield. Do you think Second Lieutenant Luze will be appointed as a young duke? This little brother is really handsome. Luze's eyes lit up. This comment won his heart the most. This comment was liked more than tens of thousands of times. It was listed at the top. Clearly, his handsomeness was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Luze scratched his head. Finally, I can't hide how handsome I am now. I'm embarrassed. Yemu, on the other hand, was a bit envious. Ze's achievements reached the front page of Federal Times. Of course, he was more envious that people were complimenting Luze's looks. However, Yemu didn't want to say that. Everyone else nodded. Federal Times was the biggest media in the Federation. Although it was in one obscure corner of the front page, one could tell that Luze was noticed by the high-level officials of the Federation. Xavier spoke, Luze, you're viral now. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Luze was now famous in the entire Federation, not just in a small place in the Telun system. If he kept this progress speed, he would definitely become a young duke. At the end of the report, Luze's biography was also included. There was a clip below which confused everyone. Tian Yuan Qianhua opened it. What is this? Luze was confused too. He didn't have any other clips? The video played. It was in a barren ground filled with stone pillars. Luze was looking happily at a yellow vine, showing the smile of a foodie. Then, the barren earth monkey smashed the vine apart, and Luze's face instantly became lifeless. Then, he started to beat the barren earth monkey up. Luze. Chapter 203, Worse than Nangongjing. After playing the clip scene by scene, Luze didn't feel well. Wasn't this the graduation trial clip? Which bastard uploaded this? Feeling the strange glances cast upon him by everyone, Luze felt worse. He was too naive. He just wanted to get the ingredients back for Alice to cook delicious food. He didn't think about the live stream. Luze felt lifeless. Probably a lot of people in the Federation would see this clip. Him being a great food lover was finally exposed. Although Lin Ling had seen this clip at school before, she still felt it was funny after seeing it again. Her shoulders kept shaking as she laughed and brought other people to laugh as well. Luze speechlessly glanced at them. What's so funny? Keep laughing, and I won't ever give you good food again. Luze gave them Alice's delicious food before. How can they laugh like that? Wasn't Xian Yuki an ice-cold beauty? Why was she laughing like this? Ian finally stopped laughing in embarrassment. Then, he suddenly thought of something. People in the comments are discussing if Luze would be appointed as a young duke. Can Ze really be appointed as a young duke? Yemu and the others stopped laughing and exchanged glances with each other. Becoming a young duke was their biggest goal currently. Yet, Luze already had the possibility of realizing it. Yemu smiled. Even if he isn't appointed as a young duke this time, with Ze's power, he can definitely be appointed before graduation. I really want to know what Ze's title would be. Everyone's face became strange. Lin Ling joked, of course, it will be named after Ze's special trait. For example, upside down planting young duke or foodie young duke. Wait. Luze's heart went cold after hearing this. Why not wind young duke, Fire Young Duke or Wind and Fire Young Duke. He didn't want either of the titles that Lin Ling mentioned. Tian Yuanqianhu laughed. How do you think teacher Nangang got her title? Luze. Even Iron Fist Young Duke was better than Upside Down Planting Young Duke. Give up, it's useless. The Young Duke title is decided by the public. The one with the most votes will be your Young Duke title. Xuan Yuki said, do you know how Blue Flower Fruit Young Duke got her title? It's because she bought 5 kilograms of blue flower fruit, and on the day of voting, the shop owner thought of this title and sent out a photo. This got everyone's agreement. Xuan Yuki sighed. On the day of the Young Duke title voting, she cried. She wanted to fight with that fruit shop owner. Luze. There was a Young Duke title worse than Nangang Jing? He felt very complicated right now. Luze suddenly felt this world was cold. He could feel the pain of that blue flower fruit Young Duke. It was a hefty price to pay for buying fruits. Even Lin Ling and the rest fell silent as their smile disappeared. This was too scary. They were shaking. If they had the luck to become a Young Duke, would they have such a strange title? Luze coughed. It's okay, there's nothing to do now. Shouldn't everyone go back to cultivation instead? Luze needed some time for himself, and he went back to his room. Then, Luze wondered if Lu Li and the others saw the report. He didn't tell them about the war. Would they be angry? No, he must go say something. He was very strong. Luze happily took out his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Luze, these few days I went to a group battle, I was very strong. Lu Li, haha. Alice, MHM, senior schoolmate, we all know. We were watching the live stream. Lu Li and Alice replied instantly. Their replies made Luze break out in a cold sweat. Broadcast? So, there was broadcast for war? Shocking. Luze didn't even know about this. If he did, he would have told them at the start. Lu Li didn't seem to be in a good mood, but Alice was more normal. Luze, did you see how I blew up the Blade Demon base? Lu Li, MHM, there was a very vibrant splash of blood. Alice, senior schoolmate was so heavily injured. I was too nervous and didn't notice. Luze's mouth spasmed. These two only saw how he was bleeding out and not how invincible he was. This wasn't too good. Luze felt disappointed. At this moment more messages came. Lu Li, brother, are your injuries better? Alice, senior schoolmate, are your injuries better? Luze smiled and replied. Luze, it's fine. I have a new god art. It can repair injuries. As long as I don't die, I can recover quickly. On planet Lanzhong, Lu Li frowned at Alice's message. Next door, Alice's eyes flashed when she saw Lu Li's message. However, they both felt relieved, seeing Luze's reply. After all, Merlin confirmed that day that Luze had regeneration god art, but without getting Luze's personal confirmation, they were still worried. Then, they chatted about Luze's news coverage. Luze told them about his worry for his Young Duke title, seeking comfort. Their replies made Luze's heart go cold. Lu Li, I feel controlling brother Young Duke is good? Alice, senior schoolmate, I think Foodie Young Duke is very good. Luze. What else could he say? He was no controlling brother. Did Lu Li hate him this much? Luze felt sad. It hurt even more when the cute and nice Alice thought that Foodie Young Duke was good. Shocking. How was it good? Lu Li and Alice smiled at the conversation. At this moment, they both had a bold idea. Luze suddenly felt cold. Luze clutched his blanket tightly. He felt he couldn't keep chatting, and, thus he chose to run away. Who knows what strange title they would think of. Luze then called his mother, and after facing a load of criticism, Luze shakily hung up and messaged his dad too. After reporting his safety, he put away his phone and breathed. He didn't know there was such a thing as war sight. After thinking for a moment, that coldness seemed to have gone away. Thus, he sat up. He smiled. He obtained quite a lot yesterday. Wind and lightning god art crystal balls. Would that increase his power by another aperture? Cultivation, cultivation. Luze closed his eyes and went into his mental dimension. The flame from the male lion was completely gone. His fire god art could no longer improve. Compared to the wind god art, his fire god art was still much stronger. However, he had no means to obtain a fire crystal ball. He hadn't encountered a beast with fire god art yet. He had a new way to improve his wind god art. It would soon surpass the fire god art. If Luze used all of his power, his combat power would be around 5 apertures. However, using all his god art exerted huge pressure on his body and had high requirements for energy. It wasn't sustainable. From the looks of the battle last night, it would be, at most, half an hour before he would lose his combat power. Luze glanced at the 2 god art crystal balls and smiled. Which one should he use first? Chapter 204, The Golden Sun. In the end, Luze chose Lightning Crystal Orb. The power of lightning seemed very interesting. Luze was curious. He used his mental force, and the lightning orb disappeared. Subsequently, a powerful energy surged inside Luze. The energy flowed around his body, and Luze could feel the lightning sparks in his cells. His body was getting numb. His organs were failing. Even breathing proved to be difficult. His lively cells were beginning to die under the continuous attacks of the lightning. His body was paralyzed, but severe pain could still be felt. Cold sweats appear on Luze's forehead. He frowned and quickly used a purple orb. His mind cleared up, and he began learning all the information contained in the lightning orb. 4 hours later, small sparks appeared on Luze's body. Luze's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. The bottom flashed with purple lightning. He breathed and reached out his right hand. Bolts of purple lightning appeared. They burst with light hums and contained powerful and destructive chi. Luze raised a brow and closed his hand into a fist. The lightning disappeared. Just like the regeneration god art, the level of the god art was too low. Its usability was far weaker than the wind and fire god arts. If he only used lightning god art, his battle power would only reach the core martial state. It was really weak. Luze was speechless. At least, the regeneration god art could be used to recover, despite the recovery speed not being very fast. But what could the lightning god art do? Charge some power? Luze couldn't help but feel a little sad about the lightning god art. It was a very powerful god art, and if other people acquired it, they would be overjoyed. However, he had too many god arts, and he had quite some mastery in all of them. By the looks of it, he could only use lightning god art to act cool now and crush Lin Ling's spirit. Surely he was strong? It was not extremely good. Suddenly, he was getting cocky. He was just heavily injured yesterday, and he had already forgotten the consequences. Luze shook his head. Cultivation, cultivation. Pocket hunting dimension was the best cure for arrogance. He was in there every day anyway, so it didn't matter. Luze started using the wind crystal ball. He was used to the wind, and so, there was no pain at all while using the orb. It felt satisfying rather. 3 hours later, Luze opened his eyes. He opened his right hand. Wind surged, and it rapidly turned into a whirlwind. Air was distorted in a mess. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and the wind dissipated. Luze sighed. His wind god art wasn't weak now. The progress that the crystal ball gave him couldn't be as huge as before. But, he could feel the increase in power. He would work on his spirit force cultivation first. As for God art, if he encountered aperture opening state beasts with God art, then there was God art for him. Luze felt his face. He had cultivated for 7 hours in a row. He felt quite hungry. He thought about how those guys were laughing at him, so he had decided to not give them food. He would eat it by himself. After enjoying the food, Luze stretched and looked outside the window. There were constantly ships landing and flying up. The patrol squads also came and went. In the distance, there were soldiers training. Luze suddenly wondered if the spirit metal was transported. They should be transported to the head base, right? He suddenly thought of the person who disappeared. Was that invisibility God art? That was a really shameless God art. Luze felt he needed to be friends with her. Can she use her God art on someone else? Luze quickly stopped fathoming. He felt this didn't suit his good boy nature. Luze enjoyed the view for a while and relaxed before sitting back down to cultivate. This time, Luze used an aperture opening state red orb to cultivate. The 2 aperture opening state dropped 11 orbs yesterday. It was enough for his cultivation today. Luze's spirit force cultivation level increased rapidly. Originally, he needed a few days to increase his spirit force cultivation level, but he improved greatly due to the war. When the sky dimmed, he had improved once again. Luze opened his eyes and smiled. He had reached level 6 of the abstruse martial state. He was very happy with the spirit force inside him. If this continued, his spirit force cultivation level would be able to catch up soon. He got up and stretched. His bones cracked and instantly felt great. He slowly walked out and found the living room to be dark. Clearly, everyone else was still cultivating. This was understandable. Their eyes were probably green from how much he improved. Luze planned to go out for a stroll, but as soon as he went out, he saw several soldiers. They all saluted to him with faces full of admiration. This made him instantly go back to his room. There was no way he was going out. He was going to stay in this life in the room. Luze rolled around in bed and felt bored. He once again sat down and entered the pocket hunting dimension. With the familiar smell and wind, he became excited. He instantly opened hunting mode. Lu Merciless Ze was back. He grinned and chose a random direction to go in. He killed core martial state beasts while looking for aperture opening state beasts. He felt he would definitely find something today. A day and night passed, and Luze's expectant smile dissipated. He found a few bosses, but he hid away. As for aperture opening state who devoured God arts, he didn't find a single one. When the sun rose up again, Luze lay low on the ground, not daring to move at all. A few kilometers ahead, there were 6 lightning war horses running. They seemed to be playing on the grass. Everywhere they went, lightning flashed and the earth hummed. It was a pack of bosses. At this moment, a golden sun appeared in the sky. It swiped past the sky at a rapid speed. Everywhere it went, space twisted and grass instantly turned to ash. The ground was scorched. Luze only glanced at the golden sun once, and he sunk into the darkness. The last thing he saw was the family of lightning war horses burning in golden flames. Luze woke up sweating. He panted heavily for a while before recovering. That golden sun was probably stronger than the 6-winged black dragon he saw when he was a noob. Luze felt his soul was instantly burned up. That was a super boss. Resting for an hour, Luze finally recovered. He thought with his luck it would be good. He didn't expect his luck to be this good. Luze wondered if that thing could burn an entire planet outside. Luze shook his head. He didn't get any god art and thus began cultivating again. When Luze opened his eyes again, it was the next day. The base seemed even busier than yesterday. Quite some soldiers came. He cleaned himself and had breakfast. He noticed that Yemu and the others were still cultivating, so he went back to his room for cultivation. After some time, Luze heard the sound of the military communicator. He opened his eyes and looked at the message. The special squad was back. The high-level officials have finished the discussions on military arrangement. Luze and the rest were ordered to assemble. Chapter 205, Latest News. Luze got up and walked out of his room. He found that Yemu and the others were already waiting in the lobby. Clearly, they received the news too. They seemed to be discussing something. When Luze came out, Yemu's eyes lit up. He smiled. "Ze, do you think they will reward us today?" Luze became dazed. Nangongjing gave them 3 choices. They chose the third, and the reward was based on how they performed on the battlefield. Luze's performance was unquestionable. As for Yemu and the others, their performances were not in any other way inadequate. In that case, their reward would be quite plenty. The 3 were pretty excited about this. With the rewards, they would be able to go buy some special resources on the martial arts site. Those things would require a huge amount of federal contribution points. Even Luze was very hopeful too. He could consider going to the martial arts site again. He had only been there once and bought a spirit force control experience that has a level of mortal evolution state. That cost him 10,000 federal contribution points. Ever since then, he subconsciously removed this scam website out of his brain. Too poor. He got 80,000 federal contribution points a while ago, and adding the one this time, Luze felt he would be rich. He would buy quite some good things after he got rewarded. Thus, he smiled. Probably. Let's go and see. Then, they came out and knocked on Lin Ling's dorm. After the girls came out, they all headed to the discussion room. There were quite some people there already. After all, the intel, which the squad brought back, would affect the troop stationing. If there were more spirit metal mine, then more forces were needed here. As soon as Luze and his group went in, Wang Wenz and Gui Yuping were waving at them. Other than these 4th-year senior schoolmates, there was even Nigel from the Prodigy Barrack. Luze even saw that Jian Shaoning and the girl who could disappear were present as well. However, he didn't know where those 2 came from. They walked over, and Gui Yuping started by introducing the girl who could disappear. "Margaret, I'll introduce you to your junior schoolmates." Then, he started talking about Luze and the others. Then, he pointed at Margaret. "Margaret Clark, 2nd in the 4th-year elite class. She's a candidate for a young duke." Luze and his group became dazed. They quickly said, "Greetings, senior schoolmate Margaret." The girl who could become invisible was this strong? Luze was shocked as he studied this senior schoolmate. Her soft grey curled hair reached her shoulder. Her grey eyes seemed lifeless. She looked exquisite and beautiful, but she gave people a strange feeling. Luze frowned and realized what this strange feeling was. He clearly saw her face, but as soon as he moved his eyes away, her figure became obscure from his memory. It was as though everything was an illusion. What was this? An intervention of thoughts? Other people didn't notice anything. Only Jian Shaoning raised a brow and glanced at Margaret. Margaret smiled. "It seems junior schoolmate Luze is very strong indeed. Your mental force is powerful enough to notice it." Luze's mouth spasmed. So, she used God art on him? To test his power? He was just a noob. He smiled. "That was senior schoolmate's God art? Was it the God art that made you disappear? This is a secret. I'm an assassin, so how could I spill it?" Gui Yuping quickly said, "Margaret, you're not going to do something over the line to junior schoolmate Luze, right?" She was at the middle stage of the aperture opening state. She had opened 143 main apertures at 22 years old, and her power was near the peak of aperture opening state. Due to her invisibility God art, she feared nothing at school and liked to do all sorts of strange things. Margaret rolled her eyes. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I just feel that junior schoolmate Luze is very interesting. Gui Yuping felt relieved. At this moment, Nigel said, to ND Lieutenant Luze, let me introduce you to a prodigy from our prodigy barrack. This is Colonel Jian Xiaoning. He's also a young duke candidate. Jiao Xiaoning had black hair and black eyes. He wasn't that handsome, but just by standing there, he emitted the will of a sword. He had this unique temperament. Luze smiled. Hello, Colonel Jian Xiaoning. Jian Xiaoning nodded. To ND Lieutenant Luze, you'll probably no longer be second lieutenant soon. I look forward to you growing stronger, so we can battle. Luze smiled awkwardly. Most of the prodigies in the prodigy barrack were battle maniacs, right? He wondered if this was due to Lin Kuang. Luze thought of something and asked, what did you guys find at the beast lair? He was curious if there were more spirit metal there. Even Lin Ling and the rest looked curiously at Jian Xiaoning. He smiled. You will soon know. General Derry will soon be making new arrangements. Margaret suddenly thought of something and added, perhaps, junior schoolmate Luze will get the chance to go on a mission with Gui Yuping and the others. As for junior schoolmate Lin Ling and the rest, they'll probably be going to a safer place. After all, it won't be like the battlefield anymore. If the blade demons appeared again, it would be more dangerous. At this moment, Old Derry, Nangongjing, and the high-level officials walked out. Seeing this, everyone sat down. Old Derry smiled and spoke slowly, the squad searching the beast lair is back. They've brought back good news. Other than the spirit metal mine that the blade demons discovered, there's a second one. It has fewer reserves than the one that the blade demons found, but it will be sufficient for us, enough to cover a long period of time. Everyone couldn't resist widening their eyes with such a statement. There was actually a second spirit metal mine. The blade demons suffered a huge blow this time. Even Luze and Lin Ling were shocked. They had been in there for so long and only discovered one. Old Derry spoke again, the spirit metal mine must be secured. I will now be assigning missions. Those military officers already had their own soldiers to lead, while the elite class of Federal University and students from Prodigy Barracks were like special forces. A mission would be assigned to them based on their power. Although the Blade Demon's base was destroyed, they weren't going to give up the resources on this planet like this. They needed to prepare better defenses. Old Derry glanced at the new students and smiled. This time, Second Lieutenant Luze has done huge accomplishments. All the new students have performed exceptionally well. This time, your mission. At this moment, Old Derry's communicator rang. He frowned. This was connected to high-level military officers. They usually wouldn't communicate through this. He opened it and looked inside. When he saw it, the expression on his face changed, and he glanced strangely at Luze. Luze became dazed. Why was he staring at him like that? Old Derry spoke after some silence. I've just received news that the Blade Demon armies are mobilizing their forces. In 3 to 5 days, they will be back on the 25th planet. Everyone became stunned. That quickly? Old Derry nodded. It involves a spirit metal mine after all. This time, they're sending quite some troops. The war might be more intense than before. I hope you will all be prepared. Those military officers agreed. Old Derry nodded and then looked strangely at Luze. There's another news, it's about Second Lieutenant Luze. Chapter 206, 3 Assassination List. Hearing this, everyone looked strangely at Luze. What Luze did in this war was outstanding, and even the Federal Times made a report about him. Everyone was curious about what the news was. Old Derry said, 2nd Lieutenant Luze is on the White Blade assassination list. Hearing this, the officers, Margaret, and the others looked at Luze in disbelief. Even Nangongjing and the rest raised a brow in shock. Only noobs like Luze and Lin Ling, who didn't know what the White Blade assassination list was, didn't know how to react. Luze scratched his head. What is the White Blade assassination list? Nangongjing explained, White Blade assassination list, Blood Blade assassination list, and Black Blade assassination list are the three assassination lists of the Blade Demon race. They are created to eliminate the people who pose a great threat to their race. White Blade assassination list usually targets prodigies who were at the middle stage of aperture opening state and above or young duke candidate level. The Blood Blade assassination list targets young duke level prodigies while Black Blade assassination list targets prodigies at the planetary state and above. Nangongjing grinned. You're not even at aperture opening state yet, and you're already on the White Blade assassination list. It seems Cecilia really hates you. Hehe. Luze. Seeing how Nangongjing was laughing, Luze didn't feel so good. This alcoholic was still laughing. Seeing how pitiful and helpless he was, she could still laugh. Margaret glanced strangely at Jian Shaoning before patting the lifeless Luze. I understand you, really, I can. Luze turned around to look at Margaret, feeling touched. Margaret smiled. I'm ranked 3284th on the White Blade assassination list. How is it? I'll protect you. Luze. Was it something joyful to be assassinated? Jian Shaoning smiled. It is not a big deal to become a part of the assassination list. Inside the Federation, at most, only mortal evolution state blade demons would be able to get in. Even if they're inside the federal domain, it's very dangerous, and they're easily exposed. They would usually choose to hunt a greater target. Just be careful on the battlefield, and don't get caught by a planetary state. Then, you're pretty much fine. Luze didn't feel Jian Shaoning was comforting him. Even if an aperture opening state at the middle stage level came, his life would be over. Luze felt he was in quite some danger. Jian Shaoning said, by the way, I'm on the White Blade assassination list too, ranked 3288th. Jian Shaoning seemed prideful as though being on there was something amazing. Luze didn't want to say anything anymore. He just wanted some peace. Lin Ling and the others exchanged glances among each other and didn't know what to say. Nangongjing laughed. Those on the assassination list are prodigies that are perceived as great threats to the Blade Demons. This includes military merit and talent, for example, prodigy martial artist, prodigy commander, or others. Usually, those higher on the White Blade assassination list are considered greater threats to the Blade Demon race and are more useful to the human race. The human race also has a list that targets Blade Demons. It is called Demon Hunting List. You'll know about it in the future. Luze realized something. No wonder Margaret and Jian Shaoning were prideful. Did Blade Demons use this list to judge their talents and merits? Was it a trend to be on the White Blade assassination list for young prodigies? They probably all wanted to get on there. Should he be happy himself? Then, Nangongjing frowned. But Luze, you're different. Your combat power is too weak. Other prodigies have protection measures for assassinations, but you. If any Blade Demons on the middle stage of aperture opening state appeared, you probably won't be able to get away, right? Luze's body stiffened. She was right. His real combat power was far from the prodigies like Margaret. If someone came to assassinate him, it was really easy for him to die. She looked at Old Derry. Old Derry, what is Luze's rank? Old Derry's face became even stranger. 3280. What? Everyone was shocked again, especially Margaret and Jian Shaoning. Luze only went to one battle, and his rank was higher than theirs? They thought Luze would rank between 4,000 to 5,000. Margaret's face went red as she just bragged about this to Luze. She looked at Luze. This isn't right. Why is junior schoolmate Luze's rank higher than mine? Nangang Jing smiled. This does seem normal, considering all that he did and how he's only 18. Nangang Jing was surprised herself too. She had only taken this kid over from planet Lanzhong for how many days? And he did all this. Could he settle for a while? Everyone understood after Nangang Jing explained. After all, a base meant tens of thousands of soldiers, and the fees for building a base, as well as the resources they lost during this period, and the spirit metal mine. It's said that 2 aperture opening states died in Luze's hands too. Yet, this guy was only 18. Luze's heart skipped a beat after hearing his rank. Oh God, he was done for. He was ranked higher than senior schoolmate Margaret. If someone came to assassinate him, it would be at least her level. Her power was at the tertiary state of aperture opening state now. Thinking about this, Luze felt cold. This wasn't too good. While Luze was distressed, Old Derry also frowned. He was planning to send Luze into Gui Yuping's team to do missions. But now, it didn't seem suitable at all. It was even more impractical to send Luze to do missions with Margaret and the others. Old Derry found this to be troublesome, and so did Nangang Jing. She promised Uncle Merlin she would take care of this kid, but he ended up on the White Blade assassination list the first time he went to battle. When the Blade Demon army arrived, she wouldn't be able to do much. Nangang Jing's eyes flashed and she slowly said, "Kid, there's half a month until the entrance test finishes, but you have finished early. It's too dangerous for you to join the battle. You can go back to the HQ." Luze's mouth spasmed. Then, what about my upcoming military merit? It was going to be a huge battle. Luze wanted more federal contribution points. That was money. Luze's heart ached. Seeing this, Nangang Jing clenched her fists and showed a warm smile to Luze. "I think there's something wrong with your brain. I'll help you fix it." Did this kid not know about the situation he was in? Did he value money over his own life? Seeing this, Luze shivered and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He shook his head. "I think my brain suddenly works now. I don't need to trouble Teacher Nangang. You still need to fight a war. You should rest well." Everyone looked strangely at Luze. They finally knew the other side of Luze. Chapter 207, Surpass you at entry. Nangang Jing gasped, and she raised her brow impatiently. "You're a new student after all. It is not fair for you. After school starts, I'll give you an opportunity. You should like it." To this kid, this half-month was indeed a huge loss for him. She quite liked this kid, and due to Uncle Merlin, she would give him an opportunity when the time was right. Sigh, she really didn't want to go there. Nangang Jing felt tired, but she couldn't avoid going. Luze's eyes lit up. What sort of opportunity did she mean? Luze was curious. Everyone else looked at Luze with envy. Although he lost the chance to earn military merit on the battlefield, Nangang Jing's opportunity clearly would compensate for this. It would probably even overcompensate. Nangang Jing looked at Lin Ling and the rest. The battlefield is no longer suitable for new students like you. You guys can also go back to HQ. There will compensation too. Your academic credit will be 3 times that of what you acquired. Everyone rejoiced. They didn't expect this. Although there would be less military merit, the academic credit would make up for it. The battlefield was going to be more dangerous. It was pretty good to receive such rewards without the need to take risks. Old Derry glanced at the officers and said, "It will be a huge battle. I hope everyone will take it seriously." "Yes, General." Old Derry nodded with satisfaction after seeing the curiosity of everyone. Then, he smiled, "I'm no stubborn old fool. There would be a few days before the Blade Demons arrive. Tonight will be the celebration of the victory from last time. This is the last relaxation before the war. Tomorrow, lead your troops to prepare for the war. Everyone smiled. A celebration was necessary for a big victory. It was a huge increase in morale and helped soldiers relieve some pressure. Old Derry wasn't going to keep his soldiers constantly tense. After the discussion, everyone left the meeting room. Nangongjing walked over and smiled. I will escort you out tomorrow to base. You guys go pack up first. The war isn't finished yet. Your military merit will be awarded at the HQ. Major General Barry will deal with it. Then, she left with the other young dukes and military officers. Luze smiled. Since teacher Nangong said this, let's go back and pack up first. We can have an early holiday tomorrow. Everyone smiled. Tian Yuan Qianhua said, I wonder what our reward will be. Everyone was keen with anticipation too. Lin Ling smiled. We'll know once we get to the HQ. Thus, everyone went back to their dorms and started packing their belongings. At night, Luze and the others were notified to attend the celebratory party. It was held in a military hall. All the high levels who went to the battle arrived. Those soldiers would celebrate with their own companies. As for the defense of the base, it would be the new arrivals who would be responsible. When Luze and the others arrived, there were quite some people present already, including their senior schoolmates and the prodigy barrack prodigies. As soon as Luze walked in, he smelled this intense aroma, making his eyes light up. Ah! It was the smell of delicious food. There were long rows of tables with all sorts of food there. Luze gulped his saliva. He wanted to eat. There were no special rules at the celebration. Everyone could grab whatever they wanted. Nangongjing was happily drinking wine right now. She was overexcited from all the beautiful wine here. Luze charged in and grabbed a plate and began stuffing all sorts of food inside his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Ling's mouth spasmed. However, everyone felt hungry too, so they grabbed their plates and started eating. People would come to say hi to Luze from time to time. After all, Luze was strong and talented. It was good to know him. Luze felt it was troublesome, but he had to smile back with manners. Eventually, Luze ran to Nangongjing. No one dared to come next to her. Who wasn't worried about the female T-Rex? Nangongjing's face blushed from the wine. She said, Kid, tell me, you and Uncle Merlin are familiar with each other. Uncle Merlin told her to take special care of Luze, this wasn't like him. Luze smiled. We're all right. I'm good friends with Alice. As for Uncle Merlin, I've been beaten up by him a few times. When he reminisced his training before, it was full of pain, especially for his butt. Nangongjing wasn't too satisfied with this answer, but she didn't keep asking. Your power is still too weak. Your control of strength isn't good enough. It's not just strength god art, but also the other god arts. You're just completely letting loose. When we go back to school, I will teach you properly. Luze. Luze felt cold when he heard the word teach for some reason. Then, he thought of something and looked at Nangongjing curiously. By the way, teacher Nangong, what is the opportunity you were talking about? Nangongjing glared at Luze. Don't ask what you shouldn't. You will know when the time is right. You won't be losing out. Then, she curled her lips. If it wasn't due to Uncle Merlin, I wouldn't take you there. This made Luze even more curious, but he couldn't force her to say it. At this moment, Lin Ling walked over with a plate. Luze glanced at her plate, it was full of meat. There were no vegetables nor spirit fruit. She smiled at Nangongjing. Sister Jing, I want to apply for a leave. Luze opened his eyes wide. Apply for a leave. What was she doing this for during an entrance test? Nangongjing was a little surprised too. Then, she asked, reason. Then, Nangongjing seemed to have thought of something. She gave Lin Ling a complicated look and asked, you've thought it through. Lin Ling showed a complicated smile. We'll talk about that later. Nangongjing nodded. Aren't you going to tell your brother? Lin Ling looked hesitant for a moment, but then, she shook her head. Never mind, he will know. If you tell him now, he would probably feel much better and perform much better in the war? You're really not going to tell him? Nangongjing smirked. Lin Ling's face stiffened, and then, she rolled her eyes. Sister Jing, you're really mean. Nangongjing smiled. Some things aren't appropriate for me to say, but it's good you can see through it. Then, she drank some more. She rubbed Lin Ling's head. I approve of the leave. Lin Ling's eyes lit up as she giggled. Thank you, Sister Jing. Luze felt dazed, and he looked strangely at the two. Lin Ling, what are you guys talking about? Lin Ling raised a brow and smiled. When we start school, my power will definitely surpass you. Luze. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Since when was she this arrogant? Even he didn't dare to be this arrogant. Nangongjing grinned. It might really be possible. Lin Ling, you need to work hard. Luze. He felt Nangongjing's smile was evil. Even she felt it was possible. This seemed to be a problem. He became worried. Chapter 208, New Milestone. So, what are you guys talking about? Luze looked at the two with a puzzled expression. Lin Ling smiled. I'll tell you after school starts. Luze. Both of these guys love to leave people hanging. This was no different from an author abruptly stopping the updates. If this was back during the Earth era, blades would be mailed to them. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and she hesitated. She turned to Lin Kuang, who was surrounded by a few beautiful female officers, and said something to him. Then, the two left the area. Luze looked at the two curiously and smiled at Nangongjing. The embodiment of beauty and wisdom, Teacher Nangong, are you going to tell me something? If Lin Ling really surpassed him, he will be crushed. He needed to understand the enemy better now. Nangongjing looked at Luze's sycophant smile and wobbled her wine bottle. Do you have good wine? Those that can knock out a planetary state. Luze. Sorry for disturbing you, goodbye. The wine that can do that is itself a treasure, okay? Where would he get that from? He was Lu Poverty Ze. Luze gave up trying to acquire intel from Nangongjing. Regardless, he would work hard. What would happen eventually was up to fate. Thinking about this, Luze started enjoying the food again. Due to the ensuing war, the celebration didn't last until daylight. It stopped deep into the night. Luze and the others went back to the dorms. On the way, Luze looked at the bored Lin Ling curiously but eventually asked nothing. Now, Luze had a new goal. He couldn't be surpassed by Lin Ling. Thinking about this, Luze sat down and entered the pocket hunting dimension. He felt his handsome face. He was definitely going to have good luck today. Luze confidently chose a direction to go. A day later, Luze killed more than 100 core martial state beasts but still didn't encounter an aperture opening state with God Art. Was he actually unlucky today? At this moment, a roar sounded from his right. Luze's eyes lit up. He found it. He rapidly flew toward the right. Soon, Luze felt quite some chi before him. One was very strong, reaching aperture opening state level while the others were all core martial states. Luze grinned. It seemed that powerful chi belongs to a beast with God Art. However, it was much weaker than the 3 beasts he encountered last time. It had just reached aperture opening state and thus possessed no threat to Luze. Great! Luze felt wonderful. This was pretty much picking up a God Art crystal ball from the ground. Luze happily approached the group and looked at them through the openings in the grass. It was a small lawn with grass, which only reached ankle height. There were more than 100 black-scaled leopards. Standing at the very front was one black-scaled leopard. A green wind was swirling around its body. He was like a king looking down on his citizens. Luze's mouth spasmed. This leopard probably devoured a wind god art shard and now became the leader of this pack of black-scaled leopards? This beast was too cocky. Even he didn't dare to make sounds here, and this black-scaled leopard acted this cockily? Was it not scared of being caught for lunch by a boss? He had seen too many of that. Luze's eyes flashed. All his power surged. He would finish this battle quickly. The black-scaled leopard was very happy. It just rose above the rest and expanded his domain. He had all the food and reproduction rights he wanted. At this moment, a powerful chi surged. The black-scaled leopard froze for a moment and looked at his left in terror. It roared in terror and wanted to flee, leaving behind his domain. Luze became dazed upon seeing this. He didn't expect this. Then, he grinned and chased after it. The land shook, and a huge ditch appeared. The already scared pack of black-scaled leopard immediately fled. Luze turned into a beam of light and appeared above the head of the fleeing black-scaled leopard. His right palm pressed down on its head. Rumble! The black-scaled leopard was immediately rammed against the soil. Its four legs waved around in the air. Luze frowned. This scene seemed familiar. When he first encountered the birth of a bluebird boss, he leaned on a black-scaled leopard like this. He didn't kill it at that time, but this time was different. A red light flashed in Luze's eyes, and the black-scaled leopard immediately lit up in flames. Soon, there was the smell of meat. Luze's eyes lit up as he had an interesting idea. He sliced off the leg with a wind blade and tried to see if he could bite it before it disappeared. But as soon as his hands touched the leg turned to dust. Luze! He felt this pocket hunting dimension was acting against him. The beast looked so appetizing. Why couldn't he eat it? Soon the black-scaled leopard turned to dust, leaving behind 6 red orbs, 4 purple orbs, and 1 wind god art orb. Luze then looked around at the scurrying black-scaled leopards. They seemed to be frightened. Why not send them off? A green light flashed in Luze's eyes as countless wind blades appeared, instantly annihilating the remaining black-scaled leopards. After collecting a large wave of red orbs, Luze was off to hunting again. Time flowed past quickly. It was already the 3rd day. Luze just realized that he had stayed in the pocket hunting dimension for 3 days. This was probably because his cultivation level had reached abstruse martial state. This was a new milestone. He made up his mind to stay for the entire duration before leaving. However, at this moment, Luze suddenly crawled down. 2 huge bluebirds flew past in the air, almost blowing Luze out. After the bluebirds flew off, Luze breathed a sigh of relief. He was a mature hunter who could attack or defend. He had seen more than 10 waves of big bosses these past few days, but he safely dodged them all. People would eventually mature. At this moment, Luze's eyes lit up again as he dashed to the left. He saw an aperture-opening state feline beast. It was completely purple, and lightning sparks were crackling on its surface. This cat looked around everywhere. This was a beast slightly weaker than him, but it was approaching 5 apertures. Finish it quickly. He used all his power and instantly appeared next to the beast. Die! He punched its stomach. Green and red fist forces sliced through the air. The power was shocking. Roar! The lightning cat sensed the danger and turned into a lightning spark as it tried to dodge. However, it was a little slower than Luze. Luze followed after it. He grabbed the fur on its neck. The cat roared, and its lightning sparks shot at Luze. Luze grinned and didn't dodge. Although his lightning god art was weak, he had quite the resistance to lightning god art. With his powerful body and regeneration god art, he could take the attack head-on. Then, Luze clenched his right fist. Fire and wind entwined. Power surged. Rumble. Rumble. In two huge bangs, Luze's fist landed on the cat, and the lightning also struck Luze. Meow. The cat made a hideous meow as Luze's terrifying fist force penetrated its defenses. Luze's god art and spirit force went inside its body, destroying its internals. Its violent chi weakened. It struggled while coughing blood. When its lightning struck Luze, most of its power was mitigated by the wind and fire barrier. The remaining lightning only shook Luze a little, making him feel numb. Luze's face was cold. He waved his fist again. Rumble. 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 3 punches and the cat lost its life force. Chapter 209, Nangang Jing's Wealth. Luze felt relieved as he looked at the lifeless cat. Afterward, his body convulsed. Right before the cat died, it managed to counterattack. Such an attack left a numbing effect. The surface of his body was charred. Using regeneration god art, the dead skin started peeling off, and his body recovered. The lightning cat had turned to dust now, leaving behind 7 red orbs and 5 purple orbs. There was also a flashing lightning god art crystal orb. Luze happily picked them up. He was lucky indeed. He encountered 2 aperture opening state beasts with god art. Perhaps, there will be a third one later? Should he go out and buy a lottery ticket? At this moment, a shocking roar came out. The sound waves turned into a violent wind that blew the grass down. Luze turned around and saw a 10-meter-tall huge black tiger staring at him from 1 kilometer away. Its eyes were dark and deep. Just standing there, its chi made Luze tense up from the strong sense of danger. Luze. Before he could talk, a black light flashed, and he sunk into darkness. He opened his eyes again, and he was back in the dorm. He looked dazedly at the ceiling. The last time he saw the black tiger boss, it was sleeping, and it looked very cute. It became super ferocious as soon as it woke up. He didn't expect that passerby boss there. He was planning to survive until he was kicked out, but in the end, he wasn't able to realize this small dream. Luze frowned and sat up. Lin Ling said she was going to surpass him. He had to work hard. Cultivation, cultivation. Luze closed his eyes, and the wind crystal ball disappeared into a wind that entered Luze's body. Luze used another purple ball and started cultivating. 3 hours later, Luze slowly opened his eyes and rested for a moment before using the lightning orb. The lightning orb instantly started destroying his body. Compared to the wind god art, the lightning god art was still very weak, so he couldn't mitigate the side effects of the crystal orb. He frowned and started learning. 4 hours later, Luze opened his eyes. It was already bright outside the window again. Quite some flying ships took off from the base, flying to the strategic points on the planet. The party yesterday was over, and they were about to face a new war. Who lived and died depended on the heavens. Luze got up and went out to brush himself. Then, he sat in the living room and waited for Yemu and the rest to come out. Nangang Jing was going to send them to the HQ. Yemu and the others wouldn't have the guts to make Nangang Jing wait. Indeed, they soon got out. They had never really closed their eyes to rest since the battle. The only rest they got was when Louisa was treating them. Then, they began cultivating like crazy. They cleaned up and gained some vitality. Then, Luze got up and said, "Let's go see if Lin Ling and the others are prepared. If so, we'll message teacher Nangang." At this moment, Luze's communicator rang. He opened it, and it was Nangang Jing. She was asking them if they were prepared. She would drive the flying ship over immediately. Seeing this, Yemu and the rest broke out in cold sweats. Good thing they didn't sleep in or their life would be over. Luze replied and then joked, "Let's go. Did you guys leave anything behind?" Yemu and the others shook their heads. Luze nodded and walked out. Perhaps, they would never come back here in their entire life. After all, the entrance test for each year was held at a different location. The human race had so many battlefields. They came and knocked on the girls' dorms. Soon, Lin Ling opened the door, and the 4 girls walked out. Then, they saw Nangongjing's private flying ship perched at a low altitude. Luze's communicator rang again, use wind god art to bring them up. Luze's mouth spasmed. I'll bring you guys up. Then, Luze flew everyone into Nangongjing's ship. He and Lin Ling had been here before, but this was the first time for others. They looked curiously at the layout. Even the cold-faced Xian Yuki said in shock, Teacher Nangong is so wealthy. The things here are probably worth a total of a few 100 million star coins. Luze's eyes widened. This much? He burned a room before. Would that be 10 million star coins? Luze was scared. Would she ask him for compensation? She was that wealthy? She was good-looking too. Other than being a violent alcoholic, she seemed pretty good. Seeing Luze's complicated face, Nangongjing said speechlessly, "Are you thinking about something strange again?" Luze smiled awkwardly. "I'm thinking that Teacher Nangong is a really nice person." Nangongjing ignored Luze. She knew how shameless Luze was. She took out a bottle of the wine and sunk into the couch. "Sit wherever, we'll be there in a few hours." Then, the ship lifted off. Luze and the others looked at the shrinking base and felt complicated. Nangongjing grinned. "What does it feel like?" Everyone's eyes flashed and didn't know how to express it. Nangongjing sighed. "Remember this place?" Everyone nodded silently. Luze smiled. "If you're free, you can take us back here to play." Nangongjing. Did this guy plan to have a holiday on the battlefield? She glared at Luze. "I'm remembering this." Luze didn't reply and just sat down on the couch. Everyone else started resting. Nangongjing's ship's speed was very fast, and its attack and defense reached the planetary level. There was probably no danger traveling through the Xiao'er system. 3 hours later, they arrived back on the artificial planet. Nangongjing said, "Your dorms are still located at the same place when we first came. There are soldiers outside who will take you there. You can walk around here, but you should work hard on cultivation." Luze and the rest nodded. He felt she finally seemed like a teacher now. The door opened and Luze smiled to her. "Be careful, don't die." Nangongjing grinned as golden light flickered in her eyes. "Are you talking to me? I'm Nangongjing." Her tone was dominant as usual. Luze smiled and saluted. "I wish General Nangong the greatest fortune." Nangongjing joked, "You finally seem a bit like a soldier." She waved her hand. "Then, hurry up and leave. Soldiers need to be fast. I need to go back and prepare." Luze's mouth spasmed. "Okay, we're going then." Lin Ling blinked her eyes. "Careful, Sister Jing." Then, Luze took everyone off the ship with the wind. Nangongjing eyed them off. She grinned with some softness. "These guys." Soon, her face became cold again. The flying ship dashed into the horizon. Luze and the others went to the checkpoint. The 2 soldiers from before were still the ones stationed at the place. When they saw Luze, they quickly saluted. "To ND Lieutenant Luze." Luze nodded. At ease. He felt great. The last time he came, he just registered and was a 2nd-level soldier, but now, his rank was 2nd lieutenant. Luze felt he got promoted really fast. Chapter 210, War and Reward. The young soldier looked at Luze with admiration and nervousness. He saluted. "Greetings, 2nd Lieutenant Luze." Luze nodded and smiled. "Okay, lead the way." Lin Ling said, I already have my own arrangements. I won't go to the dorms with you guys. Luze became dazed and remembered that she asked for a leave. Thus, he questioned, do you have a flying ship to take you? Lin Ling nodded. There will be people picking me up soon. Luze nodded and then said, what about your military reward? If he had to take it for her, he would charge processing fees. Lin Ling's eyes moved and shifted to stare at Luze. Yo? You care about me that much? Could it be? Luze's mouth spasmed. Could it be what? Regardless, you must have some misunderstanding. Lin Ling narrowed her eyes and gave a look that she had seen through him. Are you scared of getting beaten up by me, so you came to suck up to me now? Piss off. She hadn't even won yet, and she was this cocky. He must not let her win. Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed. Sister Jing will do it for me, don't worry. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling strangely. What happened? They didn't know that Lin Ling applied for a leave. Lin Ling smiled. I have some things, so I need to leave the battlefield early. We'll meet at school. Yemu and the others nodded with some comprehension. Luze said, then, we're going. Be careful. I know, are you a mother? Luze didn't want to talk to her anymore. He left with the young soldier. Seeing Luze's back, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Next time, I'm going to win. Luze and the rest followed the young soldier to a floating car. It drove all the way to the dormitory. Tian Yuan Qinhua asked curiously, Zi, did Lin Ling tell you what she was going to do? Xian Yuki and Jessica looked over curiously too. Luze scratched his head. I want to know too, but I'm still in the dark. Yemu's eyes flashed. Lin Ling said she was going to beat you up? Could it be? Everyone glanced at each other. Luze. These guys must have thought wrong. He said speechlessly, it's not what you think. Everyone, oh. Luze. Back at the dorms, the soldier said, Major General Barry is very busy with the deployment for the war. He will contact you for your rewards when the deployment is finished. Luze nodded. Okay, thank you. The soldier scratched his head and looked at Luze with embarrassment. Second Lieutenant Luze, can I get an autograph? Luze became dazed and didn't react quickly enough. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at this young soldier in disbelief while pointing to himself. You're saying you want me to give you an autograph? Yemu and the others looked at this young soldier with wide eyes too. Their force was so strong that the soldier started shaking. He looked up timidly. Is it too troublesome, Second Lieutenant Luze? Luze quickly shook his head. No, what are you on about, where do I sign? Oh my god! I have fans. Seeing this, the soldier's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a pen and book to Luze. Although he didn't know why there were still pen and books in this era, Luze took it and carefully signed his name. This soldier took it excitedly. Luze was very touched. He actually gave out an autograph. He grew up. The soldier showed an excited smile. Thank you, Second Lieutenant Luze. Then, he bid everyone goodbye and left. Luze coughed and collected his smile while looking calmly at Yemu and the rest. Cough, stay calm, it's just a fan, it's just an autograph. Yemu and the others. Xian Yuki said plainly, boring. Then, she opened the female dorms. Hurry up and cultivate, or you're going to get beaten up by Lin Ling. Luze stiffened and quickly recovered from his cocky state. He quickly said, okay, although there are no wars now, we still need to cultivate hard. Teacher Nangong said this too. Go back and start cultivating. Yemu and the rest nodded but still looked strangely at Luze. Everyone went back to their rooms. Luze put down his things and started cultivating on the bed. He used a wind and lightning god art orb yesterday. There was a huge improvement on his lightning god art, but his wind god art didn't have much progress. It was still daytime and Luze couldn't go in the pocket hunting dimension to get more god art orbs, so he chose to use red orbs to improve his body and spirit force cultivation. Luze found that the red orbs of the aperture opening state beasts, which had different levels, had slightly different red orbs. The 5 aperture ones were weaker than the 6 aperture ones. But it didn't affect Luze much now. Red orbs disappeared from his mental dimension. Half of the energy nourished his body while the other half drew in the spirit chi from the outside to improve his spirit force cultivation. Time flew past, and it was midday, 5 days later. Everyone was in the living room watching the screen. It was the live broadcast about the war on the 25th planet. Yesterday, the Blade Demon Army finally finished rallying and came to the 25th planet. Ever since then, the 25th planet had been under the state of war. Today, the war finally began. The Blade Demons didn't know about the second spirit metal mine, so the number of troops they sent was as expected. They also lacked a supply point on the ground, so they were quite restricted in the war. Despite so, the war was still very intense. Luze and the others saw blood and fire everywhere on the screen. Energy beams dashed through the air, and flying ships exploded. The mortal evolution states were locked in intense battles. The regional weather on the planet was changing. The entire land cracked and shook. Mortal evolution states could annihilate the entire human civilization if they were back in the Earth era. No one could stop them. There were multiple camera angles, and you could see the native beasts running. Seeing this, Luze slapped his leg and called out, "I forgot something very important." Yemu asked, "What is it?" "I forgot to catch some native beasts to taste. That sand eagle tasted so nice. The others shouldn't be too bad." Yemu and the others. It was best not to talk to him. They turned to look at the screen. The human side had the advantage, and the Blade Demons had tried to send an elite team to ambush the mine, but they were stopped by Jian Shaoning and the others. At the same time, in another region that the Blade Demons didn't know, the humans were happily digging away. From the looks of it, the human advantage was obvious. Although Nangongjing and the rest might get injured, staying alive wasn't hard. However, their battle was too terrifying, and the journalist couldn't capture anything specific. They couldn't learn anything from it. There were interesting comments. "Why don't I see Second Lieutenant Luze? Isn't that beautiful journalist his fan? I want to see too. I didn't get to see the last war, but I saw that clip on the Federal Times. That foodie clip got me good. Ha ha ha, me too, I'll vote for foodie young Duke. +1. +1. +1. Luze looked at the screen lifelessly. Yemi laughed. "Foodie young Duke, this sounds good." Xavier laughed. "Ze, what name do you want? I'll vote one for you." Luze. Xavier had nice intentions, but what could one vote do? Ian pulled Luze's sleeve and said, "How about you type it in the comments?" Luze's back went cold after seeing Ian's shy look. "Ian, you need to remember. You're a guy." Ian pulled his hand back in embarrassment. Oh. Luze. He gave up. This guy was beyond help. Xian Yuki said, "Give up, if you say it, they'll happily choose this one." Tian Yuan Qianhu laughed. "Foodie young Duke is pretty good?" Luze glared at her. The shy Jessica said softly, "Qianhu, stop playing with him. He's very pitiful already." Luze. He felt very sad. At this moment, his communicator rang. Luze looked at this and instantly said excitedly, "They're going to give us the military reward." Chapter 211, Extremely Abundant Reward. Yemu quickly asked, "Really? Do we go now?" Everyone looked hopefully at Luze. They had waited for so long. With this reward, they could buy quite some things on the martial arts net, and then their powers would increase. Luze nodded. There will be someone to take us there immediately. He was very excited too. After the reward, he would be wealthy too. He would be able to buy whatever he wanted. Soon, someone knocked on the door, and Luze found that young soldier from last time waiting at the door. He saluted to Luze and the rest. To ND Lieutenant Luze, Major General Barry asked me to take you guys over. Luze nodded. Thank you. Then, they followed the soldier to a tall building in the HQ. They took the elevator to reach the top floor. Then, they were led before an office, and the young soldier knocked on the door. Come in. An authoritative voice could be heard. The soldier opened the door and signaled to Luze and the others to go in. Luze and the rest went in and found there were only 3 people in the office. A middle-aged man sat behind the desk facing the front door. He wore a military uniform, and his badge showed 1 golden long sword and a star. It was Major General Barry. On the 2 sides were 2 smaller desks that had 2 younger officers doing work. They all looked up when Luze and the others came in. Luze and his companions saluted. Reporting in. Major General Barry's face eased a little and smiled. General Nangong got a good student. The Xiagar system military was able to get this spirit metal mine all because of you, 2nd Lieutenant Luze. Luze answered, I was just lucky. Barry smiled. Since you have earned merits, then there will be a reward. I will be announcing your military reward. Luze and the others looked hopefully at Barry. Barry said slowly, to ND Lieutenant Luze. Yes. You made the greatest contribution to the spirit metal mine incident. The rewards are as follows, 500k federal contribution points. Just the first reward made Luze widen his eyes. Oh my god! 500k federal contribution points. Last time, he did quite well at the graduation trial, and he only received 10k federal contribution points. Adding the 80k from before, he would have 580k federal contribution points now. He instantly became rich. Yemu and the others heard this figure and couldn't breathe. They all looked at Luze in shock. They were very envious. Barry smiled and continued, military rank promoted to lieutenant colonel. Luze was planning to laugh, but he just realized the announcement was still going on. Hold it in. Luze laughed inside like a happy kid. In just more than 10 days, he started from 2nd grade soldier and ended up becoming a lieutenant colonel. He skipped so many ranks. It was an unprecedented speed. Barry, Lieutenant Colonel Luze, you're the fastest to reach lieutenant colonel in the Federation's history. Do you know why it took so long for your rewards to be decided? It's because you rose to lieutenant colonel so fast that you've startled the marshal. Originally, your rank should be major, but there was news that you reached the White Blade assassination list, so your eventual rank became lieutenant colonel. Luze blinked his eyes. Even the marshal was startled. Major General Barry smiled. Yes, even General Nangong only reached lieutenant colonel in the 2nd year. What do you think? Luze gasped. He knew how strong Nangong Jing was, and yet, he was faster than her? Thinking about this, Luze felt quite happy. He was indeed a prodigy. But this was because he was lucky and encountered the spirit metal mine incident. The 2 officers on the side were looking at Luze like he was a monster. They've been in the military for a few decades and had never seen a 2nd grade soldier reach lieutenant colonel in 2 weeks. Of course, this was also due to Luze's rank only being honorary and not having real power. If it was real power positions, then this would take time. Despite this, it was already terrifying enough. If news got out, Luze's name would erupt in the Federation, although he was already famous enough. Although Yemu and the others were expecting something, they were still shocked upon hearing this. Then, Barry continued, at the same time, the higher levels of the Federation have given Lieutenant Colonel Luze a level 3 honorary badge. Then, Luze's eyes widened, and Yemu and the rest stopped breathing once again. They didn't know what to say at all. The reward was too huge. Even Luze didn't expect this. It was already very lucky that he got a level 5 honorary badge. Now, he was given level 3. Level 4 was skipped. Barry smiled. There are also different benefits to different honorary badge level. The most direct one is that the higher level you are, the more precious martial technique, divine art, and treasure you can see. You will know when you go back and check. Luze didn't find many things that were useful on the martial arts site before. So this was the reason? Of course, the more precious things were, the lesser the supply. They would supply it to those who contributed greatly to the Federation first. Luze became very excited. He had 580k federal contribution points now, so he could buy whatever he wanted. Barry's eyes flashed. He knew what Luze thought and didn't say anything else. Then, he smiled. These are all the rewards from the military HQ. Luze felt stunned. Rewards from the military HQ. Are there private ones too? Barry smiled. You're smart indeed. That's right, now there will be a reward given from the Xiaor military. There are 2 spirit metal mines. The one discovered by the blade demons isn't an optimal excavation situation, but the other one transported back nearly 2 tons in just these 5 days. The entire mine probably has a worth of tens of tons. More than half of this is due to Lieutenant Colonel Luze. So, we will be giving Lieutenant Colonel Luze 150 kilograms of spirit metal. After hearing this, Luze became dazed. Up until now, he still didn't know much about the exact value of spirit metal, but he was only rewarded 1.5 kilograms when he became a student of the elite class of Federal University. 150 kilograms should not probably have a lesser value than 500k federal contribution points. Wasn't this too much to give for an ordinary system military? Seeing Luze's hesitation, Barry smiled. If it wasn't for Lieutenant Colonel Luze, we might not even be able to find the mine, and maybe, the blade demons would mine it instead. That would be the greatest loss for our military. This is already a huge profit for us. Since we have so many soldiers and we need large sums of spirit metal, we can only give that much. 150 kilograms is less than 1%. It's not much. Luze nodded and smiled. Then, thank you, General. Ha ha ha, if you don't have anywhere you want to go particularly for the military service after you graduate, then you can come back here. I believe those soldiers would very much welcome you. Luze nodded. Definitely. I will come to the Xiaor system if I have no specific target. He clenched his fists. This time, it's just that the White Bait assassination list made him quit the battlefield halfway. Next time, even if he was on the Bloodblade assassination list, he would still come to the battlefield. Barry smiled. Even if Luze didn't come eventually, he established good connections with him. Chapter 212, The position of a young duke can be expected. Then, Barry looked at Yemu and the others. Although their performance was ordinary compared to Luze, it could still be considered remarkable if Luze wasn't there for comparison. Corporal Yemu. Yes. Barry smiled. You were very brave in the war as well. The reward will be 20k federal contribution points, promotion from corporal to sergeant. At the same time, the Xiaor military will award you 2.5 kilograms of spirit metal as a private reward. Yemu's eyes flashed with joy. This reward was nothing compared to Luze, but he knew that what he did couldn't compare to Luze at all. With Luze there, the risks were very low. This reward was very good. Then, Barry announced the rewards for others as well. Yemu, Ian, Xavier, Tianyuan Qinhua, Xianyuki, and Jessica all got 20k federal contribution points and promotion to sergeant. They also got 2.5 kilograms spirit gold each. This reward was beyond their expectations. Everyone had a smile on their face. Barry then said to Luze, "By the way, General Nangong said you can take Sergeant Lin Ling's reward for now." Luze. Those two. Lin Ling said that Nangong Jing would deal with it. So, this deal with it meant that he would take it for her. He felt it was necessary. He charged a processing fee. Barry smiled. Sergeant Major Lin Ling went into the black-scaled beast hive with Lieutenant Colonel Luze and discovered the spirit metal mine. She also did well on the battlefield. She will be promoted from Sergeant Major to First Lieutenant. At the same time, she will be awarded 100k federal contribution points and 15 kilograms of spirit metal from us. Luze nodded. I will help her take care of it. This meant that the federal contribution points will be sent to her account, and the military title will be changed in the data profile. Other than the military badge, he just needed to collect the spirit metal. Barry nodded. In that case, I'll let Officer Liu take you to the resource vault to get the spirit metal. The middle-aged officer from the left stood up and smiled. Lieutenant Colonel Luze and everyone, please follow me. Then, he took them out of the office and came to an elevator. Everyone got on, and after everyone's palm and eyes were verified, the elevator activated. The levels were not displayed, but Luze and the rest could feel the elevator going down. Seeing the group was curious, Liu explained, the most precious military resources are stored in the base below the Central Commander building. The spirit metal is placed there too. The security is extremely tight. This building had a few mortal evolution states. It was definitely the safest place in the entire base. The elevator soon stopped. Then, the door opened. There were two people possessing powerful chi at the door. It was two aperture opening state military officers who scanned everyone coldly. When they saw Officer Liu's face, their faces eased. The left bulky dark-skinned man said, "Officer Liu, identity." Officer Liu took it out. The man took out a palm-sized device and scanned the document before scanning Officer Liu himself. After confirming the identity, their faces became at ease. The dark-skinned man smiled, showing very white teeth. He glanced at Luze and the others. "You've brought people to collect resources." Officer Liu nodded. For spirit metal." "Spirit metal?" The other golden-haired man became dazed. They knew about the arrival of a batch of spirit metal, but they didn't expect someone to be collecting it already. The guards here didn't have access to the net, and they only changed shifts every half a month. Officer Liu pointed at Luze. "This batch of spirit metal is found by this young man. This is Lieutenant Colonel Luze. His military merit is huge. Have you seen the 18-year-old Lieutenant Colonel Luze? You will know the specific details when you go out." 18-year-old Lieutenant Colonel. "Old Liu, are you messing with us?" The dark-skinned man didn't believe this. This was too unfathomable. It had never happened in the history of the Federation. But despite so, he still studied Luze curiously. Officer Liu smiled but didn't explain. "Okay, I know you guys won't believe it. You'll see once you go out. I'm bringing him over first." Then, he led Luze and the rest out of the elevator and went into a corridor made of a white alloy under the two's gazes. At the end of the corridor, there was a grey alloy door. Officer Liu took out his identity and scanned it on the door before going through the retina and palm print verification. Screech! The door slowly opened, revealing another corridor. Officer Liu walked in, and Luze and the others followed behind silently. Luze looked around. Pretty much everything was made of alloy. They looked very sturdy. Looking at the smooth walls, Luze felt even a mosquito would slip on them. The corridor was very long, and there were quite some scanning devices on the way. At the end, there was another big metal door. Inside it was a huge round space. On the wall were many huge metal doors. The inside seemed to be the storage. In the center of the space was a desk with a bored-looking, golden-haired, middle-aged officer. His rank was a major general. This meant that this guy was a mortal evolution state. He looked up at Luze and the others. "Lu, what are you here for?" Officer Lu took out Major General Barry's document. "To give them their reward. Lieutenant Colonel Luze, 150 kilograms of spirit metal, First Lieutenant Lin Ling, 15 kilograms of spirit metal, Yemu and the sergeants, 1.5 kilograms of spirit metal each. Altogether, 180 kilograms of spirit metal." The general glanced at the document and then walked toward a vault. He opened it and took out 8 spirit metal. "Here." Officer Lu smiled. "Thank you, Major General Chris." He gave the spirit metal to Luze and the rest. Luze took his and Lin Ling's into his storage ring. Seeing Luze receive so much spirit metal all by himself, he eyed Luze a bit longer and then went back to his seat. Then, they went back along the way to the elevator. The 2 guards grinned. "All done?" Officer Lu smiled. "Done, I'll treat you 2 to the bar once you finish." The dark-skinned man grinned and slapped Liu's shoulder. "Brothers indeed." Officer Liu's mouth spasmed. He led Luze and the others into the elevator. After reaching the top, they didn't go to Barry's office. They took the car back to their dorms. As soon as the hovercar activated, everyone finally couldn't resist laughing. Yemu said, "I'm finally rich now. 25k federal contribution points. I can finally buy an aperture opening state sword sutra that suits me well. I can also buy some spirit fruit and gene serums that will increase my cultivation level. My power will rise even more, and I can expect the position of a young duke. Xian Yuki, oh. Tian Yuan Qianhua, haha, good luck. Jessica. Xavier, what? Yemu, you're going to be a young duke. Ian, Yemu is encouraging himself. I need to work harder too." Luze silently watched and said nothing. Xian Yuki couldn't resist laughing. "The reward this time is quite good. Our power can have some increase in this short period." Everyone else smiled. Clearly, they were thinking about what to buy. When they arrived at the dorms, everyone got off and couldn't wait to go up into their rooms to start the buying spree. Luze also confidently logged into the martial arts site for the second time. Chapter 213, Power of Divine Art. As soon as he logged in, a pop-up appeared on the site. The content was that Luze's account had its authority brought up to level 3 honored account. He will have more privileges. Luze scanned it. They included access to higher level items, as well as a planetary state discussion forum. He could also publish his own martial arts clips in the famous teachers section, as well as get paid with federal contribution points to answer some questions. Luze closed it soon. He became dazed just by looking at it. The first time he went on here, he just downloaded the free Chi attraction chant to break through to spirit martial state. After that, he became a spirit body. This cultivation was different from ordinary cultivators. He searched in the forums for a long time to find an explanation. After the insectoid tide, he just bought a Mortal Evolution State Spirit Force Cultivation Experience Journal, and he ran out of federal contribution points. Thus, he didn't look at other things. This time, he felt very confident just looking at the 580k federal contribution points in his account. He was going to go through everything. There were many tabs on the site, including martial technique, treasure, discussion, famous teachers' guidance, and even missions. There were also some hot news and blogs, as well as clips on the front page. Luze looked through the different tabs and thought about what he was lacking. The strongest aspect about him right now was God art. If there was something that could bring him huge improvement, it would be divine art. Luze could also think about physical and mental force secret techniques. Regardless, improving his own power was a top priority. He opened the martial technique block. This tab was separated into many blocks too. This included martial technique for those below mortal evolution state, and the experiences, thoughts, secret techniques, and divine arts for mortal evolution state and above. Last time he logged in, there was no secret technique and divine art tab. Clearly this only appeared due to his increase in authority. Other than some unique family heritage, the martial arts site had pretty much all the martial techniques. Luze grinned and opened the divine arts section without hesitation. He was going to see how much divine arts cost. After opening it, his excited face froze, and his smile disappeared. Look at what he found. Divine art, fire clone. Federal contribution points, 80 million. Luze. He silently closed the website and looked outside the window. The stars were very bright. The sun of the system was like a huge fireball in the night sky, emanating heat and light. However, this heat couldn't cast out the coldness in Luze's heart. He must have opened the wrong one. He refreshed the website and clicked into the divine art section again shakily. The first one at the top was still a fire clone. MHM. The price was still 80 million federal contribution points. Luze looked at his balance and suddenly wanted to cry. He didn't know if he could earn this much, even if he reached the planetary state. Luze felt this website was a huge scam. How could he afford all that? Thinking about this, Luze clicked into the info page for the divine art. Flame clone, use fire god art to split off fire clones. The power of the clones depended on the strength of your god art, quality of your fire god art, and your own power. If everything was really strong, then the clone would be strong. If not, the clone could just be used to stand in line and add an extra number. It's said that once you fully learn this divine art, you can split the avatar into thousands of clones. Each clone doesn't have consciousness, but it had basic battle instincts. But, just that was terrifying enough already. If that wasn't enough, try clone self-destruction. The explosion would be more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Thousands of clones blowing up together. Luze felt his brain was shaking just from thinking about it. Luze's eyes were green. Oh my god! He had a fire god art, and his god art wasn't weak. If he could have this divine art, then even if the clones had half of his power, it would be amazing. It was only now that Luze realized how terrifying divine art was. But looking at his balance, he withered. He thought he was very wealthy, but now, he realized how naive he was. After a long silence, Luze bit his lips and looked away from the fire clone. He looked down at the second divine art. Divine art, star crippling punch. Federal contribution points, 60 million. It looked very strong just by reading the name. Luze's mouth spasmed. He clicked and looked. It was a divine art for people with physical god art, for example, Xavier's black star body. It would fully unleash the power of physical god art and allow one to punch through a planet. Of course, as long as your body was strong enough, you wouldn't need a physical god art to use it. However, usually, those ordinary martial artists who used this ended up having their bodies crumble apart. Luze left and looked below. There were many types of divine art. The mainstream was elemental divine art, physical divine art, and mental force divine art. There was also a special god art divine art. For example, the flowing water sword formation that required swords. Luze thought of the sword formation Jian Shaoning used to stop the two-blade demon prodigies. Their power was the same, but he could easily stop two. This was the power of divine art. Luze looked at the price of the sword formation. It was 4 million federal contribution points. Luze nodded silently. It wasn't too expensive, but he couldn't afford it. He was Lu poverty ze. How long would it take him to save 4 million federal contribution points? Luze's heart ached. The Federation didn't have many divine arts. There were only tens of them. Of course, it might be because his authority isn't high enough yet. Despite this, there shouldn't be more than 100 divine arts in the Federation. Luze looked on the sections below and soon reached the last. The last one was called Wings of the Wind. It was worth 1.2 million federal contribution points. It was to use wind god art to form a pair of wings behind you. It could increase your speed by a huge amount again. Of course, this would depend on your cultivation level and the power of your god art. It was very practical to Luze, but he couldn't afford it. 1.2 million was an astronomical price for him. Luze glanced at it one more time before silently leaving the page. He sighed lifelessly on his bed. Then, Luze's eyes suddenly lit up as he got up. He remembered he could get god art from the pocket hunting dimension. He just needed to kill the blue bird boss. Thinking about this, Luze laid back down. By the time he could kill that boss, he could probably afford the Wings of the Wind, right? After a moment of despair, Luze sat back up again. There was a firm look in his eyes. He wasn't going to be beaten by poverty this time. He was going to finish looking through the martial arts website. Perhaps, he would find something useful elsewhere? Luze began looking at the martial technique section. A martial technique wasn't useful to him, but he couldn't afford divine art. He experienced buying one before, but his spirit force cultivation level was low. It wasn't worth it. After thinking for a while, Luze set his gaze on the secret techniques. For mortal evolution state and above, this was another means to improve your battle power. Luze opened the page with hopefulness in his eyes. Chapter 214, Blade Demons Dawn Blade. There were many types of secret techniques, including physical force secret technique, mental force secret technique, and even spirit force secret technique. Other than these, there were also some self-destructive techniques and secret techniques that used special effects. Luze looked at the secret technique page. Those who knew god art were the minority. Most martial artists relied on their knowledge of spirit force and secret techniques to improve themselves. For example, a spirit force compression and release secret technique can greatly release one's spirit force in a short while and even allow that person to fight a god art martial artist. However, there were adverse side effects. First of all, if the physical body wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be able to handle that explosion of spirit force. Second, although it could increase your power for a short while, your spirit force will soon be drained, and you'll be much weaker. In essence, there were pros and cons. These types of secret techniques were much cheaper than divine arts. You can buy them with 100k federal contribution points. They weren't useful to Luze. Clearly, it was better to use god arts for explosive use of spirit force. A god art was like a cheat engine that increased one's power while a secret technique's total output of spirit force remained the same. At the same time, there was also a body refinement secret technique. These secret techniques didn't have many side effects, but they would consume a lot of resources. It wasn't useful to Luze either. He already had the red orbs, and his body refinement could reach the perfect state at all times. The secret techniques Luze was interested in were those special ones. For example, Chi Stealth secret technique. Although it couldn't compare with Chi Stealth god art, it was rather good. It would be a very useful secret technique for Luze who went to the pocket hunting dimension every night. Luze looked at the price. It only cost 3k federal contribution points. Although it was useful, it wasn't too effective against those who were too much stronger than you. Thus, the price was very cheap. Luze bought it without hesitation and smiled. Then, Luze kept searching again. Soon, he found another. Mental force secret technique, mind reading. Luze was shocked. He hopefully opened the introduction and was soon a little disappointed. It was a mind-reading technique wherein the necessary difference in mental force between the two beings must be tremendous. Judging from Luze's current mental force, he could only read those who just reached spirit martial state at most. Those martial artists who were acquainted with some mental force defense arts, even if it was just a bare knowledge, wouldn't be read by him. Luze gasped and hesitated for a while before eventually buying it. It wasn't a god art nor divine art. One shouldn't expect it to do too much. It wasn't expensive anyway. It only cost 5k federal contribution points. Perhaps, he would be able to use it at some point, right? Then, Luze looked at the other secret techniques. He didn't find anything very interesting, so he left the page. He spent 8k federal contribution points and bought a chi stealth secret technique and mind-reading technique. Overall, it was a good deal. Luze smiled as he received the things he bought. The joy derived from being satisfied with shopping made him forget the reality that he was actually poor. His mood shifted instantly. After finishing the martial technique section, Luze opened the treasure section. This section was split into minerals, spirit material, spirit fruit, spirit items, serums, and magical artifacts. Luze then opened the mineral section. The one at the very top was an ore called star core marrow. MHM, 15 million federal contribution points. Luze looked at the silvery liquid for a few moments and then silently exited this section. He was indeed very poor. Then, he looked at the other sections. The spirit material, fruit, and items were natural while the serums and magical artifacts were artificial. The ones at the very front were all scarily expensive. They were no cheaper than divine arts. Luckily for him, the demand for this aspect was not high. When he returns to the university, he would forge his own spirit-powered armor. Perhaps, he would buy some materials from here. Luze then looked at the discussion forums. Before, the highest he could see was the mortal evolution state section, but now, he could access the planetary state section. He looked at the posts in the aperture opening state, mortal evolution state, and planetary state. Most of them were discussions about cultivation issues. Luze didn't find anything useful for him, so he left. There was also the famous teacher section where you could make appointments with powerful beings to answer your questions. There were also some videos provided where you could learn. Of course, there were fees charged. Making an appointment with Aperture Opening State costs 500 federal contribution points. Luze. Should he leave his name on there to earn some pocket money? Perhaps, after 10 years, he would be able to afford the wings of the wind? Then, Luze realized that his cultivation was different from others. He probably wouldn't be able to answer any. Luze felt that another stream of income was blocked. Subsequently, he opened the last section missions. At the very top were 3 big bloody words. The words appeared as though they were filled with murderous intent. Demon hunting list. A few days ago, when he was included in the White Blade assassination list, Nangongjing told him about the human version, demon hunting list. It was divided into 3 2. 1 star, 2 star, and 3 star. 1 star corresponded to White Blade assassination list. 2 star corresponded to Blood Blade assassination list. 3 star corresponded to Black Blade assassination list. Luze didn't even want to look at the 2 star and 3 star lists. He couldn't beat them nor even run away from them. He might as well look at the 1 star list. They were closer to him. At the very top of the 1 star list was a blade demon called Guguyate. His combat power was extremely near the mortal evolution state. He had space field god art and a prenatal demon body. His offense and defense were extremely terrifying. He killed quite some powerful humans and made substantial contributions to the battlefield. The reward for killing him was 6 million federal contribution points. The second was a prodigal commander called Momo Erdi. His power was only at the tertiary stage of the aperture opening state, but he possessed the very rare prediction god art. This was a god art related to time. One had a higher probability of predicting the future. Humans had never won in the wars he was in. The reward for him was also 6 million federal contribution points. The third ranked was Luoloxasi, a scientific genius. His power was also at the tertiary stage of the aperture opening state. His god art was super enlightenment. He was incredible at learning everything, whether it was martial arts or science or even commanding. Because there was Guguyate for martial arts, and Momo Erdi for commanding, he chose the scientific field. Despite this, his combat power didn't fall behind. The reward for killing him was also 6 million federal contribution points. They were called the 3 strongest demons of the new generation. The demon king of the Blade Demon anointed them as Dawn Blades. Their rewards were much higher than the bottom-ranked 2-star list demons. The reward for the 4th-ranked Blade Demon Prodigy on the 1-star list was only 2.5 million. There was a gradual diminution of contribution points further down the list. At around 2000, the reward was only 500k federal contribution points. Luze looked at his net worth. It was quite similar to his worth. Luze glanced at the blade demons on the list. Poverty covered his eyes. He wanted to go hunt these people. However, his reason was still intact, and he silently left this list. Chapter 215, The Only Bit of Light. Luze looked out the window and fell into deep thought. Moments later, he looked back at the martial arts site. There were also government missions, as well as private and corporation missions. Most of the government missions were compensated with federal contribution points, while the private and corporation missions were rewarded in all sorts of ways. Luze looked casually at a few missions. Astral Spirit Corporation was hiring a bodyguard. The client was the CEO's daughter. Next, Immortal Evolution State was looking for the Scorching Sun Flower. What was that? Luze further looked down. The next mission was issued by the government. It was a wanted mission. The target was a middle-aged man with an aperture opening state 60 plus apertures power. Luze didn't bother. This person was much stronger than him. He kept looking. There were many missions. If you accept the mission, your details will be sent to the person who put out the mission, and they would decide if you were hired. Luze closed the mission sections. He was going to stay inside the HQ base. He couldn't go out to complete missions. After the entrance test, he would go back to school. He didn't know how school was like, so he couldn't accept missions yet. If possible, he would try to do a few missions and see if he could get 1.2 million to buy the Wings of the Wind. It had huge benefits to his combat and would allow him to run easily since he was on the White Blade assassination list. He needed this divine art a lot. Luze didn't have much needs now, so he didn't spend the remaining 570k federal contribution points. After leaving the site, Luze sat on the bed and started using a purple orb to cultivate the mind-reading technique and chi stealth technique. These two secret techniques weren't hard. With the help of the purple orb, he learned the two in 3 hours. He opened his eyes and looked outside. It was dark already. The dorms were silent. Everyone probably bought quite a lot of things with their federal contribution points and were immersed in cultivation. At this moment, Luze had a bold idea. He closed his eyes and shifted his mental force. He entered a dark dimension. There were 2 rings present. These were the 2 maps of the pocket hunting dimension. Luze didn't go in the second one but went back to the first one. He appeared on the grassy plains and not far from him was a super huge rabbit. It was happily munching grass until Luze suddenly appeared and scared it. Luze looked at the rabbit. It touched him quite a lot. They were old friends. The rabbit of the second map wasn't a rabbit at all. It was too scary. He died on the spot with just a glance. The rabbits on this map were much cuter. After staring at Luze for a while, it bounced off the ground and dashed toward Luze. Luze's eyes were extremely soft as he looked at the rabbits. It was this scene. So familiar. When he first came in here, he was so worried, but now, he felt this rabbit was quite cute and fluffy. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and the rabbit hovered in the air. It happened so quickly that the rabbit wasn't able to react. It kept staring at Luze ferociously. After a few seconds, the rabbit became dazed. The distance between them hasn't changed at all. What happened? Soon, the rabbit realized that it was trapped by the wind in the air. The rabbit began to panic and struggle. Luze grinned as the rabbit kicked its legs and writhed its chubby body. He felt this guy was even cuter. Luze wanted to eat it. What a pity, he couldn't. Then, Luze pulled the rabbit closer to him with the wind. Seeing how worried it was, Luze patted its head and said, "Good rabbit, I'm no bad person. Don't be scared." Luze just wanted to do an interesting experiment. Since the mind-reading technique could read the minds of living beings, he was really curious about what the animals in the pocket hunting dimension thought. This was a mystery, and he shall unveil it. Luze used the mind-reading technique and expanded his mental force to the rabbit's brain. With Luze's current mental force, the success rate was almost 100% for those below spirit martial state. This rabbit was ferocious, but it hadn't reached the spirit martial state. Luze's mental force extended deeper into its thought. The thinking of the rabbit was very chaotic. The mind-reading technique could only read the basic level of thought. Luze didn't seem to be able to read anything. Was the experiment going to fail? Just at this moment, Luze's vision went black. Countless scenes flashed across in his mind. Luze couldn't even see what the scene was. After some time, the light stopped in this simple yet indescribable scene. In this dark space, there was only one spot of light. When Luze tried to look at it clearly, his mental force relaxed, and the scene disappeared. Then, Luze opened his eyes, and he was back in the dorms. Luze. What happened? He just wanted to use the mind-reading technique on the rabbit. Why was he out of the pocket hunting dimension? How did he die? Luze laid on the bed and reminisced that scene. What was that? A beast in the pocket hunting dimension? Was that a place in the pocket hunting dimension? Or was that rabbit's thought connected to the thought of a big boss? Luze couldn't get it, so he gave up. He might as well explore it slowly when he got stronger. Luze suddenly realized that he didn't get anything from the pocket hunting dimension today. Luze felt his chest. It hurt. He gained nothing. After being disappointed for a while, Luze dismissed the chaotic thoughts and sat up. Cultivation, cultivation. In these 5 days, his spirit force cultivation level rose another level, reaching abstruse martial state level 7. However, he only got 1 lightning god art orb and 1 regeneration god art orb. Without god art orbs, Luze used the red orbs for cultivation. Soon, it was the next day. Luze opened his eyes and clasped his hands, feeling the results of last night's cultivation. A steady improvement. He smiled and got up. He stretched and walked out of the door slowly. Chapter 216, Heavenly Light Pillar. Inside the living room, Yemu was happily eating breakfast on the couch. There were more than 10 buns placed at the coffee table. He must have bought them back from outside. Luze glanced at his smile and asked, "What happened? Why are you so happy?" Yemu grinned. "I bought an aperture opening state sword sutra yesterday. I went to practice it at the training grounds last night. It was very helpful to me." Luze grinned. Clearly, this guy had improved or he wouldn't be this happy. Ian and Xavier were still in their rooms. Luze ate a few buns, and then, the two looked at the situation at the 25th planet. It was rather stable, so they went back to their rooms to cultivate. Another 3 days later in the pocket hunting dimension. Luze stood in the grass, facing a green goat and purple goat flashing with lightning. Both of them were over 3 meters tall. Their eyes were red and ferocious while their sharp teeth were visible. They pointed their sharp horns at Luze. Luze was very calm. Their power was around 5 apertures. Luze's combat power had reached 6 apertures after these few days of cultivation. It wasn't hard to kill the two, but he was doing an experiment right now. His strength god art had been stuck at 5 times increase in power for a long time. With his current body, it was strong enough to reach 6 times or even 7 times. Strength god art was the only god art he learned by himself. After using the strength god art every day, as well as his own learnings, Luze felt he could try 6 times power increase. He looked at the two goats. A crystal color flashed. At this moment, Luze frowned. His body was experiencing a piercing pain due to the increase in power. The increase was rather unstable and could fall back at any moment. Outside Luze's body, the power ripples shook the air. With him being the center, the air turned into the wind and spread out in all directions. Luze's body emitted a terrifying pressure. The two vigilant goats wanted to retreat a little. They felt a death threat from Luze. Luze saw this and grinned. Wind, fire, and lightning appeared on his body. With the unstable crystal color, it seemed very vibrant. He bent his knees and darted off the ground. Rumble! There was a thunderous hum, and a deep ditch of 100-meter range appeared where Luze stood. His body instantly appeared next to the wind goat. Before it could react, he lifted his right leg and swung it toward the goat, kicking heavily with the wind, fire, and lighting on its belly. Rumble! The goat's wind god art and spirit force barrier only wobbled for a moment and was then torn like paper. After a thud, the 3-meter-tall goat was turned into a green beam, flying away in the distance within a few hundred meters. Blood sprayed on the area it passed through. Eventually, the goat landed and glided on the grass for 100 meters before stopping. Baa! After witnessing such a scene, the lightning goat, who was the companion of the wind goat, roared. It charged at Luze with its sharp electric horns. Luze was planning to kick this goat away too, but suddenly, the crystal color flickered, and the increase on his power through the strength god art returned to 5 times. Luze gasped and dodged the charge. He felt his power surge again. It was wavering between 5 and 6 times increment. If he had some more time, Luze believed it would stabilize at 6 times. Luze turned into a flow of light and appeared next to the heavily injured goat. He punched and the fist force traveled through the goat's brain, ending its life. Then, mental force flowed over his body, and the crystal color became vibrant again. His force rose once more. Seeing this, the lightning goat wanted to run, but Luze already appeared next to it. Rumble! Luze punched it. Fire and wind surged while lightning sparkled. He instantly smashed its defenses and killed it with one punch. Luze looked at the two goats turning to dust and panted. The lightning god art could slightly be a part of his combat power now. Nevertheless, he couldn't fuse it with wind and fire yet. Still, with his previous experience for fusion, it wouldn't be too hard. However, the fusion of lightning god art and wind god art provided a much weaker increase than wind and fire. If he used 5 times the strength god art and other god arts, he could reach 6 aperture power. If he used 6 times the strength god art, he could even reach 7 apertures. However, Luze would, at most, last 5 minutes in this state. What happened just now made him breathless. If he just used 4 times the strength god art, it would cost more effort to kill the two goats. He couldn't kill them instantly like now. Luze picked up the wind and lightning crystal balls, as well as the red and purple orbs. He thought. Perhaps, he could try 7 times the strength god art. Then, Luze closed his eyes and used all his mental force. With 6 times from the previous one and his usage of purple orbs, he learned it in half a day. Then, he was about to try the 7 times power increase. Instantly, Luze's body started to crack and blood sprayed. He quickly stopped. This was playing with death. He would seal this technique until his body was stronger. Then, with the use of regeneration god art, his body slowly repaired itself. After that, he was once again on the path of hunting. Ever since he died from using the mind-reading technique 3 days ago, Luze never dared to try it again on the animals in the pocket hunting dimension. However, the chi stealth technique helped him greatly. He earned more in these 3 days than the previous 5 days. He could get 1 or 2 god art balls every day. At night, the beasts started howling, and battle sounds rose. Luze killed a litter of core martial state big cats and was collecting red and purple orbs. At this moment, all the battle and roaring sounds disappeared. The space became eerily depressing. Luze quickly laid down and used the chi stealth technique. He didn't dare to move. Was it a passing boss? He was ready to die on the spot. At this moment, a purple light pillar suddenly appeared in the distant heaven. It was royal and mysterious as it pierced the world. Luze looked in shock. There was at least a few 100-kilometer distance, so Luze couldn't see what was inside. He can only vaguely see a bolt of purple lightning flashing in the pillar. Treasure? Should he go and check it out? Suddenly, a few extremely terrifying roars could be heard from the direction of the light pillar. The roars pierced a few 100 kilometers and turned into a violent wind. The chi erupted like a volcano. The powerful pressure silenced the entire surroundings. Suddenly, terrifying battle sounds came out. Rumble. The sound was capable of shaking the entire heavens. Near the pillar, there were savage whines, lightning, grey mist, and dark rays. There were also other god arts. It was a battle royale. Luze looked at the doomsday-like fighting scene. He felt that he was lucky he was very far, or he would be dead. At the same time, his eyes flashed. What was inside the pillar? Chapter 217, Unexpected Entry. While the battle royale in the purple light pillar was occurring, Luze's curiosity was completely provoked. The beasts who were fighting inside were all at the level of a big boss. What could be hidden inside that was capable of making those big bosses fight with their lives? Luze really wanted to lean closer and see. However, their battle was too intense. Staying within 100 kilometers of the area wasn't safe at all. He was a little hesitant. If it was just the shockwaves of the battle, he should be able to stop it with his current power. However, if some boss drew the fight to him, he wasn't confident he could survive. At his current distance, it should be fine if he got closer. However, the risk would greatly increase. Luze's eyes flashed. Moments later, he gritted his teeth and decided to get a little closer. He didn't know what was in the light pillar, but if he accidentally grabbed it, he could put it in his mental dimension. Then, those bosses wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At most, they would kill him. Was he afraid of death? Not at all. Thus, Luze moved forward with the mental preparation to die. Rumble. Roar. In the air near the pillar, a few figures flashed, clashed, and roared. Wind, lightning, and all sorts of god art flashed constantly. Spirit force blew up extreme winds, sweeping hundreds of kilometers. Luze inched closer. 300 kilometers, 250 kilometers, 200 kilometers. At his current position, the shockwaves had some force and made Luze tense. Luze still chose to keep moving. 150 kilometers. At this distance, the wind blades and lightning had some power. Luze looked up at the pillar. The stronger the martial artist, the better their body functions in all aspects. His eyes could barely see the scene inside the pillar. There was a purple rune floating inside. It was crackling with lightning as it spun. Luze's eyes widened. He felt this thing was quite familiar. Luze thought of the rune shard at the birthplace of the Blue Bird boss. He couldn't see how complicated the rune was, but they were innately the same. This was lightning divine art. Luze's eyes were green. The rune that descended from the heavens in the pocket hunting dimension was definitely strong. Although he didn't know if it would be as strong as the fire clone, it definitely wouldn't be too far from it. This was a complete real rune. If he could get this rune, his combat power can definitely increase a lot. Rumble. A black tiger and a grey lizard clashed. Black and grey spirit lights spread in all directions. The earth instantly sunk and many layers of the earth were scraped away. The air was filled with mud and grass. The wind was blowing toward the direction of Luze. Seeing this, Luze's fiery heart quenched. With these bosses here, what could he do? He could easily spot the blue bird boss, lizard boss, lightning warhorse boss, black tiger boss, and others he hadn't seen. The grass of the pocket hunting dimension was too huge. He wasn't able to reach the end just hunting like that. He didn't even know what was outside the grass plains. With these bosses here, he didn't need to bother thinking about the rune at all. Just from the way they fought, Luze knew that if he got closer, the fire would be focused on him. He couldn't even take one hit, much less take on the fire. The battle royale went around the pillar. Most beasts didn't leave the pillar for more than 5 kilometers. If any beast tried to enter the pillar, it would be attacked by all other beasts. Luze was very curious. Only the lightning warhorse boss had lightning god art. What was the point of the other bosses getting this rune? It couldn't be changed into their own divine art. But, since they were all fighting for it, then, clearly they could all use it. The battle continued for a few hours. The chi of the bosses were much weaker than before. They all had wounds, except for the lizard with regeneration god art. In the distance, the sun slowly rose and painted the horizon orange. The darkness dissipated. At this moment, the purple pillar started spinning, and the rune flashed as though it would break at any time. Seeing this, those bosses couldn't stay reasonable anymore. They attacked each other crazily as they tried to charge into the pillar of light. There were more roars of pain. Luze, who had been hiding for an entire night, thought that perhaps he had a chance. Those bosses could kill him easily in the beginning, but now, their powers had dropped a lot. After some more time, perhaps, they can't move at all? If that's the case, then, he would be able to get the purple rune? Wait a little. If that was the case, why would he only choose to take the purple rune? He'll take everything. With all these bosses here, it would be a huge earning if he killed them. Luze became nervous and hopeful. It just depended on if they gave him the chance. Of course, there might be a super boss passing by suddenly. It might crush them all like that golden sun from before. Luze waited for dozens of minutes. The intense battle eased for a while. Those bosses stopped and floated in the air panting. They were covered in wounds and large amounts of blood dropped from their hideous wounds. Wait for a little more. They could still instantly kill him. After another wave of fighting, he could attack. Luze used his side vision to watch the rune. It wouldn't be long until this rune and pillar disappeared. They wouldn't be able to resist. The atmosphere was heavy. None of them wanted to give up this huge fortune. At this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. A thin long white flow of light charged into the bosses. Then, this invisible wave surged, and all the beasts roared crazily. They could barely stay in the air. This white light didn't stop at all and instantly went into the purple light pillar. Then, this flowing light stopped. This unknown boss appeared. It was a small figure no taller than 2 meters. It had a white furry body and long ears. It's you. Super Rabbit. The rabbit that killed him with just a glance. Was that its mental force god art? Luze didn't know if it just came or had been hiding for a long while. All the beasts were heavily injured except for him. Chapter 218, Terrifying Divine Art. The Super Rabbit came before the purple rune and ate it while all the beasts were roaring. Then, the super white rabbit flickered with lightning while its mental force god art released invisible waves. It floated in the pillar and roared. Compared to the other bosses, it was extremely small, but its roar was shocking. A violent wind spread in all directions. It contained invisible mental force waves and purple lightning. Oh shit! It could do this! The rune also brought God Art Awakening? This was a chain of service. No wonder all the bosses wanted it. If they got it, they would have 2 God Art and 1 Divine Art. The increase in combat power would be huge. However, this was taken by the Super White Rabbit. Luze's heart ached. He was still too weak. He couldn't compare with the bosses. At this moment, the sky darkened again. This extremely strong aura of threat emerged in the air, making Luze tense. He looked up and the clear sky was covered in dark clouds. With the light pillar as the center, the dark clouds covered a radius of more than 100 kilometers. Lightning rumbled in the dark clouds like the wrath of heaven. Luze used the chi stealth technique without hesitation and quickly retreated. This damned rabbit! This was definitely the divine art contained in that rune. Otherwise, the power of aperture opening state bosses wouldn't be able to unleash an attack of this level. This was mortal evolution state power. Luckily, it was the rabbit's first time using this divine art. It instantly froze for a moment. Luze happened to be at the border of the divine art, so he dashed out of the attack range. As soon as he landed, the lightning roared like crazy. Rumble! He looked at the doomsday-like scene behind him and broke out in a cold sweat. The bolts of lightning were like purple long swords in the dark clouds. They were extremely dense, and every strike could create a huge ditch in the ground. The entire region was covered with destruction. Those bosses near the pillar were in a pitiful state. They were already heavily injured while fighting for the rune. Now, they could only wail as they fled outside, under this doomsday lightning. Every strike could break their defenses and burn their bodies. Every lightning bolt had this numbing effect that affected their use of spirit force and the agility of their bodies. Luze's eyes widened in shock. This was too strong. Luze's skin was crawling. He really wanted this. That cute rabbit glared at the fleeing bosses like a king. Clearly, it wanted them all too. But unlike Luze who could only dream, this rabbit boss could actually do it. Soon, the bosses fell to the lightning one by one and weren't able to get out of the lightning range even in their death. There were some sturdy bosses who kept using their god art, not succumbing to defeat. The blue bird boss was surrounded by a whirlwind. It planned to use its wind to stop the lightning and use the advantage of its speed to charge out. Just when Luze thought it would succeed, an invisible wave blew past. The blue bird's figure stiffened. The wind disappeared, and it was instantly annihilated by lightning. Luze! Farewell, blue bird boss! Such scenes happened in all directions. More and more bosses were dying. Just when Luze thought that the super rabbit was really going to take them all out, the dark clouds suddenly disappeared, and the white rabbit's chi fell too. Luze! Luze's eyes flashed. No matter how strong a divine art was, one needed to activate it. The stronger it was, the more consuming it would be. Clearly, that divine art was too powerful. This level of power was decent even among the mortal evolution state. The rabbit clearly couldn't maintain it for long. Despite this, Luze didn't charge up. He didn't want to die from a glare again. After the divine art stopped, the remaining lightning warhorse and black tiger roared in terror. They had a burst in speed and ran while the rabbit's chi was dropping. Luze's eyes narrowed. He followed the black tiger. The lightning warhorse could survive clearly because it had lightning god art, so the lightning divine art wasn't as damaging to him. It should be able to still fight. Meanwhile, the black tiger probably had a physical body god art. It took the lightning god art by force, and with its previous injuries, its power would drop to a very weak state. In that case, Luze could try killing it. Luze wasn't confident, to be honest, but this was the closest opportunity he had to kill this boss. Isn't it just death? It's not like he hadn't died. Last time, he was naive and was slapped to death by the tiger. This time, he wanted to see how much power the tiger still had. The tiger was clearly scared by the rabbit. Despite being heavily injured, it still flew for nearly 10 minutes. When its chi was too unstable, it slowly stopped. Luzi's eyes flashed, and then, his mouth spasmed. Should he use the newly sealed 7 times increase in strength god art? It had only been a day. But, Luze had no choice. Immediately, Luze burned with fire, and the wind swirled around him. Lightning crackled and a sliver of crystal seeped out. Full power. Then, he bit his lips. His powerful chi surged again and flew in all directions uncontrollably. Blood gashes appeared on his body. They were very deep, and blood sprayed. His body was like a doll that was about to crack. Grey mist surged on the wounds. He used regeneration god art to the full extent, so he could prevent his body from crumbling. Luze shook. He was engulfed in pain, but this power was equally terrifying. The only drawback was time. He only had a minute of this state. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and instantly dashed toward the black tiger. Come, boss, let's fight with our lives and see who dies first. Rumble. Roar. The black tiger, who was planning to recover, suddenly felt a powerful chi charge at him. It immediately roared. If it was in its prime, he could easily kill this level of being with a claw. But now, the situation was different. Chapter 219, Harvest Season Again. Wind, fire, lightning, and 7 times increase in strength god art. All these powers circulated around Luze's body and tore it open. If he didn't have regeneration god art to recover the wounds, he would be dead already. But this limit-breaking burst brought him extremely strong power. His power was approaching the first level of the aperture opening state. With the black tiger being heavily injured, Luze felt that his power should be quite stable. Rumble. The earth sunk, and a huge clash could be heard. Luze's fist clashed with the huge claws of the black tiger. It was like the clash between a giant and an insect. However, the giant wasn't able to crush the ant. Instead, the huge claw was shocked away. The shock from the clash made the heavily injured black tiger wail. Its huge body retreated a few steps. More blood splashed out and soaked the ground red. Luze also took a shock, and a huge amount of blood gushed out from his cracked body. He bit his lips and used the regeneration god art again. He didn't stop and dashed for the second time. He then appeared on the huge back of the black tiger. The tiger roared with fury and a sliver of worry. A black light flowed around its body, and a thin layer of black crystal formed on the surface of its body. Luze's eyes went cold. The wind, fire, and lightning encircled his fist. Subsequently, a crystal color surged, and he swung his fist toward the wound from which organs could be seen. Rumble. The fist clashed with the crystal layer and made a huge sound. Fire and wind mixed with lightning surged in all directions, tearing everything in its wake. A crack appeared on the crystal layer. The force also made the tiger and Luze bleed out again. Rumble. 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 The tiger could only defend against Luze's attacks. It didn't have the power to counterattack. Meanwhile, Luze landed punch after punch on the crystal layer. The concussion made his body crack even more. Even his organs ruptured a little as well. He was already numb to the pain. He could only instinctively release his power again and again while using regeneration god art to sustain himself. He didn't even know how many times he had punched. Roar. The crystal soon cracked, and Luze's fist force reached into that hideous wound. All of Luze's god art powers were released inside the tiger's body. Its organs fractured, and blood spurted out. Finally, its chi grew weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. Thud. The tiger's huge body fell on the ravaged grounds. Luze finally stopped. His mind relaxed a little, and he wobbled. He could barely stand. He dispersed his god art and only maintained the regeneration god art. Soon, his numb body could feel again. Luze's face went green. His lips and body were convulsing. Arg! This hurts. His senses for pain recovered, and he felt like he was going to heaven. He couldn't stop. If he did, then his body would be crippled. But when Luze watched the huge corpse turn to ash, his twisted face couldn't resist showing a smile. This was a real big boss with god art. Not those aperture-opening state beasts that devoured god art shards. He earned huge this time. Although he didn't get the rune, this was a considerable harvest for him already. With his current progress, he would still need at least a few months to really kill this level of beast. Luze watched the huge tiger turn to dust and orbs. The red orbs were gleaming like fire. They had the size of a fist. Despite being a few meters apart, Luze could still feel the intense energy from it. There were 5 in total. The pure purple orbs emitted a mysterious chi. They also had the size of a fist. There were 3 of them in total. There was a black crystal ball that had the size of 2 fists. It contained this metallic-like light inside. There was also a black crystal-like rune. There were only 4 strokes, and it looked extremely simple. It was floating above the ground and spinning. Luze's eyes were beaming, looking at this. Another season of harvest. He jumped toward the orbs and runes and collected them into his mental dimension while ignoring the pain. Then, he felt relieved. It was safe now. If he wasn't able to pick it up and got killed by a boss that could be passing by, he would cry to death. If he digested this harvest, his power would skyrocket. Luze held down his excitement and slowly recovered. It would be a few more hours, and he would pretty much be fine. However, he lost quite a lot of blood. He couldn't get it back in the pocket hunting dimension, so he would still be a bit weak. Next, he would just need to kill core martial state or weak aperture opening state beasts. Luze flew in the opposite direction of the purple pillar. It was best to avoid that super rabbit. Time flew by. Luze had stayed his 4th day in the pocket hunting dimension and still wasn't kicked out. This was the first time he had stayed for such a long period of time. He wondered just how long he could stay here. Everything here was good, except that he hadn't eaten for 4 days. Although he could survive without eating for a few weeks with his current state, this was unbearable for a foodie. With his harvest becoming so huge, Luze wanted to go out. Luze looked around. It was just boundless grass. Luze even wanted to check if there would be different places. Woo! At this moment, a roar could be heard. Luze's head ached and his eyes went dark. Then, he woke up in his dorm. Luze. He was used to it already. However, he didn't get to see what boss it was. Then, Luze closed his eyes. He looked at his harvest, and his smile blossomed. He really wanted to see how strong he would be after devouring these. When the university starts, would Lin Ling dare to be cocky in front of him? Then, he frowned at the huge red energy orbs. He didn't know if his current body could handle this level of energy. He could feel the energy was rather terrifying. If he couldn't handle it, he might explode. This was the same for the purple orb too. Luze looked at the black crystal ball and rune. This should be that body god art the tiger had, right? However, this crystal ball seemed a bit too huge. Luze looked dazedly at the crystal ball that had the size of 2 fists. This was probably 10 times bigger than the other god art crystal balls he got before. It was also dangerous to devour this god art. As for the rune, was it divine art? Luze still wanted to try. With regeneration god art, it was a bit hard to die. Once again, Luze felt the regeneration god art was too great. The final choice would be between the red orbs and the god art orb. Moments later, Luze still decided to use the god art orb first. Compared to the powerful energy in the red orb, the God Art orb mainly depended on enlightenment. He had the purple orbs for that. Thus, the black God Art crystal ball disappeared from his mind. Chapter 220, Scared by his own power. The dark crystal orb turned into a black stream of light and fused with Luze's body. The black light moved around his skin, flesh, tendon, bones, and organs. It was like there were countless needles pricking every corner of his body. Luze frowned and used another purple light orb. Purple light flew into his brain, making his mind instantly clear. However, the pain also became more apparent. Luckily, he was used to death and pain. He could proudly say he was very good at enduring pain. This was just an ordinary level of pain. Soon, he became immersed in learning his God Art. The crystal ball was huge. It contained a large amount of information about God Art. After Luze used a purple orb, his mind became extremely clear as he took in all the God Art information. In the dark room, Luze sat on his bed. His body occasionally flashed with a metallic dark light. After an unknown amount of time, the pain started to ease up gradually until it fully disappeared. He had completely digested the God Art information in his body. Luze opened his eyes. His dark pupils flashed with a metallic color. His body didn't change at all, but it gave people the feeling of a dominant chi. It was like he was the huge black tiger. That was finally over. It was so painful. He really couldn't go down experiencing this pain every day. Although he could handle it, who would want to be in pain if they could feel good? At this moment, Luze wanted a God Art that could cut off the pain the most. He looked outside. Outside the window, the sky was still adorned with stars. It was still night. Luze scratched his head. He was confused. He thought it had been a long while, but it was still nighttime. It seemed he became more talented. He couldn't help feeling good about himself. He devoured such a huge God Art ball in a night. Then, he pressed the bedside, trying to get up. However, he found that his palm had completely sunk into the alloy bed frame as though it was just cotton. Luze. Oh my! What was this strange power? He felt he had controlled it very well. The power was still that violent. He quickly moved his hand away. This was the second time he accidentally broke something. Last time, he was beaten up by the alcoholic, but at least, he didn't have to pay. This time, he would probably have to pay, right? Luze looked at the palm print on his bed. His eyes flashed with pain. Perhaps, after using the martial arts sight, Luze began to feel that he was extremely poor. He was so scared of poverty that he felt he couldn't even compensate for a bed in the military dorms. He looked painfully at his right hand and then slapped it with his left hand. This is all your fault. However, Luze became dazed. As it turned out, the wind generated by the collision of the palms ravaged the entire bedroom. His tidy room immediately became very messy. The table was blown over. The metallic wardrobe was twisted. Luckily, his window was open, or it would probably be gone too. Luze. What did he do? He just clapped his hands? Why would it become like this? Luze didn't feel well. In other words, if he ran now, would he be caught back to do free labor? At this moment, there was suddenly a desperate knock on the door. Z? Are you inside? Is there an attack? It was Ian's voice. Luze. How should he explain it? He accidentally damaged his bed by pressing on it. He wanted to slap his misbehaving hand and it created a hurricane instead? He coughed. Is it Ian? I'm fine, I accidentally used a God Art. I'll clean it up. Oh, then be careful. Don't work too hard. I'm going back first. Ian left and Luze breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the God Art of the Black Tiger was this terrifying. Perhaps, it was because the orb was big, and he learned the God art to a great extent in one go. He didn't even use God art, and his body seemed much stronger. He clenched his fists and felt his power. Then, his eyes widened in shock. Just with his body's power, he probably had 5 aperture power at aperture opening state? Oh my god! Am I that strong? Luze was scared by his power. After he used that special power from the male lion on his body, his pure body power had reached around core martial state level 7. Yet, just one God art ball made his power jump to this level? Wasn't this too scary? Luckily, he didn't go out. He couldn't control his power too well yet. He might accidentally clap, and Ian's small body would turn into an Ian pancake. Then, he remembered he heard Ian say don't work too hard. It wasn't even day yet. He didn't even cultivate for an entire night. Wasn't this normal? Or was it? He quickly looked at the time on his phone. Then, his mouth spasmed. 4 days had passed. Luze was in disbelief. He was too hard-working, right? Wait, if it was 4 days, how come he wasn't able to enter the pocket hunting dimension? Luze frowned and closed his eyes. He felt he could go in the pocket hunting dimension now, but he didn't choose to. If he was immersed in cultivation, he wouldn't enter the pocket hunting dimension. He felt happy knowing a bit more about the pocket hunting dimension, but when he looked at the mess, his heart went cold. Would he be able to afford it? At this moment, he suddenly discovered the twisted metal slowly recover. Great! It was a memory alloy. He thought he needed to sell himself. Then, a green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and all the furniture flew back in an organized fashion. He looked at the palm print. It was getting dimmer. Luze finally felt relieved. He was fine. He didn't need to render free labor. Now, Luze closed his eyes and entered the pocket hunting dimension. He wanted to see how powerful he was. He also needed to control his power, or he would be a walking nuke. Luze appeared on the grass. He looked around, and there were no beasts. However, he was in no rush. He started to use his new god art. First, dark rays formed out of Luze's body. Luze felt his physical power grow by a huge level. He didn't know how strong exactly it was, but it was definitely stronger than when he used the 7 times increase in strength god art. Simply put, just using this god art made his power reach 10 aperture level. Luze felt he could fight for an entire day in this state. Wow! I'm too strong. Then, he used wind god art, and his chi grew a level. With fire god art, his chi grew another level. He also used lightning god art, but there was only a trace of growth in his chi. His lightning god art was too weak indeed. Then, Luze's face went serious. He clenched his fists. 6 times the strength god art. Rumble. His chi could shock the heavens. The grass within a kilometer radius was shattered to pieces. The nearby weak core martial state beasts and even the aperture opening state that devoured god art shards were shaking and fleeing. Continue. 7 times. Rumble. The ground cracked. From where he stood, the opening on the ground spread outward like a spider web. His chi shot up another level. Luze clasped his hands a little, and the air exploded. Not bad. His body could completely handle the power now. The only drawback was it was too exhaustive. He could only sustain half an hour of this state. Luze's eyes flashed. He felt he could try 8 times or even 9 times increase in power. The only difficulty was that he didn't learn the strength to that degree yet. He couldn't even control his own power right now, much less 8 or 9 times. The most important thing now was to learn to control his own power and then think about other stuff. Then, he remembered that he didn't just get this god art crystal orb. He had many others that he hadn't yet digested. With his current body, he should be able to handle the power in that red orb. his spirit force cultivation will also skyrocket too. Chapter 221, Can't Even Stop. In the pocket hunting dimension, Luze had been inside for 2 days. After several battles and training, he could finally control his power completely. Luze felt relieved. He looked up and saw an anaconda that was swirling with lightning. It was hissing at him. He raised a brow. He used a body god art and darted from the ground. Rumble. An explosion occurred, leaving a crater on the ground, and Luze's body disappeared. The anaconda opened its mouth and hissed at him. Before it could even react, its hideous head exploded while its body fell heavily to the ground. It was this simple. Using his body god art, his power was so much stronger than those aperture opening state beasts that devoured god art shards. He could easily kill them. At this moment, Luze realized he hadn't given a good and dominating name to this god art yet. He felt his chin and thought. This was no small feat. Let me think. When using this god art, a metallic black color would appear. The force was very dominating, as though he was the only monarch ruling heaven and earth. In that case, Luze's eyes lit up. He would call it 1st body god art. Luze nodded happily. He didn't know if there were similar god arts to this outside, but he would probably get more body god arts. This would be called the first. It was like the boss. Luze collected the lightning god art orb, as well as the red and purple orbs, and went on his way again. In these 2 days, Luze's power increased greatly, and thus, he hunted more beasts. Out of the several beasts he killed, there were only 3 beasts who had reached the aperture opening state. 2 lightning and 1 wind. Luze realized the power of regeneration god art even more. However, it was a pity that there weren't many beasts that had it. Luze suspected that bosses would only be reborn in a certain way when one died. Then, there would be god art shards left at the place where they were born. That was the only way to explain why there were so many beasts gathering at the birthplace of the bosses. Clearly, the grey lizard boss was the toughest to kill since it had regeneration god art. That could explain why aperture opening states with regeneration god art shards were so rare. In that case, shouldn't that mean the blue bird was the weakest? Every time he looked, it was the blue bird boss being born. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the air. Luze instinctively leaned down on the grass and used the chi stealth technique. His movements flowed rapidly. This wasn't the first time he did this. He could dodge passing bosses in this manner easily. Of course, if it was that sun boss, he can die peacefully. However, this time, Luze found himself flying. He wasn't grabbed but swept up into the sky by the wind. He raised his head in a daze and then saw the blue bird boss he called weak. There were 3 of them. They formed a triangle in the air. A huge whirlwind appeared at their center. Wherever they went, the grass, earth, and even beasts were all swept in. Then, they were cut into pieces by the sharp winds. Luze. Wind blades sliced through Luze's body, carving out deep gashes. His already powerful body was still weak like paper in such winds. This was revenge. It must be. Before he could finish thinking, he sunk into darkness again. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar walls of his dorm again. He laid speechlessly on his bed and cursed the boss for being small-minded. But, what were those 3 birds doing? Luze was very curious. Although his progress was terrifying, there was still a huge difference between him and the boss. Although he felt the blue bird boss was probably weak, he still couldn't mess with them. Luze gasped. He still had a long time. He would eventually wipe the floor with the blue bird boss. Thinking about this, Luze had the motivation to cultivate again. He closed his eyes. Cultivation, cultivation. He looked at the vibrant red orb and the dark rune. Which should he use? He thought about it and chose the rune. This was divine art. It was very strong. If he learned it, it would be a huge improvement to his combat power. It was his first time using this type of rune, so he carefully touched it with his mental force. Immediately, the rune turned into a black light and disappeared in his mind. Then, countless secrets started appearing in Luze's brain. These secrets were all about the techniques of using first body god art. In an instant, Luze felt like his brain was going to explode. It was clearly just 4 strokes, but the information contained was extremely immense. Luze resisted the pain in his brain and quickly used a purple orb. Only then did Luze's brain start to clear up. Then, secrets about first body god art were gradually deciphered and learned. Luze's mastery of first body god art grew deeper and deeper. At this moment, Luze suddenly thought of a certain alcoholic. He fought her in the virtual reality on her ship. At that time, he felt her mastery of power was extremely terrifying. Her every attack was extremely focused. There was rarely any waste. Was this because she learned a divine art? Luze didn't know the exact number of ways to completely master the power of a god art. He just kept learning using his experience through battle. Thus, Nangongjing criticized that his power was coarse. Now, Luze finally understood her a little. Even though he hadn't finished learning the divine art in the rune, just some learnings were extremely beneficial to Luze. He would waste much less. And, his power would be more focused. He didn't expect divine art had this effect. It also contained the directions for using god art. Luze felt he was going to become invincible. Not good. He was getting cocky. Soon, Luze was immersed in the secrets of first body god art. He forgot the time and everything else. Every time a purple orb was used up, Luze added another. Eventually, Luze even used the purple orb dropped by the tiger boss. What shocked Luze was that this orb contained too much power. His brain almost exploded. Luckily, he had some mastery of this divine art. He used first body god art and formed a black crystal membrane and stabilized his body. It was dangerous, but the rewards were huge too. The creativity and enlightenment attained from this orb were far superior to those low-level purple orbs. When Luze opened his eyes again, he breathed slowly. His eyes still flashed with a purple glow. His brain couldn't stop at all. He even finished learning the divine art, but the purple orb was still in use. Luze felt his brain was very active. He didn't need rest at all. Thus, he closed his eyes and started learning strength god art. His body could probably handle 8 times the strength god art. He could even try 9 times, but he could only do 7 times now. Luze wasn't going to waste this precious opportunity. It was unknown how much time had passed. At some point, Luze's brain finally shut off this accelerator. Then, Luze felt dizzy. It was as though he was emptied up. He overused his brain. He immediately laid on the bed to rest. He felt like he used his brain for a lifetime. Would he go bald? Then, he lost consciousness. He really couldn't hold on anymore. Chapter 222, You're done. Z? Are you there? You haven't come out for 7 days. Are you okay? Luze heard the sound of a gentle knock on the door in his dreams. Ian's weak voice also followed. Then, he could vaguely hear the voices of other people. I know why he's working so hard. Why? Is Ze scared of being surpassed by Lin Ling and getting beaten up by her? Sounds right. Agreed. I think Ze has always been very hard-working. Luze. It was time to let Yemu taste how it feels to spin into the sky. Scared of getting beaten up by Lin Ling? What a joke. He was very strong now. He opened his eyes and rubbed his head. Perhaps due to the sleep, the heavy sensation on his head had pretty much dissipated. Instead, his head was very clear. He was in a better state than at any time. It seemed his brain got even stronger. Luze felt great. He was indeed a prodigy. At this moment, the knocking sound could be heard again. Ze? Are you there? Luze answered, yes, I'll come out soon. He eased up after breathing slowly. It seemed his improvement can only wait until nighttime to be tested. Thinking about this, he got up from his bed and stretched. His bones cracked. Then, he walked to the door and opened it. Ian was standing there. Seeing Luze was fine, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the living room, Xavier, Yemu, Xianyuki, Tianyuan Kunhua, and Jessica were all sitting on the couch. They smiled, seeing Luze come out. Xianyuki said calmly, you haven't been out for 7 days. We thought something happened to you. Luze became dazed. 7 days? He remembered the last time Ian knocked on his door, it was the 4th day. Another 3 days had passed? Time went by so quickly. This was due to his cultivation level being low. If it was higher, would 100 years pass when he closed and opened his eyes? He smiled. Nothing, I just had some enlightenment, so I've cultivated a little longer. Oh shit, you had another enlightenment? Yemu looked at Luze. Ze, please don't tell me you've made a progress again. Luze smiled. A bit. Seeing Yemu's reluctance to accept it, Luze felt that he shouldn't crush Yemu now. Xianyuki said, Ze had received more federal contribution points than all of us. There's nothing surprising about his improvement. She was speechless, but she anticipated such things. Yemu was distraught. That's true, but it's hard to accept. He finally had some improvements and thought the gap between them grew closer. However, this guy improved again. Other people felt crushed too. It didn't seem they were cultivating the same thing. At this moment, Luze took out a large pile of beautiful food. The aroma permeated in the room, making Yemu and the rest dazed. Luze started eating. It was really good. Alice's food was the best. He had been so busy cultivating these past few days that he hadn't eaten at all. Seeing everyone's sullen expression, Luze smiled. What time is it? Have you had dinner? It's really good. Everyone. The atmosphere fell silent for a while. Yemu picked up the chopsticks first. Luze ate a piece of meat and then said, by the way, how's the situation at the 25th planet? Xianyuki elegantly ate her food and answered, the situation is rather stable. The other mine hasn't been noticed yet. It's pretty much fully excavated. It's a huge harvest. However, it's hard to excavate and transport from the original mine. In the beginning, senior schoolmate Margaret could use her god art to bring spirit metal out. Then, the blade demons sent a reconnaissance-type being, and things weren't so easy anymore. She continued, by the way, the entrance test will end in 4 days. Then, there will be new young dukes and prodigies from the prodigy barrack to replace teacher Nangong and senior schoolmates. We will return to university then. Is the entrance test about to end? Luze became dazed. He just realized it had been almost a month now. They were special new students. They only spent 10 days on the battlefield. The rest of the time was spent in the base. What could they do? Luze was certain that if he was on the battlefield, there would soon be blade demons hunting him. With his current power, it was suicide to enter the battlefield. Was he such a person? Clearly not. So he stayed in the base. Now that the test was over, he could return to the inner region of the Federation. He could do whatever he wanted at Federal University. He felt great. Yemu said too, by the way, Luze, you're viral again. What? Ian nodded excitedly. Yeah, the Federal Times made a report regarding you again. It was about you being the youngest first lieutenant in the history of the Federation. You're famous in one battle. Tianyuan Kunhua smiled. You've realized Yemu's dream. Luze's face was strange. Yemu's dream. Being young, handsome, and powerful. Being valued by the Federation. You're a first lieutenant. Although you don't seem so reliable, you're still the dream of countless young girls, Xian Yuki said. Luze just realized it was this. He morosely ate a piece of meat and looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. So he was handsome to this degree already? He was like the firefly in the dark night, constantly emitting light. Yemu was lifeless. Luze was his ultimate dream now. He was worried. Would Luze's young duke title be Playboy Young Duke? If so, what would his title be? By the way, there were originally fans of yours who called for you to be anointed as Young Duke, but the Federation didn't respond. It seems you won't become a Young Duke this time, Tian Yuan Qinhua said. Luze nodded. I'm still too weak. This is right. He knew that young dukes would need at least a mortal evolution state power. Then, Luze ate and chatted with them about what happened these few days. Then, everyone went back to their rooms. There were just a few days before they returned. They would use this time to cultivate. Luze suddenly realized that he was so immersed in cultivation that he hadn't messaged home for a few days. Thus, he opened his phone. Beep 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 beep. Luze looked at the string of messages that Lu Li and Alice sent. Lu Li, brother, are you there? Lu Li, brother, the battle was so intense last time. Did your doll break? Lu Li, if it did, Li still has another one here. I can trade with you. Lu Li, brother, did you see it? Lu Li, you're over. Luze. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Oh, it was over. That demon seemed to be in a fit of rage. What was she planning to do? The last message was sent half an hour ago. Luze felt he could still save himself. Luze's hands went in a flurry and replied as quickly as possible. He finally realized what time was life meant. Luze, my cutest little sister. I was submerged in enlightenment these few days and just finished solitary cultivation. As soon as I got online, I came to reply to my cutest little sister. I promise it was unintentional that I didn't reply. I protected the doll well. It's not broken, don't worry. We don't need to switch. After pressing the send button, Luze felt relieved. Very well. He replied in a second. He successfully borrowed a few seconds from the heavens. Now, he just needed to wait for the reply. Chapter 223 The Daily Life of the Three. A minute after the message was sent, Luze still did not receive a reply. Luze pondered about it. Anyway, he already sent the message. Being scared at this point didn't embody the renegade mindset of a transmigrator. Plus, he was an excellent youth. It was time for that cold guy to sit and move herself. Then, he opened a private chat with Alice. Alice, senior schoolmate, do you still have enough food? Do you need more? Alice, senior schoolmate, I've learned quite some new dishes lately. Most of them are what senior schoolmate likes. I think senior schoolmate should eat more vegetables. That would balance your diet. Don't worry. I will definitely make the flavor that senior schoolmate likes. Alice, senior schoolmate, I feel my god art has been awakening very successfully. Soon, mother won't need to stay inside me to suppress it. After she takes back the fire seed, she can awaken. It's all because of senior schoolmate. How should I thank you? Alice, senior schoolmate? Are you not there? Alice, are you busy, senior schoolmate? Luze's eyes almost went teary after seeing this. Alice was indeed an angel. She tried so hard to prepare food for him. She was so much better than that dark-hearted Lu Li. Did her source flame awaken successfully? Her mother has slept for a long time. If she could wake up, Alice would be very happy. Thinking about this, Luze thought back to the day when Alice was crying at the grass field. His eyes looked soft. He grinned and replied. Luze, it's so great that Anta can wake up. Congratulations, Alice. Also, the supply in the food storage is getting low. Please provide assistance, junior schoolmate. Lastly, as long as it's food made by you, it will taste great whether it's meat or vegetables. I'm fine with it. Luze waited for a while. Alice didn't reply too. He thought it was probably because they were cultivating too. Thus, Luze didn't wait for a reply. He couldn't get into the pocket hunting dimension in the day, so he sat on his bed to cultivate again. This time, he used a red orb dropped by the tiger boss. He swept the orb with his mental force, and the orb's powerful force nourished his body. Crack! There was a piercing bone-cracking sound. Blood immediately seeped out of Luze's body. He frowned as his face went pale. His body shivered. The power contained in the orb was stronger than he had imagined. Despite the improvement of the strength of his body, the power still managed to injure him. He used regeneration god art to recover while digesting the energy. Subsequently, he rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he used the god art orb first. Otherwise, he would definitely explode. This wasn't the pocket hunting dimension. If he died outside, his death would be permanent. Good thing he was smart. He also made up his mind that he would always strengthen his body first before digesting an orb with an unknown level. That way, it would become much harder to die. But, the benefits were clear. The energy inside the red orbs was too pure. They were much stronger than those smaller red ones. He could feel his spirit force cultivation going up like crazy. His already strong body was further refined, making it stronger. Abstruse Martial State Level 7. Abstruse Martial State Level 8. Abstruse Martial State Level 9. Core Martial State Level 2. When Luze opened his eyes again, he felt the powerful spirit force flowing in every corner of his body and grinned. His spirit force power had now reached level 2 of core martial state. So strong. This red orb was too strong. It was on a completely different level from the lower level orbs. Luze's eyes were full of excitement. He still had 4 remaining red orbs. Once he consumed them, his spirit force cultivation level wouldn't be so far behind. His power would increase by a huge level. Luze got up and looked at the condensed blood on his body. He still felt some fear. If he chose the wrong step before, it would be completely different now. The black tiger boss was too strong. Based on the energy from the red orbs, its power was at least 400 to 500 apertures or even higher. Luze shook his head and entered the toilet. He showered and washed the blood off his body before taking out Alice's food again. As he ate, he remembered sending a message to Lu and Alice in the morning. He took out his phone again. Beep. Sure enough, they replied. Luze quickly opened Lu's chat. Lu, so you were in solitary cultivation. In that case, did you become stronger, brother? Congratulations. Lu, is the doll not broken? Lu, nevertheless, we'll still swap. Luze looked at the last message. It was an hour ago. She didn't do anything strange. This made Luze breathe a sigh of relief. If she did, she would say it. Then, Luze was confused. The doll was fine, why were they still swapping? Luze, of course, I got stronger. I'm very strong. And, the doll isn't broken, so why are we swapping? Lu replied instantly. She seemed free. Lu, haha, you took an hour to reply to me. Don't tell me you were in solitary cultivation again. Luze, you guessed it correctly. I really was. Lu. Luze didn't know what to reply to her. At this moment, Lu was in her room. She rolled in her blanket and only left her head and hands out. She gasped. Stupid Luze. He grew stronger again. She had been working so hard, but she didn't feel like she was catching up. It seemed she needed to learn her god art faster. Lu, we don't have to swap. But I feel there are many things I can tell Dad. Luze. His mouth spasmed. Was he that easily abused? If his heart hardens, he would wipe the floor with her first. Luze replied. Luze, Lee, what are you talking about? Since you want to swap, of course, I will agree. We'll swap when I get back. Lee, humph, good. I'm going to cultivate. Then, she put her phone away and then covered her head with the blanket. She couldn't help but laugh. The panda doll that brother wore close to him for a semester. Hee. Luze became dazed. Lee, was this hard working too? That was good. He wasn't going to disturb her. Then, he opened Alice's messages. Alice, senior schoolmate took so long to reply. I thought something happened to you. Alice, is there not enough food? It's okay, senior schoolmate, I'll make some more these few days and ship it over to you. There are many new dishes. You will definitely like them. Alice, and thank you, senior schoolmate. If it wasn't for you, perhaps, both Mother and I wouldn't be around, but that's in the past. I will work hard. I will help you in the future. Alice, so, how does senior schoolmate want to be repaid? The time of the reply was the same time as Lu's. It seemed their schedules were very similar. He was speechless. There was a group chat, but they wanted to private message. He had to reply one by one. So tiring. But seeing Alice say she was going to send him new food, Luze's eyes lit up immediately. He felt very touched. Alice was an angel indeed. She even asked how he wanted to be repaid. He didn't really want anything. He just wanted to help that little girl who was crying on his shoulder under the night sky. Luze, sorry, I've been cultivating these past few days. I was in cultivation just then. Alice, I'm very strong now. I've improved again. Alice, hee, congratulations, senior schoolmate. The youngest lieutenant in federal history. Senior schoolmate is so amazing. Luze smiled and kept typing. Luze, if Alice's god art fully awakens, that would be powerful. Of course, I don't feel I will be worse than you. Alice read Luze's message in her room and blushed. She smiled and replied. Alice, I will follow senior schoolmate. Go, senior schoolmate. By the way, senior schoolmate, do I mail the spirit food to Federal University? Luze, I'm going back in 4 days. You can send it straight to school. Alice, okay, you will definitely like the new food. Luze, since you're saying this, I'm very hopeful. Luze was drooling right now. He really wanted to know what food it was. The two chatted for a while, and Alice said she was going to cultivate too. Chapter 224 Set a small target first. Luze put his phone away and entered the pocket hunting dimension once again. His spirit force cultivation had reached core martial state level 2, and he cultivated that divine art. Luze felt he was invincible now. He appeared at a place covered with grass that was more than 3 meters tall. As soon as he landed, he instinctively used the chi stealth technique and carefully scanned the surroundings with his mental force. When he didn't find a powerful boss, he felt relieved. Luze had decided to test his newly learned divine art. His eyes focused and a black metallic color appeared around his body. Then, a rune flashed, and a translucent black crystal membrane formed around his body. Luze reached out his palm and looked at the crystal membrane. He was shocked. He had seen this before. It was used by that Black Tiger boss that day. So the Black Tiger boss knew divine art? Luze rejoiced. Luckily, the boss was extremely weakened. Otherwise, he could only stare if the boss used this divine art. He clenched his fists and entwined his fingers. Accordingly, the crystal membrane merged. When he separated his hands, the black crystal membrane separated too. It was like a smart armor. Luze touched his chin. He was planning to test the defenses of this black crystal membrane. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and a vibrant green wind blade appeared on his hand. It was emitting a sharp chi. He raised his left hand and used his right hand wind blade to slice through the black crystal on his left hand. Clank! It sounded as if metals collided with each other. After the wind blade flashed and clashed with the crystal, it flickered slightly, turning into a wind that blew in many directions. The surrounding grass was torn, and traces of cracks appeared on the ground. Luze looked at the perfectly fine black crystal membrane, and his eyes lit up. This was good. With the increase in his power, even if he just used wind god art, his combat power will not be less than 7 apertures. This meant that his divine art could easily defend against a power that was 7 apertures and below. Then, Luze started to conduct more experiments. He tried the fusion of wind and fire god art, along with the lightning god art, first body god art, and strength god art. He slammed them all toward his black crystal membrane. When he used 6 times the strength god art, wind and fire fusion, as well as lightning god art, he finally completely shattered the black crystal membrane and injured his left hand. Luze looked at the membrane slowly disappearing in the air, and his eyes flashed with a rune. His left hand was covered in the black crystal membrane again. It was completely new. Luze's eyes flashed with excitement. He didn't expect this defensive divine art to be this strong. The divine art was only related to the relevant god art, physical power, mental force, and spirit force cultivation level of a person. This meant that Luze's strength god art, wind god art, fire god art, and lightning god art wouldn't provide a buff to this membrane. Despite this, this membrane completely stopped his almost full-powered attack. This increase was too huge. And, as long as he had power left, he could regather the membrane whenever it breaks. With his current power, if he just used this divine art, he could last a few hours, but in battle, he couldn't just use this divine art. Despite so, this was a very powerful defensive measure. Luze put away the membrane and used the regeneration god art to repair his left hand. He had thought of a name for this divine art. It would be called First Shield. The god art corresponding to this divine art was Ist body god art, so calling this divine art Ist Shield was the best. Luze nodded with satisfaction. With the first shield, he could go a little wild although he wasn't the wild type. Then, Luze used 8 times the strength god art. Under that extremely cerebral active state after using that purple orb, Luze finally made some improvements on his strength god art. However, he still wasn't able to learn 9 times the strength god art. Luze bit his lips. A black light flashed, then wind, fire, and lightning, as well as the crystal reappeared. Then, 8 times the strength god art. Rumble. Thunderous sounds came while the land trembled. A crater then appeared on the ground. The land within the surrounding 1 kilometer couldn't handle Luze's uncontrollable power, leaving out spider web-like cracks. Luze's face was calm as he sensed his state. A strong power surged from Luze's body and even started tearing his body apart. Good thing his body was strong enough. It was a little painful, but he wasn't injured. He stood there for a few seconds. When his body became familiar with the 8 times increase in power, he slowly lifted his right leg and stomped. Rumble. A huge deep ditch with a range of 10 kilometers appeared on the ground. The soil was splashing around, and then, they were crushed in the air by the power Luze leaked. Phew! Luze's breath turned into a wave of wind that blew across. He subdued his power down, and the terrifying pressure disappeared from him. Luze wiped the sweat from his forehead and started panting heavily. That was tiring. If he did that, he would at most last 3 minutes. This was because his spirit force cultivation level improved. Originally, he might not even last 3 minutes. Thinking about this, Luze felt disappointed. He didn't expect he would last this short. He was still too weak. This couldn't do. He had to cultivate. After recovering a little, Luze looked at the huge ditch he created. The time period was short, but it was really strong. Luze even suspected that his full power might exceed 100 apertures. He was extremely strong. If he didn't use the opportunity to kill the Black Tiger boss, how could he improve so quickly? His current combat power wasn't too weak even among the 4th years, right? At least, it wasn't far from Gui Yuping. Thinking about this, Luze suddenly wanted to set a small goal for himself. Before the end of the 1st year, he would raise his combat power to mortal evolution state. With this goal in mind, Luze was even more motivated. 3 days later, Luze slowly opened his eyes when the sunlight shone on his face. The red light faded from his eyes. During these 3 days, he used the remaining 4 red orbs from the tiger, and his spirit force cultivation level reached core martial state level 8. His pure physical combat power was near aperture opening state 6 apertures. Compared to Yemu and the others, Luze's spirit force cultivation level had far exceeded them. Even if they used federal contribution points to buy things, their increase wouldn't be as great as Luze's. Luze had obtained quite a lot in the pocket hunting dimension these 3 days too. He gained 3 wind, 3 lightning, and 1 regeneration god art orb. He also gained a first body god art crystal orb. After he became stronger, he could finish all the aperture opening state beasts that devoured god art shards with 1 punch. He hadn't even encountered one that would allow him to punch twice. It was due to this power that he could get so many god art crystals so quickly. Luze felt his steadily increasing power and smiled as he got up. He looked outside. There were ships flying in and out. This entrance test was about to end. All the students had to return to the base today. The prodigies from the prodigy barrack would continue fighting instead of the Federal University students. Tomorrow, they would leave the Xiao'er system and head towards the Dawn system, the solar system known as the Academy system. All the famous schools of the Federation were gathered there. The best teachers in the entire Federation, as well as the future pillars of the Federation, were all in there. Federal University and Emperor Capital Academy were the 2 best universities there. Chapter 225 Drop to Ordinary Class. Since lunchtime, the students from the elite class kept returning to the dorms. The situation on every planet was different. As such, the time of their return differed. On the 25th planet, it was very difficult for Nangongjing and the others to come back. When they got back, it was already quite late. All the students were tired mentally and physically after coming back from the battlefield. This was especially the case for the new students. Although they would do missions with experienced soldiers, it was their first time going on the battlefield. After returning to the base, they could all feel the exhaustion sink in once their minds were at ease. All the students returned to their dorms to rest without having the time to even communicate with others. Even the senior schoolmates from the 25th planet went straight to their bed. Only Nangongjing and Luo Bingqing needed to report first before going back to rest. During the second morning, Luze sat on his bed and opened his eyes. He had devoured all the god art orbs, using the whole day yesterday. So far, everything that he had harvested was finally consumed. Now, Luze didn't even know what level his combat power was at. But his guess was that his full power would at least be not lower than 100 apertures. He got up and stretched as he looked out the window. All the students had returned yesterday. Luze didn't go out. Everyone remained inside to cultivate. Luze didn't know about the situation of the other students, but he felt they did quite well. Other than military merit, there were also entrance test rewards. That would be huge too. Would he be able to use that to get a divine art? Although it was very unlikely, people needed dreams. Luze became hopeful. Luze and the others finished breakfast and chatted in the living room. They were about to leave, so they all wanted to relax for a while. At this moment, a familiar voice could be heard. Everyone pack up your belongings and gather 10 minutes later. Luze and the rest got up instinctively. This was the voice of that alcoholic. If they were late, who knew if they would get beaten up? They quickly put their luggage in their storage ring and headed out. The students from the other dorms came too. Luze glanced at everyone. Quite some of them looked fatigued and were even injured, but no one was missing an arm or leg. Even if they did, they would have been cured. Seeing Luze come out, those students became silent. Everyone could not help but give Luze a weird look. Even at other planets, they knew what happened on the 25th planet. Clearly, they knew what shocking things this youth did. An 18-year-old IST lieutenant. He was still a new student. All the old students had complex emotions. Even those senior schoolmates who were taught by Luze at the drill were in disbelief. The new students felt this guy had secret tutors. Otherwise, why was the difference this huge? Luze scratched his head. He was too handsome indeed. If it were beautiful girls, they could look at him, but why were guys looking at him too? At this moment, Luo Bingqing and Nangongjing were standing on one side of the yard in their military uniforms. Seeing everyone arrive, Nangongjing said, "The 1-month entrance test ends here. We will now go to the space station, and leave the Xiao'er system, and head to Federal University." The new students breathed easy and smiled. They could finally go to the Federal University of their dreams. The old students watched the new students silently and displayed a strange look. Nangongjing then took everyone to the hovercar and headed to the space station. As for Luo Bingqing, he never spoke a single word. That was his character. In this sort of circumstance, he just needed to be handsome. Those female students looked at him with pink eyes. The number 1 most wanted man in the Federation was no pushover. At the space station, Nangongjing and Luo. That was over 500 meters. Nangongjing said, "This is our school's transporter ship, everyone get inside." Then, she led everyone to the ship. Luze looked at the ship for a moment. For some reason, he felt the pattern on the ship seemed familiar. Then, he looked away and dismissed his thoughts. The space inside was very big, and it was divided into many levels. This included a dorm area, common area, cafeteria, and cultivation rooms. Nangongjing told the workers to arrange dorms for Luze and the others and then left with Luo Bingqing. Seeing this, the old students felt relieved. Someone said, "It seems teacher Nangong is in quite a good mood today. It seems everyone did quite well for this test. Perhaps, this is partly due to junior schoolmate Luze. Possibly." Quite some old students looked at Luze with a complicated expression. At this moment, Margaret, Gui Yuping, and a few senior schoolmates that fought with them on the 25th planet came over. Margaret smiled and patted Luze's shoulder and talked to him about the battlefield. "The battle was very intense after you left. It was such a shame you weren't there. I assassinated quite a few aperture opening states. And, the spirit metal transportation was all handled by me at the start. My merit is tremendously huge." Then, her eyes went cold. However, a blade demon came. His god art countered mine. I needed to find an opportunity to kill him. Don't dare to appear on the battlefield at all. If I appear with my current power, I will be skinned. His power couldn't compare to Margaret at all despite becoming stronger. Gui Yuping smiled. That's true, but junior schoolmates Luze and Yemu, as well as the rest, don't need to worry about your results. You will definitely get quite some credits. There's no way you would be dropped to ordinary class. Dropped to ordinary class. This made the new students exclaim. There was a possibility of dropping to the ordinary class? Thai didn't know about this. Gui Yuping smiled. The Federal University has always kept the rule of the survival of the fittest. If your performance is too low, then you will be dropped to the ordinary class. Those who excel in the ordinary class will be promoted to the elite class. This isn't just for new students. It's the same for the higher years too. He smiled. I won't go into the specifics. Teacher Nangang and Luo will be giving our grades based on our performance on the battlefield. The results will be out tomorrow. Just wait. Suddenly, all the new students tensed up. No one wanted to be dropped to the ordinary class. They were given guaranteed entry. If they dropped to the ordinary class, how embarrassing would that be? Then, they were led to the dorms area. Chapter 226 Precious Artifacts in the Universe. The dorm area wasn't small. There were 200 students, and each one had a small room. Only a bed and table can be placed inside the room. It was simpler than the military dorms. However, they were only going to stay on the ship for a few days. The conditions were rather good. Most students were still tired from the battlefield, so they went to rest in their dorms. Luze also went to his room and lay on the bed. Soon, the spaceship took off and flew into space. Luze looked outside the window. The vibrant stars seemed extra bright in the darkness. After gazing for a while, Luze sat on the bed and began cultivating again. He didn't forget that Lin Ling said she was going to surpass him. He felt that with his current power, he probably wouldn't be surpassed, but it wasn't wrong to become even stronger, right? The next morning, the elite class students were called to assemble at the meeting room by Nangang Jing. Luze and the others were sitting in their seats while feeling hopeful. Clearly, there would be an announcement of grades and rewards. Gui Yuping had already advised them to stop worrying about being dropped to the ordinary class, but the students near them, especially those who felt they didn't perform too well, felt nervous. On the stage, Nangang Jing and Luo Bingqing wore serious expressions. Those who were below the stage didn't dare to talk. Luze's mouth spasmed. He didn't expect Nangang Jing had such a serious face. She actually seemed like a teacher now. When Nangang Jing saw Luze's strange glance, her eyes flashed, but she said nothing. She just silently took note of this in her heart. Then, she said, the entrance test is over. For old students, this isn't your first test, so you should know. Every test is to ensure your progress in the holidays and also a form of reselection. Then, she looked at the new students. As for new students, getting a guaranteed entry into Federal University means you're more excellent than students of the same age. However, being excellent at one point in time doesn't mean you're going to be excellent forever. The Federation needs prodigies who can support the human race. So if you're not good enough, hand your position over to a more excellent youth. Nangang Jing grinned. From the moment you entered Federal University, the competition has begun. If you don't want to be eliminated, then work hard. Nangang Jing gave the students some time to digest this information. It was all too normal that some students would get cocky after getting guaranteed entry into Federal University. They loved to put them back in their place. The room was silent. The old students were used to it. Moments later, Nangang Jing spoke again. Now, I will announce the rewards. 4th year Margaret Clark has done exceptionally well in the campaign at the 25th planet. She robbed the spirit metal from the Blade Demon at the crucial moment and transported them safely back to base. Then, she found the second spirit metal mine and killed 2 Blade Demon aperture opening states in the ensuing battle. She also transported back a lot of spirit metal while being surrounded by Blade Demons. The new students looked at Margaret in shock. The old students knew how strong this grey-haired girl was. Then, Nangang Jing continued, Margaret had other missions originally, but this is a special circumstance, so it's counted in the entrance test. As for the reward, 200k academic credits, 2 heaven crystal fruits, and 3 hours in the Dao enlightenment room. With this, the old students stopped breathing as they looked at Margaret with green eyes as though they wanted to rob her. Even Gui Yuping and the others acted like this. Margaret smiled. She earned quite a lot this time. Even she didn't expect it was this bountiful. With this, she was confident she would soon be able to surpass the first in the class. She needed to thank Luze more. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have this opportunity. Most new students were confused and so was Luze. They didn't know what Heaven Crystal Fruit and Dao Enlightenment Room were. Only a small portion of new students looked at Margaret with admiration. Luze glanced at Xuan Yuki who was in the middle of admiring Margaret. Yuki, are the rewards very good? Xuan Yuki rolled her eyes. Academic credits have the same value as federal contribution points. There are a lot of things you can't buy on the martial arts site due to having a low authority. However, you can buy them with academic credits instead. Do you think it's precious? Luze's eyes lit up. Yes. Xuan Yuki continued, but 200k federal contribution points are lower in value compared to the other two. What? Luze and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. We are talking about 200k academic credits. That was equivalent to 200k federal contribution points. And that was the reward with the lowest value? Xuan Yuki continued, I don't know how well the effects of the Heaven Crystal Fruit would be, but it's a spirit fruit that can greatly increase one's cultivation level. On the martial arts site, one Heaven Crystal Fruit is worth 130k federal contribution points, and the supply is limited. You can only buy it with a certain amount of privilege. Even then, you might not be able to buy it. As for Dao Enlightenment Room, it's the privilege of famous Federation universities. It's on the Dawn planet of Dawn system. Only students of Dawn system's prestigious schools can use it. They need to apply every time. It's said that it was an artifact Jinyeo sage got from the elf race. It can enhance your learning of god art there. It's very effective. Such things are very precious in the entire Federation. It can only be used with Dao Enlightenment stones. I don't know the specifics. Xuan Yuki's words made Luze and the others fall silent. No wonder the two rewards were more precious than the academic credits. Some things cannot be bought with wealth. They can only be distributed through rewards. After all, humans were not strong. The human race wasn't even the overlord of the Milky Way galaxy, let alone beyond it. The human race couldn't even get some artifacts in the universe. Luze hadn't even heard of the Dao Enlightenment Stone. The human race was rather lucky to be protected by the elf race that was similar to humans and amicable. Without a high-level civilization to protect a race, the race would be either annihilated or enslaved if they first stepped into the universe. How could these newly risen races compare with those that have dominated the universe for billions and tens of billions of years? Luze shook his head. This was still too far from him. At this moment, Yemu looked at Margaret in admiration and said, "This means that senior schoolmate instantly became a wealthy lady. Can I be her accomplice?" Margaret was pretty and had a good personality. He wanted to be her boy toy and not work hard. Everyone looked strangely at Yemu. Xuan Yuki said, "Do you want me to help you discuss this with senior schoolmate Margaret?" Yemu coughed. "I was just joking. I'm a hard-working youth." Luze. Chapter 227 I've lost this time. Nangongjing didn't care about the comments from the people below, she proceeded with the announcements. Fourth year, Gui Yuping, his performance on the 25th planet was remarkable. He had provided support to the juniors and protected them well. He was also successful in bringing back news of the spirit metal mine and performed outstandingly in the subsequent battles. The rewards this time are 100k academic credits, a heaven crystal fruit, and an hour in the Dao Enlightenment Room. Gui Yuping, who was seated in the front row, revealed a smile as well. Although compared to Margaret, this bit of reward was merely half of what she got. But this was already considered a very huge reward. Don't you see the envious and jealous glances of the others, hey? With the reward this time, his strength would improve drastically. Fourth year, Isaac. Following that, Nangongjing began commenting on the merits and achievements of each of the fourth-year students on the battlefield while giving out the rewards. As the seniors of the Federal University's elite class, they had gone through 4 years of admission tests, plus other various assignment training. Under a situation like this, it was rare for anyone to have poor performance or be demoted to the ordinary class. At most, their performances would be both good and bad. In fact, those who were demoted to the ordinary class were usually freshmen or sophomores. This situation rarely occurred after reaching the third-year mark. After all, with the unequal distribution of resources, there were simply too few students who were still able to catch up after 3 years. If there was, it was the awakening of an especially strong god art, and if this happened, the Federal University would naturally pay attention to grooming that person. However, it was clear that there had been no such exception this time. Even if the battlefield where the fourth-year seniors were at was not as intense as the one in the 25th planet during the later stage, it was still the worst war zone of the Xiao'er system. Seniors with the worst performance would receive at least a reward of 30k credits, making all the sophomores and juniors become very envious of them. After giving out the rewards to the senior students, Nangongjing began to give out the rewards to the juniors. Third year, Wang Wen's, his performance on the battlefield of the 25th planet was remarkable as well. The reward this time is 50k academic credits. Seated in the third-year area, Wang Wen's felt many people casting him envious looks, and he smiled slightly. 50k academic credits. This was even higher than some of the fourth-year seniors. His strength wasn't the strongest among the entire third year, but the reward he got this time was the greatest. After all, the 25th planet's spirit metal mine event was simply too unexpected that third years who went from the beginning had an advantage. He was simply too lucky this time. Nangongjing continued, third year, Xylan. The announcement of the admission test results went on and all of the students realized that the rewards of those people who appeared on the battlefield of the 25th planet earlier were generally quite bountiful. Quite a number of people felt their stomach aching all of a sudden. Too unfair. Who'd have known that this would happen? This was simply too unfair for those students who followed the rules on the battlefield. The announcement of the third-year test results ended. There wasn't any student who was demoted to the ordinary class this time as well. In Nangongjing's opinion, it was clear that the third years this time performed pretty well. After that, Nangongjing continued to announce the results of the second-year students. Second-year students didn't go to the 25th planet, so all the students were on the original battlefield, and their performances were according to the rules. The student with the highest reward merely received 10k academic credits. However, at least most of the students had passed the test. There were a couple of nervous ones who heaved a sigh of relief after they heard their rewards. It was great that they weren't demoted. With their resources in the elite class, as long as they weren't demoted, it was still acceptable even if their rewards were slightly lesser. When the announcement was almost over, Nangongjing stopped quietly, and then, she looked up at the second-year area, expressionless and very solemn. Suddenly, the second-year area went silent. Everyone looked strangely at the two young men whose names were not called out yet. Some had a complex expression, but there were also a few people who took pleasure in their misfortune. Those two young men felt everyone's eyes on them, and their expressions turned ugly as they gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. Second year, Sang Ziwa, Donald Luther. Nangongjing's stern voice resounded, causing those two young men to tremble without speaking. Due to the unplanned missions, your team ended up entering the enemy's siege, resulting in 3 of your teammates getting severely injured before you guys fled back? Are you guys so great, hey? If the battlefield had not been chosen according to your strengths, your dead bodies wouldn't even have made it back this time. Nangongjing's words caused those who didn't know what happened to look at these two young men with strange looks. Luze looked at his two seniors in shock. Terrible, these two seniors were actually more unrestrained than he was. This was a little too strong. He felt that he was considered very unrestrained. He didn't expect that he would actually lose to others. Tisk, seems like I've lost this time. After saying all that, the gold light in Nangang Jing's eyes flickered, her breath was slightly undulating, causing those two students to tremble even more severely. Nangang Jing's fist was not a joke at all. With just a punch, you wouldn't be able to breathe. At this moment, the handsome Luo Bingqing, who hadn't spoken a word, then glanced plainly at those two seniors and said, "Nangang, just go straight to the punishment." When Nangang Jing heard that, she scoffed and said indifferently, "If you guys didn't end up helping your teammates block a few waves of attacks, got seriously injured and were on the verge of dying, I would have abolished all of you directly this time." After that, she said plainly, "Two of you will be demoted to the ordinary class, there is no reward for this test." When Nangang Jing said that, Sang Ziwa and Donald Luther shuddered. Their faces became slightly pale. Compared to not receiving rewards, being demoted to the ordinary class was more painful. Just that drop made it hard for one to accept, not to mention the differences in various privileges and resources between the ordinary and elite class. They were in their second year and were dropped to the ordinary class. How embarrassing is this? The two people's heads went blank, and they didn't know what to say at all. Nangang Jing glanced at those two students whose faces were stunned, then said plainly, "With your innate strengths, continue to work hard this year, and you may have a chance of getting back into the elite class next year. If you guys want to give up on yourselves, that's up to you too." After speaking, she didn't look at the reactions of those two people anymore. There's always a price to pay for making mistakes, and this price was already very low since they managed to redeem themselves at the end by doing something good and helped their teammates escape. Otherwise, with her little explosive temper, she would have beaten them to death. At this moment, it was already the last tip for them. What happened after that would depend on them. Not everyone was able to grow through adversities, but every elite must have the ability to do so. After that, Nangang Jing turned and looked at the freshman area. She saw Luze's shocked expression. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this fellow must be thinking about some weird stuff in his head. She didn't think much about it and said, "Next will be the freshmen's test results." With that said, she smiled. Since it was the first time the freshmen went on the battlefield, my expectations weren't high. Nangang Jing's words let some nervous freshmen heave a sigh of relief. Since she said that her expectations weren't high, then they had definitely got through. After that, Nangang Jing continued, "As long as you have received the senior officer's approval and your team had completed a task independently, it is considered a pass for the entire team. Of course, some teams would have people who drag others down and we understand that. So for teams that weren't approved but had good individual performance, we will still let you pass." When Nangang Jing said that, the relaxed atmosphere turned anxious once again. Sensing the tension in the air, Luze looked around and realized that many people's expressions changed. He thought that it was weird. This expectation didn't seem high, did it? After all, freshmen were led by veterans on the battlefield to carry out their missions and teach them essential survival tips on the battlefield. Until the senior officer thinks that they have fully mastered the key points of survival on the battlefield, then they will be left to carry out their duties independently. The first mission of Luze's team was also carried out with Second Lieutenant Mickey, but since Luze was so strong that he could actually independently capture the Blade Demon prodigies who were close to aperture opening state, Second Lieutenant Mickey gave them the approval. If not for the appearance of the spirit metal mine on the 25th planet, Luze's team was basically unrivaled. This was because in the 25th planet, apart from the underground black-scaled beast nest, they have not found the ferocious beast with the aperture opening state. Even the Blade Demon troops weren't as strong as an elite from the aperture opening state. It was for this reason that, on the second mission, Luze and the others were assigned to operate independently as a team. In Luze's opinion, the situation they encountered was so unique that just one mission could get the senior officer's approval. It seemed like such a huge encounter didn't happen at other freshmen's battlefields. Getting approval within a month and completing a mission as an independent team wasn't considered very hard, right? Hence, Luze really didn't understand the change in these people's expressions. Not just Luze, even Yemu, who was next to him, Xianyuki, Ian, and the others didn't understand either. After all, they didn't find that this request was too challenging. However, at this moment, they obviously wouldn't be so dumb to ask other people why their faces looked so awful. This was a little too hurtful. Nangongjing swept her gaze across everyone in the heavy atmosphere and couldn't help but laugh. All right, don't pull a long face, most of you passed, and there are only a handful of students who didn't. Right now, I will begin announcing the admission test results of the freshmen. She turned to look at Luze, who seemed confused. First year, Luze. Chapter 228. Be less inflated like me. Luze, who was initially baffled by the thoughts of the others, immediately looked toward Nangongjing when she called his name. His eyes lit up. Academic credits. Rewards. How exciting was that? Upon seeing Luze's excited appearance, Nangongjing chuckled. Student Luze performed extremely well among the freshmen during the test. From the beginning, he had defeated prodigies from the prodigy barracks at the military drill. Then, he captured a blade demon race prodigy with strength close to the aperture opening state on the 25th planet. As such, we were able to obtain information regarding the unique situation on that planet and even locate the spirit gold mine during the mission period while killing 2 aperture opening state experts of the blade demon race. Nangongjing continued, the battlefield only became even more exciting and extraordinary afterward. Luze's area had not incurred a single casualty, and this was the lowest death count tabulated in the period. Furthermore, we were able to destroy the blade demon race's main base, which provided us a huge advantage in the battle for the spirit gold. After every few sentences divulged by Nangongjing, the faces of the students present became weirder. Captured a blade demon race prodigy that was close to the aperture opening state? Killed 2 aperture opening state experts? Destroyed an entire base? Oh, everyone was aware of the last battle, since they were able to observe through Luze's battle clips. Even so, everyone present did not dare to believe all the battle achievements that Nangongjing had announced. Are we in a dream? Is he really a first-year student? Is he not a fourth-year student? Did this guy actually use some reversing age god art technique? With such power, let's not talk about the first years, even the second and majority of third-year students will feel inferior, alright. Were all of the new students such eccentric monsters now? At this moment, Luze looked toward Nangongjing in anticipation of the reward to be announced, but in the end, he felt embarrassed from all the gazes upon him. Especially those older female schoolmates, can you all keep your fiery gazes to yourself? I am an upright and good person. Nangongjing revealed an understanding smile as she looked at the crowd staring at Luze in silence. She was equally as stunned after organizing Luze's battle achievements the night before. Although she was already aware of Luze's outstanding performance, she was still startled when she organized all the information by herself. This brat was really capable. Luze's rewards are 300k academic credits, 5 bottles of level 5 cultivation serums, and 3 hours in the Dao Enlightenment Room. Nangongjing paused at this point and smiled at Luze. This is your first choice. You have another choice that I think suits you better. I have applied for it with the school and whether or not you want it will be up to you. Luze was startled. What choice? Nangongjing smiled and replied, the Wings of the Wind Divine Art. Now that you're on the White Blade assassination list, although it isn't very dangerous inside Federal University, unexpected mishaps might happen. Only people who are capable of running fast enough can survive, and since your wind god art is relatively strong, you should be able to cultivate it. Luze. At this moment, he realized that this female drunkard truly looked like a young and good-looking ultra beauty. Is this how it feels to be moved? Not good, screw this emotion. In truth, the cultivation resource or time in the Dao enlightenment room was nothing compared to God arts to him. After all, his light orbs were as effective as the other rewards, or maybe even better. But God arts were different, he had good God arts comprehension, and every new God art would increase his strength by a large margin. However, he was definitely not a match for all the big bosses that dropped God arts. If he wanted to obtain God arts from the pocket hunting dimension, he reckoned that it would still take a long time for him to do so. How could it compare to him getting one now? Furthermore, the Wings of the Wind divine art was extremely practical to him. Who knew if he could rely on such divine art to escape from all those big boss beasts that chased after him? If he could truly do so, his confidence would definitely overflow. Regardless, Nangang Jing's actions had moved him and made him have an extremely favorable impression of her. Her thoughtfulness for him actually made him emotional. While Luze was grinning from ear to ear due to the excitement, the others stared at Luze with envious eyes. They were so jealous to the point that their faces became unrecognizable. They were clearly on the same battlefield, but why is this guy able to obtain a God art instantly? That was a reward worth more than 1,000,000 academic credits. Wasn't the difference too great? Margaret's rewards were already extremely abundant, and although everyone was envious, they felt that it was reasonable. But Luze was just a new student, but the rewards he obtained were even more exaggerated. This was too unbearable for them. And teacher Nangang actually specifically requested for a change in reward for him? This caused many guys' expressions to change. Ignoring the fact that Nangang Jing was a drunkard and had a bad temper, countless guys still had a crush on her. After all, she was extremely beautiful, strong, and even protected students at crucial moments. Nangang Jing's merits and shortcomings were equally obvious. Nangang Jing looked at Luze's foolish smile and was speechless. She puckered her lips. Stop smiling there like an idiot. Which one do you choose? Luze laughed and replied, I choose the God art. Thank you, Teacher Nangang. Teacher Nangang is the embodiment of wisdom and beauty, knowing what I require the most. I do not know how to repay Teacher Nangang at all. Although choosing this reward meant cancelling out the other rewards, one God art was sufficient. Upon hearing his shameless words, the corners of everyone else's mouths twitched, they became somewhat dumbfounded. Does this guy know what shame is? Nangang Jing became embarrassed by Luze's praise. She rolled her eyes at him. You're already on the White Blade assassination list, but your personal strength is still too noob. It'll be a waste if you die. Furthermore, this is something equivalent to your rewards, so there is no need for repayment. This time, it was Luze's mouth that twitched. Her words were truly too hurting. But it was a fact, his personal strength being too weak was a fact. Luze nodded his head. There was no longer a need for words as he quietly engraved Nangang Jing's kindness to his heart. With the Wings of the Wind, he would be much safer in the pocket hunting dimension with the increase in his abilities and speed. He promised himself to find the opportunity to repay her when he became stronger. After that, Nangang Jing continued with the reward presentation. First year, Lin Ling. She paused for a moment as she recalled Lin Ling's departure due to personal matters. But every student's experience had to be narrated, and Lin Ling was not an exception. This was not only to give the person their due credit but to encourage the others as well. With that, Nangang Jing continued her speech. Student Lin Ling performed well too. She entered the black-scaled beast nest alongside Luze in the 25th planet and discovered the spirit gold mine. Not only did she help immensely in this, she even performed extremely well on the battlefield. As Nangang Jing continued to speak, countless students started to look toward Luze's direction. They naturally remembered Lin Ling. After all, she was a new student aside from Luze that had gained a victory during the military drill. But what baffled them was the absence of Lin Ling today. Although they were confused, no one said anything. After all, they were not familiar with Luze and naturally would not probe into it. After recounting all the battle merits, Nangongjing began with the rewards. Lin Ling is awarded with 2 OK federal contribution points. Although it was incomparable to Wang Wen's and the other third-year seniors, Lin Ling's reward was bigger than the second-year students. After all, they had relied greatly on her god arts in the nest and had performed exceedingly well on the battlefield. Additionally, with the academic credits she had gained after leaving the battlefield, such a reward was not out of the ordinary. Of course, Luze himself felt that the reason for her great reward was due to him carrying her, okay? He thought that he should ask for a treat when she returned to school. Right then, Luze's eyes lit up. He suddenly recalled that he had 10K academic credits from defeating that certain person during the military drill. Luze could not recall the person's name but knew that the latter was interested in Lin Ling and even had a ferocious glare. In the end, he was sent spiraling up into the air. It was truly awesome. After defeating that person, the female drunkard seemed to have rewarded him with 1 OK academic credits. If that is the case, I'm not penniless anymore, aren't I? Luze suddenly felt confidence brewing in him. After all, his second-year senior schoolmate's highest reward was only 10K points, so wouldn't that make him a small nouveau riche? Splendid! Nangongjing continued with her announcements. First year, Xavier. Following that were the reward announcements for Xavier, Yemu, and Xian Yuki. As they were the members of a team and performed almost on par, all of them were rewarded 9K academic credits. Although it was far less as compared to Lin Ling, it was already considerable for their performance. After all, they had performed mainly on the battlefield. They were primarily spectating and commenting at the start and perhaps went to save the miners. The rest were academic credits from after leaving the battlefield, otherwise, they would not have earned as much. Aside from them, none of the other new students had participated in the battle on the 25th planet. Adding to the fact that they were new students, the planets they were dispatched to were relatively safe with only small-scale friction between races. Naturally, their academic credits rewards were not as high. The highest was only 3K academic credits, and the majority earned a few hundred. Nangongjing called out every name, and whoever heard theirs all heaved a sigh of relief while revealing smiles. No matter how little their academic credits were, they were not eliminated. That was good news to them. Right then, Nangongjing suddenly paused before speaking up again. Next will be students that did not pass. What? All the remaining students had a change in expression and cried out uncontrollably. There were actually so many that failed. Luze turned and looked at the ugly expressions of the new students. After counting the number of people, his facial expression also became queer. Mom! There were actually 12 of them? There were a total of 50 new students, so many actually failed? That's too much, right? Nangongjing looked at the skeptical expression of the crowd and sneered. I will explain why. Mike Manning, Li Venhan, Ella March, Sun King-zin, and Nellie Miller, the 5 of you are a team, yes? Your team didn't earn the recognition of your officer and performed leisurely at best. Malin Garland and Karan Kawai received the officer's recognition, but the 5 of you not only remained ill-disciplined, but you also disregarded the statutes and remained arrogant and conceited. You were all particularly fussy. Do you think the battlefield is your home? Same goes for Wen Yanqing, Yi Xiaomeng, Bart Fink, you guys are a team as well, right? Your team did receive the officer's recognition. Your first independent mission was just to help out at the mining area, and you guys actually had internal strife just from that? How did you guys do it? And as they continued listening to Nangongjing ramble on, the students, including the new students, all looked toward the few selected individuals. Their original ugly expressions became pale white upon receiving the stares from the crowd. They were just recommended to enter Federal University and thought that they would walk the path to become the peak existences of the human race. How could they accept it when they heard that they were being relegated in the next moment? Luze's expressions changed like a chameleon. He became speechless. To be recommended into Federal University meant that they were prodigies, but there were still a few prodigies that had their egos inflated by their surrounding people because of their innate talent, resulting in them feeling superior to their peers. At present, it was their egos that had appeared on the battlefield. So, people shouldn't be too inflated. Luze thought to himself, be less inflated like me. Chapter 229 This fella is really mean. The conference room was silent. The crowd looked at the few prodigies who had a ghastly expression. Some people looked at them with a complex expression, some were gloating at their misfortune, and there were others who heaved a sigh of relief. After all, if one ever had a teammate like them who were so ignorant, that would be the most unlucky thing. In the future, if they were in the same class, everyone would have to come into contact with one another more, and nobody would want to be thrown into a pit for no reason. Other than becoming teammates, freshmen didn't really have much contact with one another, and their teammates had already been defrauded by them, so there weren't many people who would even sympathize. At this moment, Nangongjing concluded calmly, students who failed the admission test will be demoted to the ordinary class. She paused before continuing, 4 days later, the spaceship will arrive at the Federal University. You may move around freely during this period of time and freshmen can also get to know each other. All right, dismiss. The moment Nangongjing was done talking, many freshmen's eyes lit up and turned toward Luze. It was without a doubt that Luze was the strongest student in this round. They even felt that the second-year seniors weren't as strong as him. In the future, everyone would be learning together in the same class, so they naturally wanted to get to know him. They watched as Nangongjing and Luo Bingqing left the conference room, and the originally silent crowd could finally breathe easy. The relaxed atmosphere returned. Even those 2 sophomores who were demoted had countless people comforting them, they had spent a year together, after all. Although an accident happened this time, it didn't mean that they had to sever all ties. Of course, other than the 12 freshmen who were demoted, this entire atmosphere was unfitting for the rest. Hence, they immediately stood up and walked out. The others also stood up one after another, got out of the conference room, and walked toward the dormitory. On the way, there were quite a number of freshmen who went up to get to know Luze and the others. Luze also smiled and nodded as he introduced himself. Boom! Just as everyone was about to reach the dormitory area, there was a loud noise up ahead. The blast from the collision of spirit forces surged along the corridor, leaving everyone dumbstruck. Luze's expression froze. Could it be that an enemy snuck in? With that thought, he immediately used his mental power to scan ahead. After understanding the situation, his expression became strange. And the rest looked at one another after they understood the situation as well. It was actually Mike Manning and Ella March, who were just demoted to the ordinary class, fighting near the dormitory area. The corners of Luze's mouth twitched. Weren't these 2 people still teammates just a while ago? This speed of falling out was a little quick, wasn't it? The other 10 people were not around anymore. It was obvious that they didn't want to get involved. Just at this moment, Gui Yuping and the other seniors couldn't help but laugh. As expected, it has begun. When the freshmen heard what the seniors said and saw that they didn't seem bewildered by the scene, they were stunned. The seniors even looked like they were reminiscing. Gui Yuping saw the confused looks on the freshmen's faces and smiled as he explained. Every year, this will happen as there will be freshmen who didn't pass the test and couldn't take the gap in expectation. We have seen this for 4 years already, some chaps even place bets on this. After hearing his words, Isaac was speechless. You make it sound as though you've never participated in the bet before. After being exposed, Gui Yuping smiled in embarrassment, then changed the topic. This is considered very normal, after all, young people, they have more extreme temper, not to mention that they're so gifted. Being demoted all of a sudden, it's normal that they can't accept it. They'll be fine after a fight. Luze was somewhat unconvinced. If they continue fighting like that, wouldn't they destroy the interior of the spaceship? These two students were not considered weak, and both had abstruse martial state level 2 strength. Usually, with this level of strength, as long as they stand firmly and fight steadily, they would definitely be able to pass. It was clear that they had issues with their temperament. However, this was their own problem, and Luze was not related to them in any way, so he obviously wouldn't care too much. He was only a little worried. With that destructive force, wouldn't they destroy the interior of the spaceship? If they weren't careful and destroyed a critical circuit, then the spacecraft might fail or even explode. Wouldn't they freeze in the cosmos? If he ended up freezing, the Federal would have lost a morning sun, right? This was a super huge loss to the Federal, and his heart was aching so much that he couldn't breathe. With that thought, Luze suddenly panicked. Margaret saw how worried Luze looked and burst out laughing. How could the Federal University's spaceship be destroyed so easily? While she was talking, a third-year senior in front had already gone over to separate the two people. Seeing the nasty expressions on those two people's faces, nobody said a word and merely walked past them. This little episode didn't affect the others much. Margaret suddenly said to Luze, "Oh right, I have to thank you, junior schoolmate, for what happened this time. If not for you, I might not receive such a huge reward." Luze smiled. Senior schoolmate is already very strong from the start. It's normal that you received a reward like this. Margaret smiled when she heard that. Junior schoolmate really knows how to praise people. If there's anything in school that you need help with, you can come and find me. Luze nodded. Thank you, senior schoolmate. Luze was still very pleased with himself. After all, Margaret was one of those at the top of the food chain in the senior batch. It was definitely a good thing that he could look for her for help if he needed it. Everyone chatted casually as they entered the dormitory area. Then, they returned to their own rooms and began training. After all, they still must make good use of their time and try to improve as much as possible during their time at the Federal University. Subsequently, they would need to work hard again during their military service. By then, they could consider joining the race towards becoming a young duke. This was the goal for most elite class students, and a well-known figure like Margaret already had the possibility of fulfilling it. Back in the room, Luze sat cross-legged on his bed and opened his eyes again after cultivating for a while. He wanted to ask Nangongjing when would the Wings of the Wind divine art be in place. After all, the improvement brought about by a divine art was simply too huge for him right now. The earlier he gets it, the earlier he would be able to comprehend. With that thought, Luze pulled out his hand phone and sent a message to Nangongjing. Previously, in order to explain the admission test, Nangongjing has added his contact. He didn't expect that this would be useful now. After some time, Luze received Nangongjing's message, and his expression became weird after he read it. This person actually asked him to go to her room? She wouldn't hatch a sinister plot against him, would she? Cough, it was impossible. He didn't even have to think about it. Luze shook his head and went out of the dormitory once again. On the way there, he asked a few staff where Nangongjing's room was and attracted quite a few weird stares in the end. After some time, Luze finally arrived in front of Nangongjing's room. Luze knocked on the door gently and cleared his throat. "Teacher Nangong, I'm here. Come in." The room door opened automatically, and Nangongjing's dazed voice came from the room. Luze entered. His gaze swept across the room out of curiosity and realized that her place had one bedroom and a living room. In the living room, there was only a simple sofa and coffee table. At this moment, Nangongjing was seated on the sofa, drinking alcohol. She seemed to have drunk quite a bit, and after she sensed that Luze has entered, she turned to look at him in a drunk and hazy state. After looking straight at Luze for a few seconds and just as Luze thought she was going to beat him up, Nangongjing turned her head and began gulping down on her alcohol once again. Then, she sighed with satisfaction. Ha, how amazing! It was simply too torturous not being able to drink and having to maintain that sternness in front of the students just now. When Luze heard that, the corners of his lips twitched. He recalled that he was a student as well. Where's her sternness? This atmosphere was already very Soviet, all right? Just as Luze was cursing in his heart, Nangongjing pointed at the sofa by the side in a daze and said, "Take a seat." Luze went over and sat down. The second he sat down, Nangongjing stared at him directly with those intoxicated eyes once again. He got quite flustered. Just at this moment, Nangongjing suddenly revealed a kind smile. "Come, let's go to the virtual reality. Let me see how much you have improved during this period of time. If I'm satisfied with your speed of improvement, I will give it to you right now." It had been a long time since she beat him up, and this fellow was looking at her weirdly just now. He must be having some weird thoughts. As an outstanding educator, she had a reason to educate this fellow properly. Nangongjing forcefully found an excuse for herself, then she looked at Luze with a clear conscience. When Luze heard that, he was shocked. This fella is really mean, she actually wants to beat him up again. And she was going to use the divine art as bait. She was blatantly luring him. After that, he recalled again that he was very strong now, but yet, he didn't really know exactly what level his combat power had reached. It wasn't really a bad thing to be competing with this violent drunkard now, hey? Then, Luze looked at Nangongjing and had his guard up. "Tell me first, what level of power would you then give it to me?" When Nangongjing heard that, she scratched her head and took a few gulps of alcohol again, then said, "When your power reaches 30 apertures." Nangongjing thought to herself, I have set a small goal for him previously, and he actually managed to hit it in the end. This time, I cannot look down on this boy's talent. More than half a month had passed. With this boy's talent, he might have already reached 20 apertures. I'll just set it at 30 apertures, this would allow me to beat him up for a slightly longer time. As for the divine art, if Luze didn't ask, she was planning to give it to him after arriving at the school. But since he asked, she could just buy it first then apply for compensation after that. A million over academic credits meant nothing to her anyway. When Luze heard Nangongjing's request, he pretended to be in a difficult spot and nodded pitifully. "Teacher, you must go lighter on me." Actually, he was very pleased with himself on the inside. Just 30 apertures, his power was definitely higher than that. He's getting the divine art for sure. And this person wouldn't have a reason to beat him up anymore. Ha 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 ha, I am truly a genius. Chapter 230 This Loss of Blood. When Nangongjing heard the words and saw Luze's hesitant gaze followed by his resolve to try, she couldn't help but feel joy inside. However, she nodded her head with a gentle expression. "Don't worry, teacher will be very gentle." Both of them looked at each other and felt pleased with themselves. They both thought that their plans had worked well. After that, Luze looked at the living room and said, "Teacher, where is the virtual reality pod?" Nangongjing gulped down the remaining alcohol in the bottle, then casually tossed the bottle towards a corner. The bottle drew a huge arc in the air and finally landed stably in the corner with a pile of bottles. It didn't even shake at all. Luze looked in the corner. There was a total of 6 bottles lined up neatly in 2 rows. His mouth spasmed. This person actually drank 6 bottles of alcohol in such a short time? You don't even drink this much water, do you? He really didn't know where all the alcohol in this person had gone. After Nangongjing tossed the bottle to the corner, she stood up. "Get up, I'll get the stuff out." When Luze heard that, he stood up from the sofa and walked to the side. Nangongjing kept the sofa into her storage ring, then retrieved 2 virtual reality pods from it. Looking at 2 black virtual reality pods side by side, Luze's face stiffened. He looked at the flushed red and drunk Nangongjing speechlessly. So this person actually had it all planned. Thankfully he was stronger now, otherwise, he would be beaten up again for sure. Lucky, very lucky. After adjusting the virtual reality pods, Nangongjing and Luze entered and connected to the network inside. Then, both of them appeared on the huge virtual martial arts platform. Nangongjing wore a black bodysuit that outlined that slender hot figure of hers, and her beautiful black hair cascaded down to her waist, coupled with a delicate face, she was as attractive as a black lotus. Of course, if this person's face didn't look drunk, it would have been better. As an advanced civilization's invention, virtual reality could perfectly replicate both motion sensing and situation perfectly. Luze realized that his god art could also be used here, except for the small pocket hunting dimension and mental dimension which cannot be used. As Nangongjing's opponent, Luze was dressed in a white bodysuit. He looked dashing. The two of them were hundreds of meters apart. Luze looked uneasily at Nangongjing, who was still in a drunken state. "Teacher, could you not use too strong force, yet? We agreed on 30 apertures, right?" Nangongjing clenched her fists slightly when she heard that. "Of course, I mean what I said. Don't worry. It'll only be 30 apertures for sure." As she spoke, a gold light flashed in her eyes, and a smile of excitement surfaced on her face. She tapped the ground with the tip of her toe and disappeared instantly as she charged toward Luze. Luze was somewhat speechless when he saw Nangongjing's excited smile. This person isn't a sadist, is she? Nangongjing used 30 apertures of power, and Luze naturally wouldn't burst into full strength either. A hint of light flashed in his eyes. Subsequently, a green breeze appeared behind him. Suddenly, a surging force poured out from Luze's body. The breeze gushed all around, causing Nangongjing's long black hair to dance in the air as she got near him. At the same time, it also caused Nangongjing, who was initially flushing red and excited, to be slightly taken aback. Something feels off, Luze's sudden burst of strength had awakened Nangongjing from her drunken stupor. There's something wrong with this script. This fella's strength was already close to 30 apertures. How could it be? This chap is improving too quickly. Just as Nangongjing was in a daze, Luze smirked and clenched his right fist as he attacked Nangongjing's belly. There were green wind blades on top of his fist. They whistled as they rotated and were very sharp. They looked really painful. Luze did not show mercy to the opposite sex at all. "You must be joking, this violent woman didn't need his mercy at all. It was already a blessing that she didn't beat him up." The surging force swayed the air and let out a thunderous tremor. Nangongjing came to her senses at this moment. She looked at this fist coming towards her belly and curled her lips into a smile as a gold light flashed across her eyes. "Ang!" A beast's roar echoed from within her body, then her right hand swiftly blocked Luze's fist, and strands of gold light flashed around her fair and slim palm. Her body was like jade. Boom! Their fists met, and the collision of terrifying forces reverberated. The aftershock became wild whines, but there wasn't a crack on the ground. Nangongjing hastily blocked Luze's fist. With her toes pointed to the ground for support, her left fist swung and greeted Luze's face. Luze was fuming. "Hey! You don't hit people on their faces when you're fighting." He was only aiming for her tummy, all right? He didn't even dare to hit her chest, afraid that this violent woman would rage. Luze raised his left palm toward Nangongjing's left wrist. In the end, the moment he came into contact with Nangongjing's left wrist, he was rid of his strength, and Nangongjing's fist continued to swing without a drop in strength. The wind from her swinging fist surged and gave Luze's face a piercing pain. The light beneath his eyes flashed, and his strength increased once again. The tip of his toes touched the ground, and his body disappeared. After that, Luze's body appeared behind Nangongjing. His right leg turned into a black shadow and swept toward the side of Nangongjing's slender waist. Nangongjing felt the momentum, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes, and she couldn't help but use the strength from her entire body as she swept past Luze. Luze felt a tightness around his chest, then his body was sent flying by Nangongjing's strength. Nangongjing didn't continue attacking after she sent him flying, she merely looked at him in surprise. She had slightly increased the amount of strength used for that attack just now, it was already over 30 apertures of power. So she naturally didn't continue. But she didn't expect that Luze's power had already exceeded 30 apertures, and it seemed like this fella hasn't used his fire god art. Which means that this fella's power might be way over 30 apertures. This increase is too quick, isn't it? At first, Nangongjing even thought that this fella's rate of improvement had slowed down, she didn't expect that he actually improved so quickly that she couldn't even process that information. Luze flew backward over 100 meters before stopping. He rubbed his slightly aching chest and couldn't help but sigh. When he saw Nangongjing looking at him in shock, Luze smiled. "Teacher, I've met the requirement, right? You can give me the divine art now, yet." Nangongjing did not reply, she suddenly disappeared, and before Luze could react, he felt a strong force around his neck. Then, he was enveloped with a faint fragrance and felt something soft against his left cheek. This feeling is... His brain had not reacted yet when he felt an intense pain on his forehead, it was so painful that his tears were on the verge of coming out. It felt as if a huge bump had grown on his head. After that, Nangongjing's voice that was burning with a frenzy of rage came over. "Brat, how dare you trick me!" As she yelled, Nangongjing couldn't help but reach out and flick hard on Luze's forehead with force, it hit right at the same spot just now. Adding more pain on top of the initial pain, this wasn't simply a problem of 1 plus 1. Teacher, stop. My head hurts." Nangongjing held Luze by the neck with her right hand, and Luze could only move his arms, he could not escape at all. He was determined to train well, he will remember this feud for life. Hearing Luze's shouts, Nangongjing finally let him go. The second Luze got his freedom, he immediately pressed on his forehead. What a huge bump! It hurts so badly. It was so painful that he didn't even have the time to figure out exactly what that soft thing was before his entire being was shocked by the pain. Tisk, this loss of blood. Thankfully, his physical body was strong enough. Coupled with his god art, the bump on his forehead disappeared in just a few breaths. Luze raised his head and looked at Nangongjing. In the end, he saw that this woman was pissed off as she stared at him with arms crossed, which made him overjoyed. "I got my divine art." "Cough, teacher, can you give me the divine art, then?" When Nangongjing heard that, she felt a painful sensation in her heart and wasn't happy about it. Although she intended to give it to him from the start, she just didn't feel very satisfied as she didn't get to give him a good beating. It feels really good beating this chap up. But this thinking merely appeared in her head for a moment. She raised her brows and stared straight at Luze. "Young man, you should have some sort of god art related to cultivating, don't you? Otherwise, it's impossible for you to improve so quickly, even your god art has become stronger." When Luze heard that, he didn't deny it. That's right. Things such as god art, awakening, and understanding were personal. Even though Nangongjing was drunk, sloppy, and even wanted to beat him up, she had always taken good care of him, so Luze didn't intentionally hide anything from her. After hearing what Luze said, Nangongjing's mouth twitched. She didn't expect that this fella would really have this aspect of god art. Also, from this fella's speed of improvement, the level of this sort of cultivation type god art should be quite high, it might even be stronger than her god art. At this moment, Nangongjing suddenly recalled that blue-haired girl. Alice's god art belonged to the top god art in the universe. Unfortunately, it was not awakened, otherwise, when Alice grows up, she would be of great help to humans. Her father also held on to that glimmer of hope and went out to look for awakening energy. Too bad she wasn't strong enough, otherwise, she would have helped too. After all, she knew Alice since she was little, and she had always treated Alice as her own little sister. With that thought, Nangongjing didn't think further. She would get agitated when she thought too much about Alice's issue. After that, Nangongjing looked at Luze and said, "Actually, your performance on the battlefield had already been noticed by the higher UPS. Knowing your experience, they had already guessed that you might have awakened some kind of powerful cultivation god art." Chapter 231 Teacher, you need to listen to my explanation. The higher UPS naturally had engraved Luze's experience in their minds. All of the videos on Luze was merely just a show for the outside to watch. In the beginning, when Luze was being recommended into the university, he had yet to enter the eyes of the higher UPS. Federal University only thought that Luze should have awakened some sort of unique god art related to cultivation. It was only after witnessing Luze's performance on the battlefield did the higher UPS begin to pay more attention to Luze. After all, he was a 4th-level prodigy who had the power of aperture opening state, and only 2 months had passed. The time frame was too short, and thus, the only reasonable explanation was him having a god art. Furthermore, it was definitely an extremely strong god art. As a result, many higher UPS surmised that the god art Luze had awakened from the very beginning was an extremely powerful cultivation-type god art. It was comparable to the god art related to the rapid growth of the physical bodies that some prodigies of the elf race would awaken. This was also the reason why Luze was directly promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel. Prodigies were too important to the race, especially for a prodigy like Luze. They will always obtain preferential treatment. What Luze was unaware of was the fact that countless higher UPS were actually quarreling awfully over him. But in the end, after considering various reasons, all of them agreed for Luze to remain in Federal University's elite class. After all, he was currently still too weak, and staying there would give him the opportunity to grow. Luze nodded his head. My god art is indeed related to cultivation. It requires my personal strength to improve as it increases. After all, if he wanted to obtain even stronger light orbs inside the pocket hunting dimension, he had to improve his own strength in order to hunt stronger beasts. And although he had improved greatly in 2 months and had substantially strengthened himself, there were still stronger beasts within. The universe was too huge, and there were more than 1 or 2 planetary state races. Top-grade races were even stronger, and thus, the human race placed more emphasis on such prodigies. Luze never thought of hiding his abilities, nor was he able to conceal them forever. He would only obtain benefits just by hiding the truth of the pocket hunting dimension and explaining it as a god art. As the pocket hunting dimension could be covered up so well to the extent of concealing his training time, Luze felt extremely settled and had no worries about it getting exposed. Upon hearing that, Nangongjing nodded her head and patted Luze on the back. If that is the case, our Federal University has gained plenty from this. Right, how strong are you exactly? Let me take a look. Luze's eyes lit up upon hearing Nangongjing's words. Indeed, there was a need for him to thoroughly understand his present strength. If he himself was unsure of it, then who knows if someone might go overboard in courting disaster. But he looked at Nangongjing and replied, I have indeed improved my powers recently. Nangongjing immediately understood Luze's meaning and rolled her eyes. I've seen all sorts of things, isn't it just a mere increase in strength? Bring it. Luze immediately felt that Nangongjing was undoubtedly a young and tyrannical duke. With that, all the power in his body burst forth. Fire god art, wind god art, lightning god art, first body god art, and the 6-fold increase strength god art. All of them started to stir. Boom! A raging aura immediately surged from Luze's body. When Nangongjing saw the wind, flames, lightning, and dark clouds gleaming around Luze, Her eyes opened wide uncontrollably along with her mouth. She had never witnessed such a scene before. This increase in strength was too much, wasn't it? But upon recalling her own words, she forcibly suppressed her surprise. Sensing Luze's raging power, she frowned slightly and spoke, "Come, attack me." Luze nodded his head. "Then I'm coming, teacher, be careful." Nangongjing waved her clenched fist at him. "You stinking brat, cocky now, aren't you? With that bit of strength, you won't be able to move me even if I stand here stationary." The corners of Luze's mouth twitched. "That's too heartless, right?" But he did not say a word. Slightly bending his knees, he stepped forward. Boom! The ground that he was unable to fracture the last time actually had spiderweb-like cracks all over. Luze's body transformed into light as he disappeared from his original spot. He appeared at Nangongjing's right and unleashed his right fist with all the various god arts revolving around it and emitted a palpitating aura. Luze looked at the faint smile on Nangongjing's face as a flicker of light flashed in his eyes. He smirked and his expression turned ice-cold as he performed a twist and unleashed a punch. Boom! Another reverberating explosion came out. The remnant power of the fist streaked in the air as a burnt smell was produced by the combustions. Winds swept about in chaos by the tornado alongside the flashes of thunder and lightning. This fist was enough for third-year students to feel overwhelmed. But this powerful fist was gently stopped by Nangongjing's deft hands. The surging power was completely locked down without a shred being leaked. Luze maintained his stance as Nangongjing's jade-like hands grabbed onto his fist. The two glanced at each other as the tension came down. Luze. Seeing the indifferent smile on Nangongjing's face, he looked at his fist that was halted. Luze could no longer maintain his ice-cold expression. So awkward. My all-out fist was actually grabbed, just like that? Luze was at a loss. Am I too noob? When he saw Nangongjing's indifference, he had planned to show off his strength. But in the end, he did not even have any strength to use against her. Luze was once again forced to acknowledge the fact of his noobness. Following that, he looked towards Nangongjing and gave an awkward laugh. Then, teacher, what do you think? How's my power? Nangongjing slowly released Luze's fist and glanced at him in disdain. Just 101 apertures of power, too noob. Even though she had said that, Nangongjing's heart was filled with shock. It had to be known that Luze's power right after leaving the 25th planet was merely over 10 apertures. That meant that in a short span of 10 days, Luze had gained over 90 apertures of power. This was far faster than what she had ever obtained. It seems that there isn't anyone in history that could improve so quickly, right? When Luze heard Nangongjing's reply, he could not help but reveal a smile. That could not be considered his full strength yet. After all, he still had a 7-fold and 8-fold increase in the strength god art, as well as the protective first shield he had yet to utilize. If it was a real battle, his true power should reach 120 apertures, that was even higher. That meant that in a short span of dozen-odd days, he had increased his power from 6 apertures to 120 apertures. I am truly a prodigy. Luze immediately recovered from his disappointment. I am simply too strong. Right at this time, Nangongjing looked at Luze and asked, are you able to maintain the speed of your improvement? Upon hearing that, Luze scratched the back of his head. No, there are times when I can improve quickly and times where it slows down. If he could, he wished to be able to improve that quickly, but it all depended on whether or not the dimension gave him face or not. When will I be able to encounter a severely injured god art beast? That is the time I can fly. Otherwise, he would have to continue running on the ground, but his running speed would gradually increase. Nangongjing rolled her eyes as though slightly speechless. She then asked, is your control over this god art not too stable? Why is it inconsistent and became faster recently? Luze scratched his chin and puffed up his chest. Who knows, maybe because my stances while training recently became more suave. He can't explain that he actually picked up leftovers in the pocket hunting dimension, right? Nangongjing's face gradually revealed a smile that looked as though she was about to beat someone up. When Luze saw her expression, he immediately felt the need to change his reason. His mind moved quickly, and he pondered on it earnestly. After analyzing it calmly, his eyes lit up. There was another good reason. It must be because I was severely injured on the battlefield, so maybe my god art will erupt and work extremely quickly after recovering from serious injuries. Luze felt that the reason was logical. Nangongjing's lips twitched when she heard that. Didn't this fella know that Nangongjing had watched plenty of action anime from the Earth era because of god arts? Her smile gradually became gentle. If that is the case, then let teacher help you activate your god art. Luze was startled upon hearing that and looked at Nangongjing's gentle smile suspiciously. How does teacher plan to activate it? Does she have some sort of luck attribute abilities? This would increase his chances of encountering severely injured beasts in the pocket hunting dimension? Simple, I'll beat you until you're half dead, then you will recover by using the recovery god art. Won't that make the state of your god art explode? I have the utmost confidence in my control, so relax, I won't kill you. Luze. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Nangongjing in disbelief. You can actually think of such a method? It was truly a blind spot. He did not expect that the violent woman would actually think of such a thing. But as she was constantly thinking about beating him up, the idea was in no way weird. He looked at Nangongjing's anticipation and immediately blurted out, "Wait a minute. Teacher, you need to listen to my explanation. In fact, I don't know why, but I can assure you that it isn't because of being severely injured. Believe me. He was not a masochist and naturally would not want to be beaten." Nangongjing was originally joking, so when Luze explained it as so, she no longer pursued the matter. Regardless, Luze's rise in power was a good thing. Following that, she changed the topic. "Let's head out, I'll buy you a divine art." With that, her figure disappeared from virtual reality. Luze was startled. The divine art had not been bought. But since Nangongjing was already out, he followed along. Outside, Nangongjing taught Luze how to register on a brand new website called Dawn Network. This website was an internal website shared by all the prestigious schools in the Dawn system. As countless rewards were for public use in the schools, for example, the Dao Enlightenment Room, all the academic credits were drawn up and formulated in accordance with the collaboration between the various schools. Of course, every school had its own resources, for example, qualified teachers and unique resources distributed to the students, etc. The website used his identity as an account. After registering, Luze found that his identity was already a first-year student of Federal University's elite class. It also stated his 10,000 academic credits, which was his military drill reward. At the same time, there was a mail that had not been opened. He checked the sender and saw that it was Nangongjing. At this time, Nangongjing stopped moving after using her own academic credits to purchase the Wings of the Wind divine art for Luze. Her plan was to explain to the school and apply for Luze's reward to be compensated as academic credits that would be transferred to her. Chapter 232 Divine Art is actually learned this way? Nangongjing looked at Luze and said, "Have you seen the mail?" Luze nodded. "N. Open it, and the divine art is inside." "Oh right, you're not allowed to pass it on to others, or you'll have your credit value deducted." Credit value was an indicator that every federal citizen had, and if you do something wrong in public or against the law, your creditworthiness will decrease. Of course, if you break the law, there were all kinds of laws and regulations, and even prison time waiting for you. And if your credit value is too low, you'll have a hard time finding a job or even a partner. After all, job seekers wouldn't want to hire someone with all sorts of criminal record. The same goes for looking for a partner. There were always people who did too many wrong deeds which caused them to have too little credit value, and they end up in a bad place or even wind up as super criminals like space pirates and such. As a law-abiding good citizen, Luze's credit value was naturally full. After hearing what Nangongjing said, he nodded slightly, then asked curiously, "It doesn't matter that you pass it on to me like that?" Nangongjing smiled. "I've made an application to the school already." When Luze heard that, he didn't speak any further. "I owe this person another favor again, and I've no idea how to return them." He tapped to open the divine art mail, and then, he became completely stunned. There was a text document with a total of over 3,000 pages. It was filled with words, and the document stated that the total number of words was 3,200,000. Although the text of the interstellar era and Earth era were slightly different, it was generally quite similar. Luze. He looked at the document covered in words. His mind went blank. Is he really looking at the divine art cultivation method? Isn't this a novel? Isn't this the equivalent of a textbook with over 3 million words? Oh my god! Luze suddenly had a headache. Tisk, it must be the after effects of being hit by that woman. Nangongjing took a mouthful of alcohol, then sighed with satisfaction and said, "As we aren't qualified to create a treasure or occasion of divine arts to pass on, we can only record them through words. But with things like divine art, using words to explain it precisely was very challenging, so even if one buys a divine art, he or she might not be able to master it, and just trying to master it would require a lot of energy." Luze's head hurt even more after listening to Nangongjing. One might not even be able to master it after reading so many words? This was awful. Luze suddenly had the urge to give up. But when he thought about all the rewards he spent to get this, Luze could only grit his teeth, hold back his tears, and continue listening to Nangongjing. After Nangongjing saw the shock and despair on Luze's face, she smiled and patted hard on his shoulder. "Brat, you must have more confidence in yourself. I believe that you can do it. With your talent, mastering this divine art shouldn't be hard." With that said, she paused before continuing, "Even if you can't master it, it would be of great help to your wind god art, so you still wouldn't lose out." After hearing what Nangongjing said, Luze nodded. He had used the first shield from those 4 runes before, and naturally, he knew that the process of understanding divine art was exactly the understanding and application of. However, he was still somewhat dumbfounded. But aren't there too many words? A few million. He didn't expect that divine art was learned in this manner. A wind divine art required a teaching material of a few million words. This is a bit too much, right? When Nangongjing heard that, she seemed to have recalled an unbearable memory or something. She said with a nasty expression, "A few million words is a lot. Fallen Star Fist has 21 billion words, did I complain at all?" She was still learning the Fallen Star Fist right now, and she felt like her brain was trembling just looking at all those words. Seriously, she read until she wanted to vomit. Although the higher the level of a martial artist, the higher his or her IQ, but this was the use of a god art, so it was obviously hard to understand. Even high-level martial artists would go crazy looking at it. Luze. This was the first time he saw this expression of hers, and he wanted to laugh, but he just couldn't. His face was probably like that as well, hey? Both of them looked at one another and suddenly felt sympathy for each other. Then, Nangongjing continued, "All right, I've given you the divine art, and even though I don't know wind god art, the usage of god arts would more or less have similar points, so you can come to me if you have any problems." As Nangongjing spoke, she retrieved another bottle of alcohol from the storage ring again and gulped it down like she didn't intend to continue talking. This chap caused her to recall the fear of being dominated by the 21 billion words of the Fallen Star Fist and immediately felt her liver hurting. Luze was speechless as he watched Nangongjing gulp down the alcohol without a word. Subsequently, he said, "I'll make a move first, then." He got the divine art. It was time to leave. It was better to keep a distance from this violent alcoholic, in case he gets beaten up again. Ah, right, help me throw those bottles of alcohol. Nangongjing seemed to have recalled something and pointed at the neatly arranged bottles at the corner. Luze. The green light in his eyes flashed and used the wind god art to make those bottles float to his side, then looked at Nangongjing without any expression. Do you still need me to throw anything else? Nangongjing shook her head and waved. Go on. As she spoke, she gulped another mouthful of alcohol. Luze turned around and walked out of the room, then tossed all the bottles into the bin at the side of the corridor. After that, he went back into his own dormitory happily. He got the divine art. Next, he would have to cultivate. He sat on the bed, opened up the mail that Nangongjing sent him, looked at the 3 million over words in the document, and his lips couldn't help but twitch. He forcefully suppressed the desire to close the document and began reading it seriously. The start of the document was a few simple wind god art usage methods. Someone reading this with no knowledge of wind god art may be very confused, but for Luze, who already had a good understanding of wind god art, he could still understand. However, the more Luze read, the more obscure the content became, just like the case with the first shield. The only difference was that the secrets of the first shield divine art were all transmitted directly into his mind, and it was much easier for him to comprehend. Right now, he had to extract the secrets from the text bit by bit and remove some unimportant information before he could possibly master the divine art. He had no choice. Humans' development only happened recently, and it was already a feat getting the divine art. If he wanted to establish a continued tradition, it would need more time. It was challenging, but it can be overcome. Luze's mental power swept across this small mental dimension, and a cluster of bright purple light floating inside disappeared, turning into cool energy nourishing him. After that, his mind entered a state of extreme activity. His power of understanding increased greatly, and his mind became very clear. Luze used only 1 out of 3 of the purple orbs that the huge black tiger dropped and kept 2 in case he needed them. He didn't expect to use it right now. He looked at the document once again, and the initially confusing content became much easier to understand. The usage of the wind god art, the secrets of the wings of the wind divine art. Luze picked out all sorts of information from the text, then categorized, summarized, and engraved them into his mind. His knowledge of the usage of the wind god art kept increasing. Gradually, Luze was completely immersed in learning the wings of the wind. 4 days later, Luze, who was immersed in learning, was awakened by a knock on the door. He rubbed his tired eyes that hadn't shut for 4 days and sighed. He was a little excited. 4 days later, he finally managed to finish reading this darn document of over 3 million words. It's really so hard. It was so many times harder than advanced mathematics during the Earth era. But it wouldn't be able to stop a clever super genius like him no matter how hard it was. Although he couldn't totally master the wings of the wind like how he did with the first shield, he already had 1 foot inside the door. He could already use the wings of the wind now. It's just that his increase in speed might be lesser. I'm really too strong. Luze was pleased with himself. Luze really wanted to know how fast his speed was after using the wings of the wind, but he was in a spaceship, after all, and could not apply it to its fullest extent. He could only suppress the excitement in his heart and wait until he got off the spaceship. Just as Luze was thinking about all these, there was another knock on the door. At the same time, Ian's voice came out. Ozzy, we've already entered the Dawn system and will be reaching school very soon. Are you coming out? When Luze heard that, he was stunned and turned to look outside the window. In the far distance outside the window, 2 huge fireballs were burning in a deep dark vacuum, emitting light and heat. These were the 2 stars of the Dawn system. We've already arrived at the Dawn system? Luze looked at the 2 huge stars and smiled. There were anticipation and excitement in his eyes. A few days ago, while Luze and the others were chatting with senior schoolmate Margaret and the rest, they had already told them about the Dawn system. Dawn system was a huge twin star system. There was a total of 2 suns and 36 planets. Of the 35 planets, each has 2 to 4 famous schools, and the entire Dawn system had a total of 108 famous schools, so it was also known as the Academy Galaxy. The Federal University and the Emperor Capital Academy were the 2 strongest among the prestigious schools and were located on the 6th planet, planet Venus. The first of the 36 planets was called planet Jinyeo, which was the planet where the Jinyeo sage, one of the 4 divines of the human race, was located. The Dawn system was too important. After all, most of the outstanding talents were located here. If something happened here, then humans may have a declining number of talents in the next hundreds of years or even longer. This was fatal for a new, weak race. Therefore, this galaxy was guarded by the Jinyeo sage. And the Jinyeo planet he was at had all sorts of public treasures of the Dawn system, such as the Room of Enlightenment and so on. Chapter 233 Cheating also needs to follow the rules, okay? Humanity's sages. Luze looked toward the direction of the 2 stars as a light flickered in his eyes. He was overwhelmed by his emotions. They are cosmic state powerhouses. In the beginning, the human race had 12 cosmic state powerhouses hailed as the 12 sages. During the course of crusading for the sake of humanity's survival, 8 of them fell and left only 4 sages. It was the only period where the human race became stable. Every single human being was filled with gratitude toward the sages. Without their blood, sweat, and efforts in the war, how could the human race become so stable? But although Jinyeo sage was on planet Jinyeo, how could any ordinary human disturb the sage? Otherwise, even Luze wanted to take a look to see if the sage was as good looking as him. According to logic, humanity's development was not at a stage that could produce cosmic system experts yet. After all, breakthroughs at the cosmic realm were not as simple as advancing into the mortal evolution state from the preceding state. Ignoring the fact that Nangang Jing, who was not even 30, 18 and 143 months old, was about to complete the mortal evolution state, cultivating would become multiple times more difficult when she breaks into the planetary state. That was why she had mentioned in passing when receiving Luze that she would only leave the galaxy in search of opportunities after breaking into the planetary state. Humanity had only developed for 2,000 years, and the sages were already present 1,000 years before, which was not just based on the martial Dao. There had to be some mysteries and secrets, but Luze was not at the level where he could even attempt to understand such a thing. Just as Luze was imagining things in his head, the knocks on the door could be heard again. This time, it was Margaret's voice that came from outside. "Student Luze? Come out. Quickly." Only then did Luze throw the random thoughts away and he replied, "Coming." He kept his phone and walked out of the door. Ian, Yemu, Senior Margaret, as well as Senior Gui Yuping were all outside, evidently planning to get off the moment the plane was down. Margaret and the other seniors were composed, while the excitement was apparent in Ian and the other new students' eyes. They were naturally excited about Federal University. Upon seeing Luze coming out from his room, Margaret smiled. "You've been training your divine art for the past few days." Luze was slightly startled and looked at her. Who would have thought she would know? But he smiled and nodded his head. "Yes, that's right." When the others heard his response, they immediately revealed envious expressions. It was a divine art. Even Senior Gui Yuping did not have the academic credits to purchase one. After all, there were too many things they had to train in, and all the different resources required academic credits. They had to first ensure the progress of their own cultivation before considering divine arts. Yemu looked at Luze curiously and asked, "How is it? Luze, how successful are you in cultivating it? Did your power increase substantially again?" Yemu's words caused the others to look toward him with curiosity as well. If Luze was successful in training it, he would have left them in the dirt again. Margaret and Gui Yuping, the two senior sisters who had a great understanding of divine arts, stood by the side and chuckled when they saw the excited looks of the new students. Margaret laughed. Do you think divine arts are so easy to be learned? Junior schoolmate Luze is not a deity. But with his talent, he should be able to deepen his knowledge and usage of wind god arts, so his power should have increased. She was the only person present who had bought divine arts before and felt the pain from reading a million words. Up until now, she had yet to truly start the introduction of the divine art. In fact, the news of Jian Xiaoning learning the basics of the flowing sword formation had stunned her. Based on this, Jian Xiaoning was already ahead of her. Luze scratched his head and laughed as a response to Margaret's words. He felt that if he said that he was able to use the divine art, Margaret's heart would stop. Senior schoolmate is a good person, I can't scare her this way. When Yemu and the others heard this, they felt that her words were logical. If learning divine arts was so easy, it would no longer be called divine arts. But when they heard that Luze's power had increased yet again, everyone could not help but feel envious. He was simply improving too quickly. They were envious to death. At this point, Senior Margaret chuckled and spoke up, let us head to the main hall and disembark when ready. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. At such a moment, it was right for them, the newbies, to follow their senior sister. 2 hours later, the group was able to see a continuously changing planet within the dark galaxy through the windows of the hall. The surface that they were witnessing was currently experiencing day with the light at their back, while the other side of the planet was in the dark. The surface of the planet was shimmering with many little stars of light. Those lights were the columns of flames that represented human civilization. There were countless regions on the planet that had lights, as well as many spaceships flying in and out of the planet. This showed how the planet was flourishing. Luze looked at the well-lit region and asked, do these regions belong to Federal University? Senior Margaret smiled at Luze and explained, aside from the Martial Deo faculty, Federal University has other faculties which are all situated in different regions. All of those lighted regions are different faculty regions. Of course, there are some that do not belong to the university. After all, this entire planet cannot belong to just our Federal University and Emperor Capital Academy alone. There are cities for ordinary citizens as well. But the regions that belong to both schools are roughly equal in size with the cities. The new students nodded their heads to express their comprehension of the planet. Yemu's eyes lit up. Right, where is Emperor Capital Academy? Gui Yuping glanced at Yemu, although he did not know why he had an exaggerated excitement on his face. He proceeded to explain, Emperor Capital Academy is linked to our Federal University and has been hailed as one of the best universities in the entire Federation along with our school. We have countless struggles especially in the Martial Deo faculties, hehe. You will find out about it soon. At this point, a few older students revealed sinister smirks on their faces, as though having recalled something interesting. When Luze saw their smiles, his heart shivered. Could it be that the long grievances between both schools are so deep that they have raids between the two? Will we be kidnapped in rice bags and smacked with bricks? His heart started to panic at the thought of that. While engrossed in conversation, the ship had entered the atmosphere and flew toward the lighted regions. At the same time, a horn reverberated and a sweet female voice came out through the speakers. We are arriving at the school. All students, please be prepared and ensure to have all belongings on you. Do not leave anything on the ship, and leave in an orderly manner. At this time, Nangongjing and Luo Bingqing walked over. Nangongjing glanced at the crowd and said, we are about to arrive. When we disembark, the older students can return to their dorms. There will be staff awaiting the new students to arrange the sleeping arrangements for you. As for your uniforms and necessities, they will all be prepared in your dorms. For your classes, everyone can log into the Dawn network to check on your own. The older students relaxed. Returning to school was like returning home, while the new students absorbed Nangang Jing's words and engraved them in their minds, afraid to miss out on any details. This was the difference between the oldies and the newbies. Very quickly, the ship landed on an average-sized hangar. Aside from their ship, there were only 2 spaceships parked on site. The doors opened and everyone left, with the last few being the new students that did not pass the test, 2 of which looked toward Nangang Jing while trembling. The 2 that had fought on the ship were beaten up by Nangang Jing, and they no longer dared to even recall the entire process. Although Nangang Jing was experienced and had great control over her strength that resulted in them not having any injuries, the fear that had been engraved in their bodies made it so that they would shiver involuntarily every time they saw her. Like a rat seeing a cat. When they alighted, Nangang Jing stretched her waist and took a deep breath. "We are back." After all, as young dukes, they would naturally be at the front lines during the tests, and the dangers faced there were naturally high. They would maintain extreme vigilance and could only truly relax after returning to the university. Following that, she turned her head. "All right, everyone can." Boom. Before Nangang Jing could complete her sentence, an intense explosion could be heard in the distant sky. The original dark sky became bright as a powerful shockwave surged in the air, causing everyone to look toward the source. Although Nangang Jing was interrupted, she maintained silent and did not get angry. She turned toward the direction of the battle with a complicated look in her eyes. On the other hand, Luze and the others all looked with their eyes wide open, somewhat in disbelief as they watched the battle from afar. Yemu's voice was somewhat high-pitched and strange. "This aura, how could it be?" Ian and Xavier opened their eyes in disbelief. Due to the immense shock, they were unable to even speak. On the other hand, Xianyuki was unable to maintain a cold demeanor as she muttered to herself, "How is this possible? Isn't her improvement too great?" Tianyuan Qianhua bit her lips while Jessica also had a shocked expression. Even Gui Yuping had opened his eyes wide. At this moment, Luze looked as though he had seen a ghost. "This aura, Lin Ling? But the strength is completely different from the previous Lin Ling. The fluctuations from the power should be at least 50 apertures of strength, right?" Luze was scolding her with crude vulgarities in his heart. No wonder she had declared that she would defeat him with confidence. If not for his sudden increase of strength, who knew if he would still be her opponent? How did she do it? How did she improve to such an exaggeration? This is simply not the martial Dao. Luze was in denial. Even cheating also needs to follow the rules, okay? And, who is she even fighting now? Luze could sense the aura, and Lin Ling's opponent was not someone he recognized. Chapter 234 Giving Money. The place where Lin Ling fought was in the air, not too far from the ground. The collision of the aperture opening state forces caused the winds to blow on the flags near the space station, making them dance while the trees kept swaying. The light illuminated the area as though it was daytime. What surprised Luze was that Lin Ling didn't use a long sword at this moment but a spear. Spears were swift and powerful. Her opponent's aura was clearly stronger than her, but her opponent was forced into a fluster in just a few moves. In the end, her opponent couldn't even make an effective attack, and his defense was pierced through the shot. The tip of the spear was on his chest. The battle stopped and Luze's head was filled with question marks. He felt that he was probably looking at a fake Lin Ling. She can't possibly be so strong. And I thought she used a sword? How did it become a spear? Her attacks also went from being quick-witted to a showy display of her ability. This scenery changed a bit too quickly, right? He was still a little stunned. He wasn't the only one who was stunned. Even Xianyuki, Tianyuan Qianhua, and Jessica, who she was always with, were astonished. It was clear from their expressions that they thought that this person was definitely not Lin Ling. Lin Ling and her opponent seemed to be just sparring and learning from one another. They stopped when her opponent lost. After they sensed Luze and the others, they flew over to their side. At this moment, Margaret was slightly surprised as she spoke. Isn't that Junior the one whom we encountered on the 25th planet? How did she become so strong? She wasn't very familiar with Lin Ling but had met her a few times. Wasn't she only at abstruse martial state previously? In just over 10 days, how did she jump to aperture opening state? Were the freshmen this year all weirdos? Never mind Luze, there is actually a second one? This caused some panic in this top 4th year student. She felt that if this continued, she might be replaced by the younger people. Margaret's words finally snapped everyone back to their senses. Then, Yemu exclaimed, "Damn! Was that really Lin Ling?" He even patted Luze's shoulders and pointed at the figure flying over. He exclaimed again like he wanted to confirm once more. "It's really Lin Ling." Everyone looked at Luze in disbelief. Luze looked speechlessly at these people who couldn't accept reality and said, "It is Lin Ling. Didn't you guys see it for yourselves?" When everyone heard that, their faces froze, and they clutched onto their chest in silence. They suddenly felt an ache around their chest and couldn't really breathe. Just one Luze had already given them a huge blow, and now, Lin Ling seemed to have gone through something and became so strong. This made them very uncomfortable. At this moment, Lin Ling and that male student had landed from the skies in front of everyone. As Lin Ling smiled happily, her bright eyes curved into a crescent while the male student behind seemed a little upset. It was obvious that he didn't expect to be defeated so quickly. Lin Ling smiled as she spoke to Nangang Jing. "Big sister Jing, I'm back." Nangang Jing nodded with a smile. And she wasn't surprised at Lin Ling's strength. However, her emotions became complicated. Seemed like that person wasn't going to come back. After saying hello, Lin Ling ignored many of the shocked students and turned to Luze. This time, she must take good revenge. Let that guy know what it's like to be crushed. The thought of being crushed by that bastard each time she made a little progress made her so mad that her chest hurt. Lin Ling was in a more pleasant mood when she saw that Luze was still in shock. She swept her spear, making an arc in the air, then raised her eyebrows and stared at Luze. "Ze, I will not lose this time." When everyone heard that, they looked strangely at Luze. There were quite a number of people who had an impression of this short-haired girl, but she seemed like a freshman too. Didn't this girl stand in front of the severely injured Luze on the battlefield previously? Why were they fighting all of a sudden? Their relationship broke down? And this short-haired girl's sudden rise in strength caused so many people to be in shock. This had simply refreshed their worldview. They were all secretly guessing how this girl had improved. Luze's lips twitched when he saw Lin Ling's short hair dancing in the wind and her confident outlook. He was even a little embarrassed to make this person mad. But she just had to be headstrong and came over asking for it, so what else could he do? He was also very helpless. Luze was somewhat hesitant and planned to give this person a last chance. Do you really want to fight? Why don't we do it another time? When Lin Ling saw how hesitant Luze was, she was even more elated. This storm is settling. I wouldn't lose for sure. She raised her brows and said, "We, martial artists, seize every minute. There's no next time, so let's fight." Everyone at the scene had a complex expression and there were some who were gloating over his misfortune. Luze was too popular, after all, and just the rewards he got from this battle alone had made them jealous. Having the opportunity to see Luze get beaten up, they were naturally very happy. Everyone was knowledgeable, and according to Luze's performance, he wouldn't be a match to this short-haired girl. Although they didn't know why these two people would fight, it would be exciting. Just at this moment, the male student behind suddenly said, Wait. First come, first serve, right? I've been standing here from the start waiting to challenge Junior Luze." The moment he said that, all the students from the elite class turned to look. Even Nangongjing, who was planning to watch a good show, and the expressionless and silent Luo Bingqing had a tinge of excitement in his eyes and looked over. Luze went blank. He was planning to agree and tell Lin Ling not to get cocky and let her know what being humble was. He turned his head and sized up the male student who was smiling at him. He had black hair, his eyes were brownish red, and he looked very handsome, but he appeared very calm when he smiled. He was somewhat suspicious. He didn't know who this person was, so why did he want to challenge him? At this moment, Wang Wen's laughed. "Oh, I was wondering who it was, so it's Bo Yubo. You're a third year, why are you joining in the fun? You have completely embarrassed Emperor Capital Academy, haven't you? Junior Luze is a freshman." When Bo Yubo heard that, he wasn't mad at all and merely smiled. Whoever said that a senior can't challenge a newbie? The key is whether he wants to fight or not, and this decision lies with Junior Luze, so why are you butting in? All the freshmen were stunned. Challenge? What challenge? So this male student is actually a third-year student from Emperor Capital Academy? Seeing how Bo Yubo didn't mind at all, the freshmen were shocked. His skin was too thick. Hey? A third year challenging a freshman? Then, Lin Ling glared at Bo Yubo. The one who has suffered defeat in my hands, do you want to fight me again? At this moment, the smile on Bo Yubo's face disappeared, and his expression turned nasty. He had a big plan, and if it succeeds, he would reap great rewards, otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to challenging a freshman who was weaker than him. However, he found out what time the Federal University team would be arriving, and while waiting for Luze, he bumped into this short-haired girl. He had watched Luze's 25th Planet Battlefield recording and could naturally recognize this short-haired girl instantly. He also knew that she had a good relationship with Luze. Although he didn't know why she would arrive earlier, it was a good thing for him. Hence, he walked over and struck up a conversation with this short-haired girl. At first, this short-haired girl was cold and indifferent towards him, but she began to talk to him at the mention of Luze. Thus, he suggested asking her to help him convince Luze to accept his challenge. Of course, he would return her favor with many academic credits. In the end, he didn't expect that this person would explode. She insisted on challenging him and said that Luze can only be defeated in her hands. At first, Bo Yubo didn't want to agree to her request at all, but she said that if he won, she would help him. When he heard that, he felt that it was appropriate. Young people are reckless indeed. Hence, he agreed without hesitation. In the end, he regretted it immediately. He thought that this short-haired girl merely looked pretty and wasn't strong at all. He didn't think that she was much stronger than he expected. As one of the top third-year students of Emperor Capital Academy's elite class, his cultivation was already at 23 apertures of the aperture opening state already, coupled with his god art, his power had broken through 60 apertures. He never thought that he would lose to a freshman. And he was defeated so horribly. After he was defeated, his heart was all MMP. There were quite a number of people saying that Luze was the strongest freshman in this intake, and he didn't understand what they meant. Who would have known that this short-haired girl by his side was the real boss? Hui? Which was why there was the scene that Luze and the others witnessed just now. And right now, being provoked by Lin Ling once again, he looked upset. Just at this moment, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly had a whole new plan. However, the new plan had a few loopholes, and it would damage his image, so it could only be an alternative. He shall call it Plan 2. If Luze rejects his challenge, he will just proceed with Plan 2. He's a genius indeed. Bo Yubo turned to Lin Ling and smiled. Junior, you're very talented, but this is between me and Junior Luze. It doesn't have anything to do with you, does it? Don't worry, I will control my strength, and it will not affect your fight with him later. With that said, he didn't wait for Lin Ling's reply and looked at Luze with a smile. Junior Luze, listen to my conditions before you decide whether you want to accept it or not. As long as you agree to my challenge, I will transfer 5,000 academic credits to you. Bo Yubo was afraid something would go wrong, so he immediately stated his condition. What? The second Bo Yubo said that, everyone's eyes widened, and they gasped in disbelief. What's happening here? Could it be that this chap whom they thought was shameless was actually a really nice person? Isn't this basically giving Luze free money? This was a little too good, hey? After that, everyone was green with envy as they looked at Luze. Indeed, being talented was awesome. Just walk along the streets and people would even run over to offer you free money. There were many students whose face became unrecognizable, they were filled in jealousy. This is 5,000 academic credits. Chapter 235 Luze's performance. At this moment, the students present had two thoughts. The first was that this Bo Yubo, a third-year student from Emperor Capital Academy, had something wrong in his head, and it was quite severe. The second was that you can do anything you want if you're gifted. This truly made these chaps, who were thought to be prodigies by countless people in the past, very envious. He was basically given free money the second he arrived in school. This was a scene they never dreamt of. But Luze didn't look happy at all. There is no free lunch in the world, he definitely needed something from me or had done something obscene. He never believed that good things would just fall from heaven. He looked at Bo Yubo's calm smile and asked, "And?" However, this seemed quite interesting, and he planned on listening to what else this Emperor Capital Academy senior had to say. After all, if he was waiting here, it meant that he got the news that they were coming back. Luze would never believe that he was really a god of fortune. Bo Yubo smiled and said, "Haha, as long as Junior Luze accepts the challenge, you will receive 5,000 academic credits when I use my first level of strength for the first move, 10,000 academic credits when I use my second level of strength for the second move, 15,000 when I use my third level of strength for the third move." When Luze heard what Bo Yubo said, he had a strange expression. Other than him, Nangongjing, who was watching the show by the side, was also puzzled. Only Luze and Nangongjing knew of Luze's current strength, nobody else knew about it. It was clear that Bo Yubo's knowledge of Luze's strength was still stuck at the one he had at the battlefield. Otherwise, he would definitely have restrained himself. This was money. Luze didn't reveal his strength and merely asked in bewilderment, "Senior, why do you want to challenge me?" He was really curious about this. With Luze's original strength, taking on the first level of strength wouldn't be too hard, the second level of strength wasn't impossible either. This meant that he would have to give Luze 15,000 or even 20,000 academic credits. This spending was quite a lot. When Bo Yubo heard that, he smiled. "Junior Luze, don't worry. I just want to do a test. I can guarantee that I will not do any real harm to you." As he spoke, he glanced at Nangongjing, who had her arms crossed in front of her chest and was watching the show. His mouth spasmed, and then he said awkwardly, "With teacher Nangongjing here, even if I wanted to harm Junior, I wouldn't have the guts to do it." Luze observed Bo Yubo's reaction and clicked his tongue secretly. It seemed that this alcoholic's temper was also very well known in the Emperor Capital Academy. Luze thought it was hilarious when he saw Bo Yubo's expression, it was as if he saw his predator. When Nangongjing heard that, she smiled and looked at Luze. "Young man, it's up to you whether you agree to it or not, but with me around, he wouldn't dare do anything sneaky." All the students at the scene, including Wang Wen's, who had mocked Bo Yubo, and Margaret, Gui Yuping, and the others were looking at Bo Yubo with a calm smile and twinkling eyes. They really didn't understand what this chap's motive was. Logically speaking, the students of the elite classes of both schools roughly knew each other, and they really didn't think that Bo Yubo was the kind of person who gave money away. This was at least 15,000 academic credits. Many people didn't even have this amount of academic credits for their first admission test. Those freshmen, who didn't know Bo Yubo very well, looked at Luze with envy, jealousy, and hatred. As long as he agreed to it, he would receive at least 10,000 academy credits. They wouldn't even get that amount after working their guts out for a month. He was so lucky. When the upset Lin Ling heard Bo Yubo's words, she was puzzled as well. Is this person an idiot? She was probably the most familiar with Luze out of everyone there, and she was sure that Luze's current power was at least 30 apertures. This sort of strength was enough to make this person lose blood. However, she didn't have any intention of stopping them now. Free academic credits, why not? After Luze heard what Nangongjing said, he rubbed his chin, then smiled and nodded. Since that's the case, I won't stand in ceremony, then. Please be gentle, senior, I am very fragile. Although Bo Yubo didn't say what exactly he was going to do, he already promised Luze that he wouldn't hurt him, and with Nangongjing around, Luze felt more assured. Of course, the main point was that he was stronger than this senior and wasn't afraid that he would mess with him. Actually, he really wanted to ask this senior if he would still get the academic credits if he defeated him. But it wouldn't be good if he asked this question and scared him away. Hence, Luze had a plan in mind. He had to fish out as many academy credits as possible from this senior. He didn't have a choice, he was poor. With such an outstanding god of fortune, his heart would ache if he let him go. Bo Yubo was initially nervous and afraid that Luze would reject him, but when he saw that Luze had agreed to it, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Junior Luze, don't say that. As a senior, I wouldn't use too much strength on a junior, don't worry. La. Luze nodded and smiled. Since that's the case, let's begin. At this moment, Luo Bingqing, who hadn't said a word, spoke up. You don't have to go up in the skies, do it right here. As he spoke, he swept his right arm slightly across the air and a thin transparent ice wall appeared. The ice wall enclosed Luze and Bo Yubo inside, becoming an arena with an area of over hundreds of square meters. The transparent ice wall was akin to crystal, it wouldn't affect the students from spectating, and with Luo Bingqing's strength, it was enough to block the aftermath of two aperture opening state students' fight. All the students present stood around the ice wall, and Lin Ling stood next to Xuanyuki. Xuanyuki, Tianyuan Qianhua, and Jessica looked at the area of the arena and couldn't help but glance at Lin Ling. Finally, Tianyuan Qianhua couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, "Are you really Lin Ling?" They didn't see her for 10 days, and her strength had increased too much. They didn't dare to believe that this was really Lin Ling. Lin Ling was initially watching the arena very eagerly, and when she heard Yuan Tian Qianhua's question, she turned to look at her three partners who were looking at her strangely and smiled. Of course, I am Lin Ling. Xuanyuki, who had a look of indifference, said doubtfully, but, your strength. When Lin Ling heard that, her eyes flickered and she smiled. I'll explain to you guys when we head back. As she spoke, she turned her head back in the direction of the arena, and her eyes were filled with excitement. Alright, let's see what this bastard Luze's current strength is. I can definitely win against him this time. She even waved her fist as she spoke. The three girls looked at Lin Ling's action with a strange look on their faces. At this moment, they were convinced that this person was really Lin Ling. She had always been triggered by Luze. It seemed like this girl was planning on taking revenge. At this moment, on the arena, Luze turned to look at the ice wall around them curiously. This clear crystal ice wall was made out of ice, but it didn't have cold air at all. At the same time, it wouldn't melt, which really intrigued him. Was this the special nature of ice? Different god art had different usage. Luze didn't quite understand either. Just as Luze's mind was wandering, Bo Yubo was in a bad mood. Isn't this junior a little too cocky? Even if Luze was gifted, his strength couldn't be compared to his at this moment, right? Yet, he didn't take him seriously at all. It seems like he would have to give him a lesson on respecting his seniors. With that thought, Bo Yubo smiled. Junior Luze, are you ready? When Luze heard Bo Yubo's words, he returned to his senses. Oh right, I'm here for a fight. He quickly put his curiosity away and looked at Bo Yubo with a stern look. I'm ready, make a move, senior. When Bo Yubo saw that Luze was finally taking this seriously, his mood improved, and he nodded. Be careful, Junior, I'll use the level 1 strength for the first move. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand and turned it into a knife hand. The spirit force in his hand surged, and although he didn't use any god art, the undulating spirit force from his knife hand still showed the powerful force of the attack. The undulating spirit force spread to all 4 corners and was completely blocked when it hit the thin crystal ice wall. Formless blade art. Bo Yubo struck his knife hand down, and the gleam from the knife appeared to sway like the seaweed against the wind. The sharp knife cut through the air and went toward Luze. This was his famed move, it was an aperture opening state martial art. Even though it cannot be used after the aperture opening state, the principle could still be learned. He was using this move to fight with that short-haired girl just now, but in the end, no matter how he changed his moves, she would see through them. It was simply frustrating. However, he was confident that his attacks wouldn't be seen through this time. At this moment, Luze lifted his head and saw the knife ray that was coming toward him. The knife ray formed layers upon layers of shadows in the air, and he was stunned. What's the point of this showy move? However, he remembered that he was in character right now. He was a little newbie now and naturally had to pretend like a formidable enemy was incoming. He controlled his facial muscles, and his expression kept changing, appearing very serious, and the muscles on his body tensed up as well. He fully reflected that helplessness and fear when a novice is faced with a strong move, and the spirit of resistance and relentlessness as a gifted martial artist. He was very confident that with his current acting, he would receive an Oscar during the Earth era. Luze put in a lot of effort into his performance while praising himself on the inside. Lin Ling stood outside and watched as Luze acted with all his heart. A complicated rune appeared in her black eyes, then both her eyes glistened. In just a moment, Lin Ling stiffened up and widened her eyes in disbelief. She even opened her mouth and wanted to exclaim in shock. But when she thought about the current situation, she quickly suppressed herself from making a sound. What did she just see? How could it be? Although this chap's spirit force was weak on the surface, the various god arts in his body were interwoven together, becoming a horrifying giant beast in his body. The current Luze was merely letting the power in his body sleep. Lin Ling bit her lips and looked at Luze, unwilling to accept this fact. She had become so strong, but it seemed like she still couldn't defeat him. This made her so mad. She wanted revenge. No way. She has got to try later. She couldn't admit defeat just like that. Chapter 236 Wonderful Experience. Xuanyuki, Yemu, and the others were puzzled when they saw Lin Ling stiffened up and asked, "What is it? Are you worried about Ze?" "Don't worry, Teacher Nangong is around." When Lin Ling heard that, her eyes flickered, and she smiled. "It's nothing." She was somewhat dumbfounded in her heart. This chap doesn't need anyone to worry for him. With his strength, everyone should be worried for the senior instead, hey? In the arena, Luze's acting was very realistic. A breeze flowed in his eyes, and there was a flame flickering as well, which eventually formed a wind and fire barrier. At this moment, layers of knife rays cut on the wind and fire barrier. Boom! The spirit force knife rays collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous noise. In the arena, the audience could see crazy wind and waves of fire sweeping in all directions with the knife rays. In the end, the shockwaves knocked against the thin crystal ice walls, but the ice walls were like an eternal iron wall, it didn't budge. The shockwaves dissipated, and the crowd saw the situation inside. Luze's expression was still heavy, and his eyes were filled with stubbornness as he stared at Bo Yubo. But Bo Yubo was smiling as he looked at Luze. Bo Yubo laughed lightly. Junior Luze is very gifted indeed, you managed to block my first level of strength when you just joined. No wonder you did such amazing things on the battlefield. Luze smiled plainly and responded, Senior's strength is tyrannical, but I'm not someone who admits defeat easily. As long as the pain can't knock me down, it will be turned into my nutrients for growth. Luze was proud of himself. This performance is awesome. He was so immersed in his character. He had perfectly exhibited that unyielding spirit of a suppressed prodigy, leaving the audience an imposing figure and an upright spine. Luze felt that if he couldn't stay in the martial arts path in the future, he could perhaps rely on this handsome face of his and outstanding acting skills to make money in the entertainment circle. Bo Yubo was clearly taken aback by what Luze said. He had this feeling that something was amiss, but he just couldn't put a finger on it. And when the freshmen at the side heard Luze's words, they couldn't help but feel moved, and some girls' eyes even reddened. They didn't expect that this chap would have this sort of willpower. His words had gone straight into their hearts. No wonder he's so strong. But the faces of these seniors were a little weird. They weren't freshmen and naturally wouldn't be moved so easily. They only felt that this chap was a little too childish. PFFF. Just at this moment, Lin Ling couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out in laughter. She had always been easily amused. Right from the start, when Luze treated the selection of schools like a matchmaking program, she was already often tickled by the weird way his brain worked. This scene was clearly quite serious, but whenever she thought of this chap's current strength with his righteous expression, she just couldn't be serious. As an emotional girl, Xianyuki identified with what Luze said and looked at him, but she realized that Lin Ling was clutching her stomach, and her shoulders couldn't stop trembling, so she couldn't help but to raise her brows and was somewhat dumbfounded. Lin Ling, what is wrong with you? The other freshmen who were moved by Luze were looking at Lin Ling in disdain as well. Just because this chap had grown stronger, he could mock these determined and unyielding newcomers like that, hey? He's too much. Lin Ling tried her best to keep a straight face and kept waving. Nothing, I just found. I found. Z really too strong. Everyone. As if we believe you. If you thought so, you wouldn't be laughing so happily. Nangongjing also couldn't help but look away from Luze's impassioned expression. She had never met such a shameless person before. She really couldn't watch it further. At this moment, Bo Yubo felt like something was wrong, but he still looked at Luze seriously and nodded. With this character, Junior Luze's future will be limitless. No wonder Junior has such strength at a young age. Luze laughed. Senior, you're too nice. Let's continue. He was planning to get all the academic credits and last until this senior used up all his strength. That would be 50,000 academic credits plus the initial 10,000 credits. That would be a total of 60,000 academic credits. This wave of profits. Luze felt that his acting must be good, otherwise, if he's exposed, this senior might take his words back. If he took his words back, he wouldn't be able to get so many academic credits. When Bo Yubo saw that Luze wanted to continue, he didn't have any second thoughts. After all, his aura had not weakened, and it was clear that the wave of attack just now was not his limit yet. Bo Yubo also didn't think that the wave just now was Luze's limit. According to his speculation, Luze should be able to hold on until around the 4th level. Since Junior has requested, Senior will not stand on ceremony, then. As he spoke, he put out his knife hand again and went toward Luze. Level 2 strength. The aura of the knife ray had clearly doubled, there was even a slight change in the air. Although the freshmen couldn't sense the change in the air, they could tell from the terrifying way that the knife ray cut through the air this wave of attack was very strong. If they were the ones inside, the knife ray wouldn't even need to touch them, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it just by being close to it. Hey? Yemu and the others couldn't help but worry. Although Luze was very strong, this knife ray wasn't weak. Luze carefully controlled his facial expression and appeared even more dignified. At this same time, he controlled the wind and fire god art and formed a barrier to block the knife ray. Boom! After they collided once again and the shockwaves subsided, Luze and Boyubo's figures reappeared in everyone's line of sight. Boyubo looked at Luze, whose aura intensified, and raised his brows slightly. Boyubo appeared to have expected this outcome. Junior Luze, I was right, you have concealed your strength indeed. I'm afraid you're not lower than 20 apertures, right? Luze did not refute and merely looked at Boyubo seriously. Senior, you're so strong, I had to go all out. The academic credits are very important to me, after all. When everyone saw that Luze had actually hidden his strength, their eyes widened. This chap improved too quickly at? This was already 20 apertures of power. He wouldn't be considered weak even among the third years. Quite a number of third-year elite class students' faces stiffened and had a complex look. This junior had already surpassed them. This didn't feel good at all. Boyubo's face lit up after being praised by Luze, and he smiled. I will definitely give you the academic credits, you must be careful with the next level of strength. Luze nodded and said, I'm ready. When Boyubo saw this, he didn't speak further and attacked Luze for the third time. This time, the knife ray was no longer in layers of shadows, but it had a sense of overbearing aura, like it could cut the world into halves. Overlord Blade. Although it wasn't his full strength, this move was considered quite a strong attack for Boyubo. The formless blade art was strong in the sense of its erratic manner. It wasn't very effective towards Luze's wind and fire barrier, while the Overlord Blade attack was clearly more effective. This attack was enough to break Luze's defense. When Luze saw the knife ray coming towards him, he raised his brows and a greenish-red light flashed in his eyes. He strengthened the wind and fire god art once again. The wind and fire intertwined, becoming stronger mutually, allowing the wind and fire god art barrier to become more durable. Boom! Blocking the attack for the third time, Luze tried his best to control his facial expression and appeared pale. His eyes revealed a hint of determination and stubbornness. He looked as if he had already reached his limit, and if Boyubo put in more strength, Boyubo would defeat him. When the audience saw Luze's face turning pale, their gaze became complex. Especially Yemu and the rest, they were a little worried. Only Lin Ling, who was taught a lesson just now, was looking at Luze's performance with a straight face. It was the same for Nangang Jing. Compared to Lin Ling, she knew better. With Luze's strength, he definitely wouldn't lose. Seeing this chap trying his best to pretend that he was injured, her fist got slightly itchy. Luo Bingqing, who was maintaining the ice wall at the side, raised his brows slightly. With his strength, although Luze didn't go all out, he could feel something. At this moment, a weird look flashed in his eyes, but he remained silent. In the arena, Boyubo looked at Luze's pale face and smiled. Junior Luze, the next attack will be my 4th level of strength, are you sure you want to continue? If we stop now, you will still receive 25,000 academic credits. When Luze heard that, he looked at Boyubo with determination. Even though his face was pale, and his aura had weakened, the stubbornness in his eyes was still glistening. Senior, don't waste any more time, come at me. Although you're very strong, the word surrender is not in my dictionary. Since this senior wanted to give him so many academic credits, Luze decided to put up a good act for him and give him a wonderful experience. Boyubo chuckled. All right. Since that's the case, I shall not hold back. Overlord Blade. The 4th level of the Overlord Blade stirred up, causing the air to change, and a gust of wild wind swept across the middle of this arena. As the audience watched, it was as if that small piece of the sky had changed color. Faced with the faint golden Overlord knife ray, his originally pale face reddened, and the aura from his body surged. He clenched his right fist, wind and fire intertwined as they charged toward the knife ray. The greenish-red fist and faint golden knife ray collided. That small arena was enveloped in green, red, and gold colors. The shockwaves kept knocking against the thin crystal ice walls, letting out a pleasant sound. Everyone present looked intently in the direction of the platform, and when the aftershock dissipated, their eyes widened. At this moment, Luze's clothes were torn and there were many holes. His body that was cut by the knife ray could vaguely be seen, and blood was slowly flowing out of his wounds. Luze's face turned paler, his aura was undulating, and he kept panting. However, Luze was still staring at Boyubo, trying his best to show his determination. Boyubo saw Luze's determined gaze, and his eyes lit up with a tinge of respect. "Junior Luze, why don't we stop here? You must be quite injured." When Luze heard that, he hurriedly said, "No no no, I will not admit defeat. Unless Senior hits me to the ground." "Is he kidding me? I'm barely hurt." The exterior wounds were made using this chap's knife ray after he got rid of his defense. He seemed seriously injured, but it was just a little blood on the surface. This bit of injury was nothing to Luze. This was simply an abrasion on the skin. He even used the restraining method to control his aura and acted as if he was almost worn out. Everything was very realistic. Luze felt that with his acting skills, there was no reason for not getting the Oscars. If at this moment, this god of fortune, this senior ended it, he would create a serious loss. Chapter 237 couldn't continue with the act. Boyubo saw the look on Luze's face. It was the expression of refusing to admit defeat. Boyubo was slightly stunned. The respect in his eyes deepened. With this character, no wonder Junior Luze was so strong. He must have gone through many setbacks and didn't choose to give up, right? Then, he nodded. "All right. Since Junior Luze insists, I shall continue. It'll be the 5th level next. Junior Luze, you must be careful." In the 5th level of strength, he had to start using God Art. His God Art was Gold God Art, and after using the God Art, his knife ray and blade martial arts skills would be more formidable. At the same time, they will become sharper and be able to conquer every obstacle. He flipped his right hand slightly, and a sword appeared in his palm. With the sword in hand, Boyubo's aura changed, and he became sharp and domineering. "Careful, Junior Luze." He looked straight at Luze, the sword in his hand gave off a faint golden glow, then he launched his attack toward Luze. Overlord Blade. It was the Overlord Blade as well, but it was completely different due to the Gold God Art. A knife ray of hundreds of meters swept across the sky and let out an ear-piercing whistle in the air. Luze's wind and fire God Art barrier immediately shattered. He raised his brows, and the wind and fire God Art that was doubled in strength formed on his right fist. He waved his right fist, and it collided with the knife ray. Boom! The shockwaves wreaked havoc in the arena. When the shockwaves dissipated, there were a few wounds that appeared on Luze's body, his face was paler, and he kept gasping for air. Luze felt that this wasn't enough, so he coughed dryly and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. His voice was slightly hoarse. "You're a 3rd-year senior, indeed. I've already used my secret technique. I think I won't be able to block the next wave, but I will not admit defeat." Boyubo was doubtful at first, but when he saw that Luze had already coughed out blood and seemed to have used his secret technique to increase his strength, he pushed away his suspicions. He smiled. "Junior Luze, you shouldn't be risking your life just for 5,000 academic credits, why don't we?" "No. Senior, that's enough. I will not admit defeat." Luze hurriedly interrupted him. It wasn't easy for him to force out a mouthful of blood. "All right." It was all for the 5,000 academic credits. When Boyubo heard that, he looked seriously at Luze and said sternly, "Since Junior Luze actually has such determination, I won't hold back then. Level 6 power. Boom. The shockwaves dissipated, and Luze was covered in blood. He had lost a lot of blood and was coughing out blood non-stop. He seemed like he was going to die at any moment. When Bo Yubo saw that Luze didn't fall to the ground, his eyes widened in shock. Impossible. With this intensity, it's impossible for you to withstand it in your current state. Luze lifted his arm to wipe the blood off his mouth, his eyes still revealed an unyielding spirit, and he grinned. You're a senior indeed. But my god art had increased by 4 folds at the critical moment. So I managed to block another wave. I don't think I'll be able to withstand the next wave, but I will not surrender. The freshmen, who were watching outside, had a shock and puzzled gaze when they saw the terrible state that Luze was in. They were shocked that this chap actually managed to increase his god art by 4 folds at such a critical moment, and puzzled that he was unyielding even under such circumstances. Luze was truly an elite. Other than being gifted, his character was worth learning from too. Many girls were moved, and their eyes reddened. Luze is amazing. He's truly a strong man. But a couple of seniors were confused. No matter what, was it really possible to increase 4-fold at a critical time like this because of his unyielding character? But they just felt that something was off. Did they have a wrong impression? Only Lin Ling was watching Luze's performance with a blank face. Nangongjing was even more dumbfounded. Must this chap's acting be so realistic just for a few thousand academic credits? It's like his blood is free of charge. When Bo Yubo heard that, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Luze, who was coughing out blood. His strength actually increased 4 folds at this critical moment? Isn't he a little too gifted? However, this was already the final wave, and with this chap's current condition, even if his strength had increased 4-fold, he wouldn't be able to make it. He revealed a smile once again. Junior Luze, the next attack will be level 7 power. You wouldn't be able to handle it with your current condition, so why don't you just admit defeat? Although he was confident that he wouldn't lose, he still felt a bit nervous on the inside for some reason. Luze shook his head continuously. No way. Bo Yubo's eyes flickered, and he nodded. He didn't continue trying to convince him. He just didn't believe that Luze would be able to block this. Then, Bo Yubo activated his god art, and the golden glow intensified, his body's aura kept surging as well. Level 7. Boom. Bo Yubo's slash was becoming more powerful, and Luze was still using the wind and fire god art barrier to block this wave, then he clenched his fist tightly. After the shockwaves dissipated, Luze was still covered in blood and kept coughing out blood. He looked as if he couldn't even stand straight and kept swaying. When Bo Yubo saw that Luze wasn't on the ground yet, he was stunned for 2 seconds before he called out. Why aren't you on the ground yet? There must be something fishy. Otherwise, Luze shouldn't be able to withstand this power with his current strength. But he actually managed to. When Luze heard Bo Yubo's words, he was stunned for 2 seconds as well, then hurriedly said, I accidentally awakened a body god art during the critical moment just now. I really didn't do it intentionally. Senior, you must believe me. I will definitely collapse in the next wave. Luze panicked a little on the inside. He realized he couldn't find any other excuses. He can't just say that his strength increased by 4 folds before and 5 folds this time, right? Hence, he could only say that he had awakened a new god art. This reasoning seemed better than a consecutive increase in strength, so he simply said that. After all, this was just level 7, there are still 3 more later. This is 15,000 academic credits we're talking about. His heart would ache if he couldn't get so many academic credits. There was complete silence after everyone heard what Luze said. Bo Yubo. The audience. Everyone didn't know what to say. What did he mean by accidentally awakening a god art at the critical moment? Even Margaret wanted to charge forward and give this Luze a good beating. This was simply heart-wrenching. Most importantly, Luze kept promising that he would collapse at the next wave, but in the end, he was still standing after each wave. They didn't trust this chap's words anymore. Who knew whether this chap would increase in strength once again, accidentally awaken another god art, or his wind and fire god art might accidentally become stronger? Hey? The freshmen who were initially moved were clutching their chests in silence. Ah, their hearts shattered. Bring back the touching moment just now. Only Lin Ling was still expressionless and even wanted to laugh. She already knew how strong this chap was and naturally didn't feel anything. He had already been exposed just now. Luze saw how upset Bo Yubo was and wasn't speaking, so he asked softly, "That, senior, shall we continue?" There were still 15,000 academic credits, he really didn't want to give up. That's a lot of money. Bo Yubo was slightly reassured when he saw that Luze was still severely injured. Although this chap's strength kept increasing, at least he was already severely injured. If Luze doesn't awaken any new god art in the next wave, he could still win. Even if Luze did awaken something, Bo Yubo felt that he didn't have such a strong power to use it with. Also, the more the twists and turns there were during this match, the more favorable it was for Bo Yubo. Although Luze kept breaking his heart, there were only benefits for Bo Yubo, there weren't any drawbacks. Alright, there were still some drawbacks. He felt as if his heart was about to break into pieces. Bo Yubo looked at Luze, who seemed like he was ready to ascend to the sky at any moment, and his mouth twitched. "Junior Luze, you're very strong, but are your injuries fine?" He was worried that if Luze really died, he would be beaten to death by that female alcoholic T-Rex. He merely wanted to complete a plan, he wasn't here to kill. Luze swayed as he tried to remain standing. He acted like he was using all his strength and shook his head. "I'm fine, even teacher Nangong isn't stopping us, so it's fine." Nangong Jing had already taken out a bottle of alcohol and was drinking. When she heard Luze's words, she gulped down the alcohol and said, "Don't worry, this is your match, I will not interfere, so don't have a psychological burden." Bo Yubo gritted his teeth. "Since that's the case, I will not hold back, then." Level 8. Boom. Another shockwave dissipated. Bo Yubo stared straight at Luze, who seemed like he was about to fall but did not, and his mouth spasmed. When the audience saw that Luze was still swaying and coughing non-stop, they were silent too. The entire scene was extremely awkward. Luze was panicking now, he realized that he couldn't really continue the act. How could he keep awakening one god art after another? Anyone would think that something was fishy. He was still thinking hard whether he should say that he had a sudden increase in strength by 5 folds. But this was too far-fetched. He felt that Senior Bo Yubo wouldn't believe him. Bo Yubo was expressionless as he looked at Luze coughing out blood, and Bo Yubo felt his liver hurting. This chap can't continue with his special performance, hey? Bo Yubo was really fooled from the start. It was simply humiliating. "Junior Luze, what's the reason this time?" Luze was deep in thought. Being questioned by Bo Yubo all of a sudden, his mind went blank, and he answered with a guilty conscience, the final radiance of a setting sun won. Bo Yubo. Students outside the arena. The initially awkward atmosphere became twice more awkward. Everyone was glaring at Luze, who was still trying his best to put on an act and wanted to struggle some more. They didn't bother saying a word and simply watched in silence at his pretense. When Luze felt everyone's gaze, he was slightly embarrassed. He stopped swaying his body gradually and didn't cough out blood anymore. Subsequently, the injuries on his body also recovered with the use of the regeneration god art. These people's gaze was too piercing. It made him feel so guilty that he simply couldn't go on. He decided that he would buy a self-help book on acting and become a true movie king. This time was simply a failure. They actually saw through his act, and this caused his very thin skin to be embarrassed. Note: 1. A sudden spurt of activity prior to collapsing. Chapter 238 Undertake a huge responsibility. Bo Yubo looked at Luze indifferently. Junior Luze, why aren't you continuing with your acting? Luze laughed dryly but felt the pain in his heart when he saw Bo Yubo's emotionless face. It's over, even this little god of fortune hates me now. It's 10,000 academic credits. To be discovered like that, it hurts so bad I want to die. Luze seemed to be able to see 10,000 academic credits grow wings and fly away from him. I'm so tired. I just want to eat. When Bo Yubo saw the hint of pain in Luze's embarrassed face, his cheek started to tremble. Did this damned bastard treat me as an ATM? How infuriating was that? Right at this time, Bo Yubo's eyes lit up, a brazen idea had surfaced in his mind. He gritted his teeth while looking at Luze's awkward face and asked, Junior Luze, how strong are you exactly? If Luze was strong enough, he would earn even more. Bo Yubo's question was just in line with what the others were wondering. Everyone looked at Luze with disbelief in their eyes. He had actually accepted Bo Yubo's 8th level strength without any harm. This strength was far stronger than what he had portrayed on the battlefield. It was fine if Lin Ling alone had suddenly become so terrifying, but for Luze to become so powerful as well, isn't that a little too exaggerated? Are all of these newcomers so terrifying? Luze looked at Bo Yubo when he heard the question and scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. After having taken 50,000 academic credits from him, Luze felt that he had to be nice and decided not to strike a blow at him. So Luze decided to fool him instead. Right at this time, Bo Yubo continued to speak. Our competition will continue, as long as you defeat me, I will give the last 10,000 academic credits to you, Junior Luze. He seemed to have seen through Luze and knew that Luze was after his academic credits. Upon hearing that, Luze looked at Bo Yubo in disbelief. This senior, what was he trying to achieve? He will give money even if he loses? If I have known earlier, why would I perform this act so diligently? We should have gone straight to this. The performance had exhausted Luze. Luze looked at the ugly expression of Bo Yubo, who was still in disbelief, and asked, Really? You will give me academic credits even if I defeat you? Bo Yubo looked at Luze's skeptical face and his mouth started to twitch. As long as you defeat me, I will give you the last 10,000 academic credits. With your teachers here as witnesses, you think I will renege on the deal? Although Bo Yubo was so pissed that his stomach was hurting at the moment, if Luze truly defeated him, his plan might earn him more than what he had anticipated. Although he would lose some face, compared to the tangible benefits he would gain, so what? When Luze received Bo Yubo's confirmation, he smiled. All right. If that's the case, this has become much simpler. If Luze had not been afraid of chasing Bo Yubo away from winning earlier, he would had long posed the question. Why would he allow everyone to watch on as he performed in such an intricate act? It caused his face to turn red. Bo Yubo looked at Luze's smiling and relaxed face as his gradually became solemn. Agreeing with such confidence and being so relaxed meant that Luze had absolute confidence in himself. This was something Bo Yubo did not overlook. Even the students outside held their breaths as they watched the two inside the stage with apt attention. They were still skeptical. Could it be that Luze can actually defeat Bo Yubo? That is a senior ranked at the top 3. Yemu and the others looked at each other, with their understanding of Luze, he would never make empty promises. This meant that he actually had the ability to do so. Complicated looks were plastered all over their faces. This guy's rate of improvement was to actually reach such a level. At the side, runes flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. She stared intently at the stage and did not even blink. She wanted to see if she still stood a chance. She did not want to be beaten by Luze every single time. She wanted to perform a reversal. Luo Bingqing, who had maintained silence all the way, looked at Nangongjing, who was currently drinking, and spoke indifferently. Nangong, you knew about this already. Nangongjing gave a smile and did not reply. She had personally tested his power. On stage, Luze and Bo Yubo faced each other. Bo Yubo looked toward Luze seriously as a gold and sharp light flickered in his eyes. Both of his palms maintained the knife shapes as his spirit force surged. The sharp whitish gold light flickered unsteadily on his hands and produced a sonorous sound. Luze looked at Bo Yubo's seriousness as the corners of his lips curved upwards slightly. Fire God Art, Wind God Art, Ist Body God Art, and six-fold increase Strength God Art were activated. A terrifying aura immediately surged from within Luze's body, causing Bo Yubo's serious face to be replaced with astonishment as he cried out in disbelief. How are you so strong? Too powerful. This fellow that was doing his best to perform previously and immediately became embarrassed after being found out actually wields such terrifying strength? This strength, isn't it enough to put him in the top 5 of their class? But he was a third year, and the guy was just a new student. Luze ignored Bo Yubo's reaction as a green light flickered in the depths of his eyes. With a slight movement of his feet, he disappeared from his original spot. After gaining some enlightenment on the wings of the wind's divine art, his speed at using wind god art had become even more skilled. Even if he was not using the divine art, his speed had improved substantially. Even before Bo Yubo could react, Luze had appeared behind him. The black metallic light aura on his right hand flickered as wind and fire intertwined and broke through Bo Yubo's defense. After that, Luze gently patted on Bo Yubo's shoulder, causing him to freeze. Luze smiled. Senior, you lost. The entire place became silent and not a single sound was made. Cold sweat trickled down Bo Yubo's back as his body was frozen solid. He only reacted when Luze had placed his palm on his shoulder. If Luze had any killing intent, he would have died already. What in the world is that speed? That's too scary, right? Everyone outside the stage had their eyes wide open as they stared at Luze in shock. Even Margaret and the seniors who were more familiar with Luze were no exceptions. Especially Wang Wen's. He was slightly weaker as compared to Bo Yubo, but Luze was actually able to defeat Bo Yubo with such ease. That meant that he was obviously not worthy enough to spar against Luze. This made his entire body feel bad. After all, he was one of the earlier batch of students that had gone to the 25th planet. He knew of Luze's prior standard and strength. What sort of monster was he to be able to grow at such a rate? Isn't it too fast? As for Yemu and the rest, their mouths started twitching when they saw how relaxed Luze looked. They were completely speechless. Lin Ling, who had maintained her god art to spectate the match the entire time, had a look of disappointment. His growth was too fast. If it was slower, she would have had some confidence to rely on her god art to fight against Luze. But he was too fast. Even if she could see through his techniques, her body did not have the ability to react in time. Unless her speed increased by another level. Nangongjing and Luo Bingqing looked at Luze in shock. But their shock was different from the students. As young dukes, their eyes were far more excellent than theirs. From Luze's performance, they were able to tell that he had gained a lot from comprehending the wings of the wind. Luo Bingqing took the initiative and asked, Nangong, you gave him the wings of the wind. Nangongjing nodded her head and replied somewhat speechlessly, 4 days ago. This speed of comprehension was too fast. Luo Bingqing sighed with a hint of excitement in his indifferent tone. He will have to undertake a huge responsibility in the future. If only he can grow even faster. Nangongjing pouted her mouth, somewhat dissatisfied. Luo Bingqing chuckled. I overstepped. This is already very good, the foundation is the most important. Nangongjing did not continue speaking. This was something everyone understood. Following that, Luo Bingqing looked over to Bo Yubo and commented, this student is rather interesting too. Nangongjing laughed when she heard that. He is truly interesting, his way of thinking is good, and his mind works fast. The entire place was still silent, causing Luze to feel embarrassed by being at the center of attention. Am I so suave to this extent now? I feel very embarrassed with all of you looking at me like that. Following that, he looked at the rigid Bo Yubo and smiled. Senior, I won. He had to add a reminder to prevent the other party from reneging on the promise. Bo Yubo only regained himself when he heard Luze. He turned and stared straight at Luze with a complicated expression without saying a word. Luze's heart trembled when he noticed how Bo Yubo was staring at him. He silently took a step back and looked at him cautiously. Senior, please conduct yourself well. I'm not that kind of person. Bo Yubo's mouth twitched when he heard Luze's words. He took a deep breath and laughed. Junior Luze, your power is astounding. Senior here is not your opponent. Luze laughed and replied, there, Senior is very strong too. It's a mutual bragging business, we should complement each other. Bo Yubo did not care about Luze's words. He smiled and took out his phone and transferred 60,000 academic credits to Luze. Academic credits have been transferred over to Junior, please check if it is correct. Luze took out his phone and saw that his account had accumulated 70,000 academic credits. He immediately smiled from the revelation of his credits. I'm rich. Should I use it all up now, or save it up and purchase other divine arts? Luze was at a loss, but quickly nodded his head towards Bo Yubo and smiled. Thank you, Senior. He was touched. This senior before him was such a kind soul to have run over especially just to send him 60,000 academic credits. A light flickered in Bo Yubo's eyes as he smiled and replied, I'll give you another surprise in a few days. Luze was stunned when he heard that. Surprise? What surprise? He looked at the senior strangely with caution in his eyes. Why is he constantly sending me money? Is there a conspiracy here? Bo Yubo saw Luze's strange gaze, and his mouth spasmed. Somewhat speechless, he responded, Don't worry, Junior, I do not have such a fetish. It is just your reward. When Luze heard that Bo Yubo did not have a fetish, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It had scared him. But when he heard that it was a reward, another strange look appeared in his eyes. Bo Yubo did not explain and laughed. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll head off first. With that, he turned to Luo Bingqing and Nangongjing, Teacher Luo, Teacher Nangong, I'll be heading off first. Luo Bingqing waved his right hand and the crystal walls disappeared. Bo Yubo thanked Luo Bingqing, turned, and flew towards Emperor Capital Academy. Chapter 239 The Privilege of the Elite Class. After Bo Yubo left, everyone looked at Luze with a complicated expression. This guy actually managed to beat Bo Yubo. This level of power shocked all the students who were present. It wasn't just the students who had this reaction, even Luo Bingqing looked at Luze strangely. Comparatively, this power was even stronger than his power when he was the same age as Luze. Only Nangongjing wasn't too shocked as she already knew Luze's power. Luze scratched his head in embarrassment and returned to where Lin Ling and the others were. He smiled at Lin Ling who looked a little lost. Lin Ling, wouldn't it be better if we don't fight today? He really didn't want to fight another round. Lin Ling glanced at Luze and didn't respond. She just nodded. Even if she fought, she wouldn't be able to beat Luze. This was quite upsetting. But, she wasn't going to give up like this. She would turn the tables one day. Then, Nangongjing said, Okay, let's head out. Old students, go to your dorms, and new students, go to the space station. There will be people waiting. They will make arrangements for you. Then, she turned and flew off. Luo Bingqing glanced at Luze and then flew off in another direction. As young dukes, they had their own residence and cultivation grounds on this planet. They were separated from the others. Following their departures, the silent crowd immediately exploded. Margaret kept nudging Luze's shoulder. Junior schoolmate Luze, you're too evil. You improved to this degree silently. With this speed, you will soon surpass me. Then, she also looked at Lin Ling. Your progress is amazing too. The people who accompanied them to the 25th planet also agreed. Wang Wen said, Junior schoolmate Luze, treat us to dinner. You must. This Bo Yubo isn't weak at all. Your progress is just too fast. Xylin smiled. Agreed he. Junior schoolmate Luze's last move made him look very handsome. Subsequently, she said with disappointment, it wasn't that long since we last sparred, but now, you had completely left me behind. This guy was improving too fast. When she first went to the 25th planet, she sparred with Luze. He wasn't much stronger than her at that time. In just a short month, this guy had surpassed her so much. Luze laughed awkwardly. Some new students on the side wanted to chat with Luze and the rest, as well as get connected, however, there were too many people, so they could only give up and walk outside the space station. They were going to study together for 4 years. There would be plenty of opportunities. The old students flew toward their dorms. Margaret smiled. Okay, go outside the space station first. There will be people arranging your dorms. We'll go back first then. Gui Yuping smiled. The dorms of the elite class students in different years are not far apart. It's easy for us to communicate. The elite class has very good privileges, you guys will like it. Then, they bid their farewells and flew off. Luze and the others looked forward to Gui Yuping's words. As one of the 2 best universities in the Federation, Federal University didn't lack resources at all. The number of students in the elite class was much fewer than the ordinary class. Their conditions were thus much better. Since their seniors had exited the area already, Luze and the new students proceeded to head out. On the way, Luze thought of something and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, did you not get your dorm yet? Lin Ling shook her head. I just arrived. Luze nodded. He was curious about where she went, what she did, and how her power increased that much. However, he thought it was best to ask her privately. Outside the station, there was a small square that a few hundred meters wide. There were 2 hovercars parked there. Each car had a youth clad in a white uniform standing before it. Seeing the students approach, the one on the right said, those who passed the entrance test come to this side. On the other hand, the one on the left also said, those who were demoted to the ordinary class, move to this side. Those silent students who didn't pass the test stiffened and then silently walked to the left. After a few moments, no students were approaching the left side anymore, so the youth on the left took off with the dozen freshmen who were in a bad mood. The one on the right smiled. Go inside, I'll take you to your dorms. Then, he opened the door and got in. Accordingly, the new students followed. The hovercar activated and floated in the air. It turned a corner before flying off to the direction where those senior students went. The speed of the hovercar was supersonic. Although it wasn't as fast as aperture opening state beings, it wasn't slow. Luze looked out into the wilderness. He could occasionally see a few strange animals running. He guessed that this area all belonged to Federal University, so it was rather empty. The youth at the front turned around and smiled. You've just come to this place. If there's anything you don't know, you can ask me. Although I'm not an elite class student, I'm a 3rd year in the ordinary class. I've been to school for more than 2 years, so I still know some things. A good-looking girl said, aren't you a working personnel? The youth grinned. I just accepted the mission to lead the way for you guys. There isn't many working personnel at the university. The students have to handle most things by themselves. Food, for example, is sold by those students who learn spirit cooking. Of course, it's all settled with academic points. Weapon forging is the same. You've passed the entrance test, so you've all received academic credits, right? Everyone nodded. Academic credit in school is equivalent to money. Everything could be paid with it. From food to martial technique and divine art and even precious artifacts, as well as the honorary teachers of our school. This is how you get teacher Nangong to teach you. Of course, our school will also assign several missions for an opportunity to earn academic credit. It is similar to the mission I took just now. You can check the Dawn network to see the specifics. Luze nodded along with his companions. Then, someone else asked, "Where are our classes?" The senior schoolmate smiled. Other than the compulsory cultivation subjects, you can choose the other courses however you like. There aren't many compulsory classes. The Federal University is rather free. They would leave large amounts of time for students. If you get some mission and need to apply for a leave, you can do that too as long as you finish the compulsory classes and pass the end of semester tests. Luze felt great. So Federal University was this free? Great. In that case, it should no problem to skip classes, right? Of course, as a good and upright youth, Luze doesn't advocate this. The hovercar went on autopilot and flew extremely fast. On the way, everyone asked quite some questions, and the senior schoolmate answered them patiently. Half an hour later, they arrived at a residential area. There were many trees here and a number of three-story buildings. The entire area was split into 4 small areas. In the center, there was a huge martial arts gym. At this moment, the lights in 3 of the small areas were activated. The senior schoolmate looked at the lights below with a trace of envy. He smiled. This is the dorm area for the elite class. All of the students have their own respective houses. Each one of them has a house. The students widened their eyes. Although these houses were not as good as what most of their families owned, this was still an accommodation from the school. How come it was so good? The senior schoolmate laughed. Only the elite class get these houses. Ordinary students don't have this. The Federal University has nearly 100,000 students just in the martial arts faculty alone. The 100,000 ordinary students were considered prodigies in the Federation. But the elite class students were prodigies amongst prodigies. Naturally, they were treated better. This privilege would also entice ordinary students. The senior schoolmate smiled. Other than this, the cultivation privileges are the best. It's so much better than what ordinary students get. You will soon realize. Then, the senior schoolmate stopped at the dark district. Afterward, the senior schoolmate took out his phone and looked down as he spoke. The selection of the dormitory is based on entrance test grades. First, is Luze. Chapter 240. This wasn't the future he planned. When this senior schoolmate called out Luze's name, he glanced a little longer at Luze. Not everyone would pay attention to the war and news, but as a student of Federal University, he naturally would have to. Furthermore, Luze's clip on the battlefield was now circulating on several social media platforms, and its popularity wasn't low either. Many people hailed Luze as the strongest student among the freshmen. It could be considered that Luze's fame wasn't small in the entire Federation. He was quite curious about this junior schoolmate with amazing potential, so he smiled at Luze. Junior schoolmate Luze, you choose first. Returning a smile, Luze nodded. Then, he turned to survey the buildings in the vicinity. He had to admit the environment here was quite amazing. Even though it was just the first-year students' area, the space encompassed more than 10 kilometers. There were quite some trees and bushes, as well as a pond. In the entire area, about 50 buildings were erected. The privilege of the Federal University was really amazing. Luze eventually chose the one next to the pond and near a bamboo forest. Subsequently, it was time for Lin Ling to choose. She chose the one next to Luze, which was only a few tens of meters away. Then, Yamu and the others made their choices. Given that they belonged to the same team, they chose the area closer to the rest as expected. After everyone was done choosing, this senior schoolmate recorded everyone's building and made house cards for everybody. He then said, "The things inside the dormitory are brand new. The daily necessities are also provided inside, but if you are not happy with them, you can go purchase what you want on the Dawn system. Of course, it would cost academic credits." After hearing those words, Luze's mouth twitched. This Dawn system was really convenient. Would it be able to deliver food? After all, his cooking wasn't good. Alice wasn't here, and his storage wasn't ample. He could only resort to ordering food. Luckily, he had already talked to Alice, and she would be sending over the second batch of food as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing to eat. He really hoped her support would arrive soon. This senior schoolmate continued. "By the way, tomorrow, there will be someone sending the school uniform over. The top 12 in the high school exam will replace those new students who weren't able to pass the entrance test. School starts 3 days later. You can check your timetables on the Dawn system." "Okay, I won't disturb your rest." At this point, the senior schoolmate waved his hand and flew off in the hovercar. After the senior schoolmate left, the new students showed a relaxed smile and went back to their dorms. Luze and his group also went into their respective houses. When he entered the building, he inspected the layout. At the entrance was the living room. A grey couch was placed inside, and a huge screen could be seen on the wall opposite the couch. On the side was an open kitchen. All utensils were included. Too bad, Luze couldn't cook. Those utensils were probably wasted. At the same time, there was a toilet on the right side of the living room. After staring at it for a while, Luze proceeded upstairs. There was a main bedroom and 2 side bedrooms, as well as a shared bathroom. The main bedroom had its own toilet. The third level was a room with a virtual reality pod, as well as a storage room. Luze felt this pod was prepared so students could spar against each other. However, he didn't go in and check it out. Instead, he went back to the main bedroom and placed his things down. Luze sent a message home, informing that he was at the university, so as not to worry his parents. Following this, he chatted with Lu and Alice for a while in the group chat. Then, Luze fell into contemplation. He was immersed in the learning of the Wings of the Wind divine art that he didn't go in the pocket hunting dimension in the past days. Today, he could go in. Moreover, Luze really wanted to know how fast he could go after he used the Wings of the Wind. Although he used a bit of the divine arts technique during the match with Boyubo, he didn't actually use the divine art. As a matter of fact, it really wasn't necessary. After all, Boyubo's power didn't require Luze to use a stronger power in order to deal with him. Thinking about this, Luze was quite curious about the surprise Boyubo spoke of. What would it be? In the end, he disregarded his thoughts. He shook his head, sat on the bed, and closed his eyes. In the pocket hunting dimension, Luze suddenly appeared within a boundless region of grass. He instinctively used his chi stealth technique and carefully scanned his surroundings. When he saw there was no danger, he felt relieved. He didn't appear at the same spot in the pocket hunting dimension every time he entered. In fact, there was one time when he unluckily appeared behind a grey lizard boss who was working hard in the middle of mating. That scene. Luze's heart went cold. That was quite horrible. The light breeze swept across the grass and brushed on Luze's face. Since he had a wind god art, he felt a touch of happiness and a close affinity to it. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and a simple 4-stroke rune appeared in his eyes. Then, the wind spun around his back, and faint illusory green wings appeared. The feathers were translucent, but they appeared to be coarse. Luze narrowed his eyes as he felt how the divine art worked. He used his mental force, and the wings behind him flapped. He turned into a beam of green light and disappeared. Luze felt he had fused with the wind. Air made way for him and even pushed him forward. The distant scene was imprinted in his brain, allowing him to dodge easily. Luze grinned. He was nearly twice as fast as before. With this speed, Luze felt he could perhaps run from a god art boss. Should he go find a boss and test it? As soon as this thought came up, Luze extinguished it. What a joke! Bosses possessed a power that was usually around 500 apertures. Even if he doubled the speed, Luze wasn't so sure that he would manage to escape. However, with this divine art, his hunting speed would greatly increase. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and he used wings of the wind. Along with his mental force, he could sense the surrounding tens of meters. With this technique, he was invincible. Luze felt great. At this moment, his eyes lit up. He flapped to the right. In a few seconds, he appeared over an area 10 kilometers away. There was a huge black cat sleeping. Noticing the rhythmic pattern of its breathing, it should be sleeping soundly. Luze grinned at this scene. It was having such a nice sleep. He would help it sleep forever. Luze instantly appeared on the back of the huge cat. Then, wind, fire, and black light flashed. Luze's fist punched with explosive power toward the back of the cat that hadn't reacted yet. Rumble! A huge ditch was created on the cat's back. Fist force surged into its body and tore its organs. This cat happily went into sleep forever ever. Congratulations! Luze watched the cat slowly turn to dust, leaving just a first body god art orb, 6 red and 3 purple orbs. Luze happily collected them. It was like he opened a mini-map and knew where all the monsters were. He also had a speed hack to rapidly go to the monster and clear them. 3 days later, Luze couldn't stop smiling as he flew in the air. With this divine art, his hunting efficiency greatly improved. He had killed 12 beasts that devoured god art shards. He earned so much. At the same time, Luze realized that the blue bird boss might really be the weakest boss. Every time, there were more beasts with wind god art than the others. Luze had made a plan. When he grew stronger, he would fight the blue bird boss first. That way, he could improve his wind god art. The wings of the wind would become faster. If the speed was faster, he could choose whether he should attack or flee. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed before him. Then, he seemed to have smashed against some flying object. It was so painful that his vision went black. When his sight recovered, he was back in his room. Luze! He blinked his eyes. Did something crash into him and crush him? Why didn't his mental force sense it at all? What was the level of that boss? Luze felt quite hurt. This wasn't the same future he planned. But when he saw the 12 god art orbs, he smiled again. He would get revenge later. Cultivation, cultivation. Luze began cultivating again. The next morning, 2 suns rose from the horizon. Luze slowly opened his eyes. As his wind god art grew stronger, he used the god art orbs up at a faster rate. He digested 6 wind god art orbs last night. Accordingly, his mastery of the wind god art grew stronger. He got up and looked outside. The 2 suns outside the window appeared to be somewhat interesting to Luze. Both on Earth and Lanzhong, there was only 1 star in the sky. This was his first time seeing 2. Chapter 241 Bo Yubo's 100 times profit. After looking at the 2 suns for a while, Luze got bored and went into the bathroom. After cleaning himself, Luze was planning to open the Dawn network and see what was inside. After all, the last time he checked the site, it was to learn the wings of the wind divine art. He hadn't looked at the other things yet. This site is very important for all the students in Dawn system. He had to be familiar with it. At this moment, Yemu's voice could be heard from downstairs. Ze, open the door. Something major happened. Luze became dazed at his words. Then, he proceeded downstairs and opened the door. At the door, other than Yemu, Xavier, and Ian, Linling and the rest were also there. Luze let everyone in the living room and asked, "What happened?" Yemu took out his phone and turned on the projection of the phone in order to show a blog post from a forum. "Look at this." Luze glanced at this. The blog's title was shocking. "I didn't expect the strongest new student Luze's power reached this level. I tested this personally." Author, Boyubo. Luze. Boyubo? That philanthropic senior? What was the blog about? Yemu explained, "I saw this on the Dawn Network this morning." Linling frowned. "That guy recorded the challenge last night into a video and posted a paid blog. It costs 10 academic credit to view it." Luze scratched his head. "No one knows me. Who would look at paid posts?" "It doesn't matter, why are you all looking at me like this? Did people really pay to watch it? Who would be that dumb?" Yemu pointed at the views and said, "Look at the large number of people who watched it." Luze glanced at it casually, and then, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He looked at it again. 1.63 million. Luze. "Don't worry. Let me think. 10 academic credits per person. That would mean 16.3 million academic credits." Luze. "Oh my! That was so much. One video could earn 16 million academic credits?" He looked dazedly at Linling. "That can be done? Why would so many people watch it?" Linling rubbed her head and explained, "The Dawn system has 108 universities. Each school has more than 1 million students. In total, there are around 100 million students. 10 academic credits isn't a lot." She rolled her eyes at Luze. "Do you have no idea how famous you are? Articles have been written about you in the Federal Times twice just for an entrance test, including all your other achievements." Linling said, "To the students of the Dawn system, a mere mention of your name is enticing enough." As Linling said the words, her plump chests palpitated. 16.3 million academic credits. It was so huge that she couldn't breathe. Luze. He finally realized how famous he was now. Even if he couldn't do well in martial arts, he could go be an actor. Hee. Linling's veins popped when she saw Luze's face. What was he thinking? Luze. That many academic credits. Are you just going to let it go? Luze smiled awkwardly. He had a guess. This was the surprise Senior Boyubo spoke of, right? From the looks of it, he wasn't the type to run with benefits. If Luze chased him up, he would have trouble too. The only problem was how much that senior would give him. However, that senior was really a prodigy. Using 70,000 academic credits to earn 16 million academic credits. That was more than 200 times profit. At this moment, Luze's phone suddenly rang. Luze saw it was an unknown number. He raised a brow and picked it up. Boyubo's excited voice came out. "Junior Luze, you saw that post, right?" Luze answered, "Of course." He felt that if this guy didn't send him half of it, he would need to get a lawyer. However, Boyubo said something he completely didn't expect. "Junior Luze, although I had the idea, I mainly borrowed your fame to earn this much. We'll split, I will get 40%, and you can have 60%. How about it?" 4-6. Luze felt dazed. He originally planned to demand just the half from this guy. Luze fell silent and then nodded. "Okay." The difference between this and half was more than 1 million academic credits. This senior was a nice person. Boyubo heard this and felt relieved. He thought Luze was unhappy with the distribution. His target was a metal element divine art. 40% of 16 million was around 6 million. This was enough. Although it pained him to give away 60%, he had no choice. The script was completely different from what he had thought. If Luze's power was only within 10 apertures, the distribution wouldn't be like this. Luze's power was stronger than his, and he put up the video for profit without Luze's consent. Being able to keep 40% was rather high already. He was prepared for less, but Junior Luze was this easygoing. Bo Yubo felt touched. He smiled. Today is the most viral time. There should be more people watching, and we should be able to get around a few million more. We'll split it according to that. What do you think, Junior Luze? Luze nodded. Sure. Bo Yubo smiled at his response. In that case, let's add each other. Luze agreed and hung up. Immediately, he felt the oppressive glances he had around him. Their eyes were filled with envy. They heard the phone call naturally. 60%. That was more than 9 million. With the ones to come, it would be over 10 million. Many people wouldn't even be able to earn that much from first year to fourth year. At this moment, Yemu shouted, "Ze, you must treat us to food. You must." Luze smiled. Come, everyone has a share. You will get 100,000 academic credits each. It's your starting money. I won't be giving any more. I'm very poor. He still wanted to get the fire divine arts. That was 700,000 he was giving out. He could still support friends that much. Everyone. 10 million academic credits, and this guy calls himself poor. They really wanted to beat this guy up. But Lin Ling shook her head. I don't need it, I can earn it myself. Yemu shook his head. Me too. I didn't do anything to deserve it. Xavier scratched his head. My family taught me not to take advantage of others. The rest of the girls said they wouldn't accept too. They were all prodigies and had their own honor. Luze smiled. Then, write an IOU. You can each borrow 100,000 from me. You must repay it within 4 years. The interest is 10% per annum. How about it? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. With this money, they could buy the things they need and become stronger. Then, earning academic credits would become easier. They would win from the starting line compared to others. Only Lin Ling was distraught. 100,000 wasn't a small figure to her. She only had 20,000. However, she really didn't want to accept Luze's help. Seeing this, Luze showed an evil smile. What do? I have so many academic credits. I can buy whatever resources I want. I can buy a few divine arts, and my power will skyrocket. There's no way noobs like Lin Ling can catch up to me. Lin Ling, Luze, this bastard. Her heart ached. Everyone. If Lin Ling was a noob, what were they? Chapter 242 Previous Sage. When she heard Luze's words, Lin Ling finally made up her mind. I want it too. Then, she said, I will give it back to you as soon as possible. Her face was red. Luze smiled. Work hard. Subsequently, Luze took out his phone and opened the Dawn network. He found that his academic credits surpassed more than 9 million. With such amount, he immediately smiled. Accidentally, he became wealthy. But thinking about how the Fire Clone Divine Art cost 80 million federal contribution points, his smile disappeared. He felt his academic credits wouldn't even last a month. He shook his head and transferred the 100,000 academic credits to each of them. Then, Luze smiled. If you can't pay me back, you know what's going to happen. Ian's face went red as he said timidly, what's going to happen? Luze, he had always felt that there was something wrong with Ian's way of thinking. After receiving the academic credits, Yemu and the rest couldn't wait to start cultivating. They bid Luze goodbye and left his dorm. They just came over to tell Luze about the blog. Now that the thing was over and school was about to start, it was better that they cultivated first. Only Linling stayed. The atmosphere was silent as they sat on the couch. Moments later, Luze realized he hadn't looked at his timetable yet. He asked Linling, "Have you checked your timetable?" Linling nodded. The core subjects for the first years are Universal Common Language, Blade Demon Language, Common Elf Language, Elf Cosmic Region and Races, Abstruse Martial State Cultivation Key Points, Core Martial State Cultivation Key Points. Linling mentioned more than 10 core subjects. Luze's head was about to explode. He had made up his mind that he wouldn't fail a subject in this life. Then, Linling said, "By the way, the elite class has a Young Duke martial arts question and answer meeting every week." Luze felt stunned. "What's that?" Linling smiled. "Our school has 4 young dukes as honorary teachers. They would come to answer questions for us once a week. Although quite some of our teachers are mortal evolution state and even planetary state, young dukes are clearly better in terms of talent. They would have a deeper understanding of low-level martial arts questions." Luze nodded. The planetary states at schools were usually those who had no hopes of breaking through. They just wanted to teach the next generation. In terms of talent, they're clearly far from young Duke level prodigy. But young Duke prodigies were busy with cultivation. They would take turns to come, and so each only came once a month. This was a huge privilege. Subsequently, Luze asked, "Didn't they say you don't need to attend classes? You just need to pass the end of semester exam?" Linling rolled her eyes. "That's true, but are you certain you can pass?" Luze touched his chin. He felt Linling was right. He should consider checking the classes out first. After all, the freshman year was a building foundation. They would learn the languages they needed to know. If not, they wouldn't be able to understand the words of blade demons during the battle. After these, they would focus on martial arts. Later on, Linling informed Luze about the privileges of the elite class. During first year, they would get 300 academic credits a month. These were for buying resources and other expenditures. As for earning academic credits, they would need to accept missions at the missions section of the Dawn network. Due to the limited power of first-year students, they could only accept some simple missions that didn't give a lot of academic credits. There were also rewards for finishing core subjects which ranged from a few hundred to a few thousand academic credits. If you didn't have enough academic credits, you could also do other classes which also gave you rewards. Linling told Luze quite some important points, and Luze remembered them all. Then, Linling said, "By the way, there's also martial ranking, martial trial, and virtual reality battle. These are the main ways for new students like us to earn academic credit." Luze asked, "What are those?" "Did you see the virtual reality pod on the 3rd floor?" Luze nodded. "Yes. If you go in there, you can challenge the martial trial tower. There are virtual opponents from different races. At each level you pass, you can get some academic credits. If you pass enough levels, you can level your ranking on the martial ranking. If you stay on there consistently, you will also get rewards. As for virtual reality battle, you can fight other students from the Dawn system. You can set winnings for the battle. You will understand more after you enter the virtual reality pod. There's information about this on the Dawn network." Luze's eyes lit up. Great! He felt he could use his current power to earn some credits. He would go in and play when he was free. After understanding all this, Luze looked at Linling in a strange manner. "By the way, what is with your current power? How did you improve so suddenly? This doesn't make sense." Linling's eyes flashed. She knew Luze would ask. She stared at Luze. Have you met my great-grandpa? When I went back this time, he kept complimenting you. Lin Ling was a little annoyed. Her great-grandpa had never complimented her like that. What was so good about this foodie to deserve such praise from her great-grandpa? Luze became dazed. He then nodded. Indeed, I have. Elder Lin gave me the rewards for the insectoids tied. You've already left the Telun system at that time. Luze was confused too though. Elder Lin complimented him? What did he do? Lin Ling nodded. So that's it. Then, she frowned. What did my great-grandpa tell you? She felt things didn't seem so simple. Luze's face went stiff. Elder Lin told him to keep pressuring her. But, should he say that now? What if Lin Ling got angry at him? The old man was very nice as well. Thus, he said, Elder Ling said you're too prideful and ignorant. Meanwhile, I'm mature and strong, so he told me to look after you. Lin Ling. This guy was mature? Lin Ling wouldn't believe her grandpa said this. Luze's reply made Lin Ling more suspicious. Luze quickly changed the topic. Stop changing the subject. Tell me what happened to you. Lin Ling glanced at Luze once more before saying, you know the 4 human sages, right? Luze rolled his eyes. Who doesn't know about them? Then, he looked strangely at Lin Ling. No way, you're one of their descendants, aren't you? Then, Luze suddenly recalled something. Perhaps, Alice's ancestor is one of the 4 divines? After all, even Uncle Merlin was star level. Lin Ling shook her head. How can that be? There's no sage with the surname Linear. Luze felt relieved. Lin Ling smiled. But, the human race used to have 12 sages. Other than the current 4, my great-grandpa used to be one of them. Luze. Chapter 243 Impossible Question. Luze was speechless. Elder Lin was once a sage? What a joke! He thought of the amicable disposition of Elder Lin, and his mouth twitched. He couldn't tell at all. Lin Ling felt quite happy, seeing the confusion in Luze. She said pridefully, my great-grandpa was the once a Ling Xi sage, the sage who conquered a quarter of the human territory. When he heard her explanation, Luze became stunned. He knew of Ling Xi sage, of course. It's said that he had a pair of Ling Xi god eyes that could see through everything. He was extremely strong and even killed a cosmic system level being. But Ling Xi sage went out of the Milky Way galaxy for a trial 600 years ago, and consequently, he returned heavily injured a few years later. At a later point in time, he was announced dead. He said in disbelief, don't try to trick me. Didn't Ling Xi sage die in battle? When Luze reacted, Lin Ling's eyes looked down. My great-grandpa is actually pretty much dead? He was so severely injured that his body kept withering. His power was drained away. It had dropped to court-martial state now. Lin Ling felt sad recollecting this. On the other hand, Luze's eyes widened in disbelief. What injury could let a powerful cosmic system level drop to the court-martial state? Luze still couldn't accept it. Isn't Elder Lin your great-grandpa? A sage has lived at least 1,000 years. How can he be your great-grandpa? Lin Ling rolled her eyes. Did you not know the fertility of planetary state and above greatly drops? It's very common for a planetary state to only have kids at a few hundred years old, much less a cosmic system state. Luze. So that was it. This was the first time Luze heard about this. In that case, why is Elder Lin staying in the Telun system and working there? Why would a sage choose to remain at such an insignificant solar system? Even if Ling Xi sage was that heavily injured, he shouldn't fall to this level with his contributions? Lin Ling's body shook. She looked complicatedly at Luze and then said, my home isn't actually at Telun system. I've left my home with great-grandpa from a young age to live at the Telun system. Luze became dazed at her reply. Why? Lin Ling's body shook, and she bit her lips. Moments later, she took a deep breath and said, my family is a military family. My father and mother are high levels of the military. 14 years ago, the Blade Demons started a large war at the border. The war was so sudden that there was a hole in our border defense. The Blade Demon ships attacked, and my father led the defense. My mother was besieged in another region by Blade Demons. Lin Ling's hand clenched tightly. She bit her lips so hard that it started bleeding. He could save her. If he went, he could definitely save Mom. But he chose to protect the line of defense and not save Mum. Lin Ling's voice was shaky. Her eyes were red, but she didn't cry. Luze didn't know what to say. According to Lin Ling's words, if her father gave up the defense to save her mother, then the Blade Demon ships would enter the Federation. Part of the border planets would be massacred. If he didn't give up the defense, then her mother would be besieged. It was an impossible question to answer. Luze thought about it. What would he do? Soon, he gave up. All the impossible questions were due to the lack of power. If one was strong enough, then he could do both. Luze had decided to cultivate hard, and never to let this happen to him. He looked at Lin Ling and didn't know how to comfort her. Luze scratched his head. If you want to cry, then cry. I can lend you my shoulder. As soon as he finished his words, Luze became stunned. He realized he told the same line to Alice not long ago. Lin Ling took a deep breath and rolled her eyes. Her lips still had a sliver of blood, giving off this unique charm. She smiled at Luze. Ho ho, are you trying to take advantage of me? It's been so many years, I've learned not to cry so easily. Luze. He was an upright youth with morals. How could he try to take advantage of her? Lin Ling seemed to have recovered, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he said, so you've been staying with Elder Lin in Telun system. Lin Ling nodded. I was only 4 at that time. Great-grandpa took me out to travel, and we came to the Telun system. Hearing this news, Great-grandpa didn't want to go back, so we stayed there. Luze. So Elder Lin was annoyed too. This was understandable as well. But what has this got to do with your increase in power? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and she said, my great-grandpa has been telling me to inherit his origin power. His current body can't use it anymore, but I feel he had a chance of recovery, so I didn't accept it. This time, my great-grandpa contacted me after the battle. Luze looked at Lin Ling's complicated face. You felt you were too weak this time, so you didn't reject it. Lin Ling nodded. Luze fell into deep contemplation. No wonder there was suddenly a guaranteed entry into Federal University this year when there never has been. Was it due to Lin Ling? Luze suddenly realized that the old man was very evil. He told him to give Lin Ling pressure. He was probably planning this from the start. Lin Ling didn't accept Elder Lin's power before because her power was rather good compared to others. This time, the battle was so intense, and she couldn't compare with Luze at all. Her pride wouldn't let her take it, so she finally chose to accept it. This was all in Elder Lin's plan? No wonder Elder Lin complimented him. Was this a heritage? Even if he couldn't use the origin power of Cosmic System State, Elder Lin gave it so easily to Lin Ling. One could see how much he loved her. After giving it away, he would have no way to recover his power, right? Luze looked at Lin Ling. What injuries did Elder Lin receive? Lin Ling shook her head. I don't know, but his body is in constant decay. It should be some god art? I've asked him, but he wouldn't tell me. He's only kept the origin power to sustain his life force. He gave the rest to me. Luze nodded and made note of this. He would see if he could help Elder Lin. He said, but since Elder Lin wanted you to inherit it, clearly, he believes in you. Don't be burdened. When you're strong, perhaps you can help Elder Lin. Lin Ling exhaled and nodded firmly. The chances were slim, but she wasn't going to give up. She smiled at Luze. After I completely fuse Great-Grandpa's origin power, my power will skyrocket. And, my god art is the same as his. Grandpa also gave me the Ling Xi magical menu he got. After I learn it, humph. Luze, just you wait. She waved her fists at Luze. Luze nodded expressionlessly. Go you, I believe in you. He wanted to laugh. She was obstinate indeed, but he wasn't going to let her surpass him. Chapter 244. It's so nice to not play yourself to death. Accordingly, Lin Ling wasn't too happy with Luze's perfunctory attitude, but she was no match for Luze after all. At this moment, a knocking sound could be heard. Luze became a little puzzled at this. Did those guys come back? As such, Luze stood up and opened the door. When he opened the door, a young man wearing a white uniform was standing outside. He seemed to be about the same age as Luze. The man stared at Luze and felt stunned. Luze. Who was this guy? He doesn't recognize him. Why was he looking at him like this? Just when Luze wanted to shoo him off, this young man spoke with an excited tone. Hello, you must be fellow student Luze, right? Luze raised a brow. Fellow student? The young man nodded. Yes, I'm a new student like you. Then, he said in a disappointed manner, however, I didn't get into the elite class, or I would have been in the same class as you. Luze became shocked due to his words. You're an ordinary student? What are you doing here? The ordinary class dorms were pretty far from here, weren't they? The young man took out a box from his storage ring. I accepted the mission to come here. It's your school uniform inside. School uniform. Luze just remembered what the senior schoolmate said yesterday. There would be people sending over the school uniform. So it's done by students too? This is for the new students to earn academic credits, right? The man pointed at his own uniform. I'm wearing the school uniform right now, but there should be some difference in the uniform of the elite class. The young man became envious. The difference between ordinary and elite class students was huge. Luze saw that this student's uniform was similar to a military uniform, but it was completely white with black stripes. It looked quite nice. At the same time, Luze glanced at the mark on his chest. He seemed to have seen this somewhere. Luze didn't think much of it and took the box gratefully. Thank you. The young man waved his hand. You're welcome. He didn't expect the strongest new student to be this easy to talk to. He could brag about this for a year. At this moment, Lin Ling heard this and walked over. Fellow student, do you have my school uniform? I'm Lin Ling. The young man nodded. Fellow student Lin Ling, I know you. You're Luze's girlfriend. Your uniform is here. Then, he passed a big box over. However, he found Luze and Lin Ling looking dazedly at him. Both of their power was at aperture opening state. Their vision was rather piercing. This new student felt a huge pressure. He shrunk his neck and asked nervously, Are you two all right? He felt he didn't offend these two. Why were they looking at him like that? Lin Ling clenched his teeth and said, I'm not this guy's girlfriend. She stared at the shivering young man. Who started this rumor? How could she be his girlfriend? The young man's mouth twitched. Everyone is saying this. After all, you two seem pretty close. Luze patted Lin Ling's shoulder and stopped her from exerting more pressure on the man. Okay, thank you, fellow student. You can go give uniforms to other students first. He felt if this continued, this student would receive mental trauma from Lin Ling's force. He was just an ordinary class student. His power was only Spirit Martial State Level 5. It was too weak. Lin Ling had tried to collect her chi, but just showing a bit felt like a mountain to this student. The young man looked gratefully at Luze and said, "Then, I'm going first." He quickly ran off. Too scary. This woman was the devil. Luze looked speechlessly at the annoyed Lin Ling and said, "Do you need to scare him like that?" Lin Ling rolled her eyes and went back to the living room without saying a word. Luze scratched his head. He was speechless. 2. He didn't expect people to spread rumors that he was Lin Ling's boyfriend. Luze walked back into the living room as well. As soon as the two opened the box, Luze saw the uniform inside. There were 3 sets. One was completely dark with red stripes. Another one was completely white with some black stripes similar to the one that the young man wore. However, there seemed to be some differences in the stripes. Another one was blue with some green stripes. Luze took out the black one and saw there was also that logo at the left chest area. It was the same as the one that the young man had. He asked, "Lin Ling, what is this logo?" Lin Ling rolled her eyes. "Are you even a student of Federal University? This is the school logo." Luze became dumbfounded. "Logo? Why do I feel this is familiar?" Lin Ling looked strangely at him. "Of course, you would feel that. It's the logo of the mother planet of the human race, Earth." Earth. Luze's eyes widened as he looked at this blue logo. The logo was Earth. He felt very complicated. The human race owned nearly half of the Milky Way galaxy. Despite Earth being very poor in resources and most of the humans of this generation had never been there, its status in the human race was irreplaceable. This was the mother planet of the human race. 3 months ago, Luze was still on Earth. These 3 months felt like a dream. But Luze looked at this logo and felt that Earth didn't seem the same as 2,000 years ago. Was he wrong? He took out his phone and searched the history of Earth. After reading through it, Luze felt complicated. During the pre-galactic era, human technology advanced rapidly but resources were limited. This caused the global situation to become very tight. One event went out of control and war broke out. The crust moved and tectonic plates shifted. Mother Earth's shape was changed. It became like this now. After that global war, humans realized that if they continued this, they would end up killing themselves. Thus, the Human Federation arduously stood up. Luze rejoiced. Good thing humans didn't wipe themselves out. Otherwise, would he still be able to transmigrate? No wonder the logo felt familiar. It was the logo of Earth. Great! Lin Ling was speechless. She thought Luze hadn't been to Earth. She smiled. The solar system is only 200 light-years away from Dawn system. It would only take 10 hours to get there. Luze got up and dragged Lin Ling. Let's go play at Earth. Chapter 245 Double the joy, double the price. Lin Ling. She looked at how excited Luze was, and her mouth twitched. What was he thinking? Only 3 days were left before the school would start. Why choose to go now? Wait. Lin Ling's face went red. We should, at least, leave after we've finished all the things needed to be done before school starts. We can't just go now. Luze scratched his head. He just realized that he still had a lot of academic credits not used yet. If he went to Earth now, he could only stay for a day. It was a rush. Luze felt Lin Ling was right. Earth was really close. They could go whenever they liked. It didn't need to be done right away. Despite this, Luze felt disappointed. Arg, all the food there was on Earth. Lin Ling became speechless after seeing Luze reminisce about something. She retreated and looked at Luze with disdain. I don't know what you're thinking, but your expression is so lewd. Luze. He said seriously. I want to know if our mother planet has those historical cultures, sites, and food. How can I be lewd? I'm worried about our cultural heritage. Lin Ling glanced at Luze and said nothing. She checked the time and saw that it was almost noon. I'm going back. I'm going to challenge you after some time. Luze smiled. You're welcome anytime. Don't cry when you lose. I'm not that weak. Lin Ling walked out. Luze put away his school uniform and went upstairs. He immediately logged onto the Dawn network. After lending out 700,000 academic credits, he still had 9.1 million left. It seemed as though he was wealthy, but Luze knew he was poor in reality. He could only afford a tenth of the Fire Clone Divine Art. He started to browse at the Dawn network thoroughly. There were sections similar to that of the martial arts site, but there was a unique school section. There were also mission sections. Some missions were school-specific, but some were meant for all students in the system. These missions were usually put up by the Federation. There was a Dawn System forum, as well as the school's own forums. Bo Yubo placed that paid post in the Dawn System forum. Luze hadn't clicked into it yet. What a joke, 10 academic credits. So expensive. Luze found in surprise that there really was a place to order food on the net. It was in the living section. There were spirit food ingredients and readily made spirit food for sale. Luze's eyes lit up. Great! He was almost out of food. He didn't need to worry about starving to death now. After he finished the remaining spirit food, he could live on ordering food if Alice's support hadn't arrived yet. Luze opened the Divine Art section on the Dawn network. His face immediately showed pain. Most of the academic credits would be leaving him. He saw the Divine Art list that the martial arts site had. There were even Divine Arts that weren't on the martial arts site. However, Luze stopped looking after seeing the price. It was higher than even a fire clone. He didn't need to think about it. The cheapest was still the Wings of the Wind. The second was Ice Divine Art. Luze wasn't going to buy this. The next one was a special divine art that Luze couldn't use too. He kept browsing and soon, his eyes lit up. He found a divine art he could use. Divine Art, Wings of Lightning. Price, 1.8 million. Luze clicked on it and found that Wings of the Wind and Lightning were complementary. If you cultivated both, you could cultivate Divine Art Wings of Wind and Lightning. The two god arts were also complementary. This meant that his wind and lightning could fuse like wind and fire. That would be a huge increase in power. His fire god art hadn't improved in quite a while. By the looks of it, his lightning god art had much more room for improvement. Improving his wind and lightning god arts made the level of his happiness increase more than double. After purchasing the Wings of Lightning, he went on to browse further and found the Wings of Wind and Lightning Divine Art. Price, 6 million academic credits. Luze. His heart ached. This was too expensive. The Wings of the Wind was only 1.2 million while the Wings of Lightning was only 1.8 million. Why was the combined version 6 million? His heart shattered. But, he had to buy this. The improvement he would obtain from it would be huge. Luze resisted his pain and bought it. Looking at the remaining 1.3 million academic credits, his heart bled. He optimistically thought he could use this for a month. How naive was he? He quickly left the Divine Art page. It was too painful to watch and not be able to buy. Luze looked outside. He watched the bamboo sway in the wind as he eased his pain. Moments later, Luze looked back on the computer. This time, he was going to look at the cultivation method of Wings of Lightning Divine Art. It was nearly 4 million words compared to the 3 million of Wings of the Wind. From the price, one could tell that this divine art was harder than the Wings of the Wind. He burned the last purple orb left by the Black Tiger boss, and his mind became clear. He soon immersed himself in the enlightenment of the wings of lightning divine art. 3 days later at night, the bamboo leaves shuffled in the wind, bringing some life to the night. Luze looked up. His eyes flashed with lightning. He stretched up and smiled. Bountiful harvest. There were many similarities between the wings of wind and wings of lightning. They were both part of the divine art wings of wind and lightning. With his previous cultivation experience, he used just 3 days to learn it completely. However, the last purple orb from the boss was used up. Only purple orbs from aperture opening state beasts that devoured God art shards remained. His learning speed would slow down. Despite this, Luze was confident that he could completely learn wings of wind and lightning in a month. By then, Luze's eyes flashed and he smiled. He could do whatever he wanted in the pocket hunting dimension. Those bosses wouldn't be able to catch up to him. If he couldn't beat them, he would run. He would pick fights with those injured boss. Luze felt great just thinking about it. Then, Luze sat down and entered the pocket hunting dimension once again. Chapter 246 First on Martial Leaderboard. Luze appeared inside the pocket hunting dimension. He scanned the environment as usual and tried to use his wings of lightning. He started using his lightning god art as traces of lightning appeared on his body. Finally, the lightning gathered on his back, forming a pair of purple wings. It was very similar to the wings of the wind. However, there would be wind circulating on the wings of the wind. Luze flapped his wings, and his body disappeared in purple lightning. Compared to the wings of the wind, it was slower. After all, Luze's wind god art was much stronger than lightning god art. After going around in a few circles, Luze switched back to wings of the wind. He sighed disappointedly. Before he learned wings of wind and lightning, this wings of lightning was practically useless. Luze once again headed on his journey of hunting in the jungle. 4 days later, in the morning, Luze was in a small bush that was only 1.5 meters tall. He bent over and stared keenly before him. Look what he found! A heavily injured warhorse boss. Not far ahead was a patch of 3 meters tall grass. The boss was lying there. Its armor-like scales were heavily damaged. It was covered in deep wounds everywhere. Blood continuously dripped, painting the grass red. One could even see the organs from the injuries. Its purple crystal-like lightning horn was half broken. Luze's eyes flashed. Just what did this boss encounter to end up like this? But that didn't concern Luze. This guy seemed a little tired. As a good person, Luze felt he had the responsibility to send the boss on his way. He felt great. As soon as he used up the resources from the Black Tiger boss, he found another heavily injured boss. His power was many times stronger than when he killed the Black Tiger boss. He was confident he could kill this heavily injured boss. Luze was planning to charge up. Rumble. At this moment, a divine punishment like lightning strike came down from the heavens and struck the warhorse. Roar. It was clearly a lightning element boss, but it was still heavily damaged. Its body even started shaking. Luze was scared immediately at this scene. It must be a super boss. Just when he was planning to leave, he became dazed when he turned around. His forehead sweated. He looked at a figure, which appeared 100 meters behind him, in shock. It was a 4-meter-tall white figure. It had long ears, cute triangular lips, red eyes, a fat juicy body, and a purple horn. Wait! Purple horn! Luze looked dazedly at the purple horn that appeared on the super rabbit boss head. It was so much stronger than that warhorse. Clearly, this rabbit was the boss who stole the purple rune. Luze was speechless while looking at its powerful chi. That rabbit grew again. Last time, it wasn't like this despite using its powerful move. Luze felt that this white rabbit boss had evolved into a super boss. He planned to give this super rabbit a name. Rabbit 1. This super rabbit should be the strongest rabbit in this region, right? It was staring deadly at Luze as Luze stared back in return. He couldn't run now for sure. Thus, Luze had a bold idea. Eyes were the window to one's soul. Luze felt if he transmitted his genuine kindness toward Rabbit 1, it would understand, and perhaps, let him go instead? Luze showed a gentle and handsome smile. Rabbit cough, boss, I'm just a passerby noob, I'll rumble. Before Luze could finish speaking, he saw a purple light flash, and his vision sunk into darkness. Luze opened his eyes filled with discomfort. He felt he was probably turned to dust. He was in extreme pain. He shivered as he looked up, forcing himself not to cry. This was a new way to die. Was that damned rabbit blind? Could it not see his kindness? He was going to remember this. Then, he thought perhaps that rabbit might be able to continue getting strong. Last time, it definitely wasn't this strong. At least, it didn't have horns. Now, it grew stronger, but seeing how small the horns were, clearly, it wasn't mature yet. Not too good. Luze hadn't encountered the lord of this region yet. Would the rabbit grow to that level? 2 lords. This was exciting. Moments later, the pain eased, and Luze sat up. He thought for a moment and left his room, coming to the 3rd floor. He was planning to go visit the Martial Trial Tower. He just used up 7.8 million academic credits. He felt that if he bought some more tomorrow, he wouldn't even have money for food. He should go earn money. 3rd floor. Luze entered the virtual reality pod, and his vision sunk into darkness again. Then, Luze appeared within a huge city. There were people going along on the streets. Their faces looked young. Luze looked around curiously. So this was the virtual martial city? There was very little information about the martial leaderboard on the Dawn network. He only knew it was in this city, and only martial arts students could enter the leaderboard. Not all people had powerful martial arts talent. Other than martial arts, there were other faculties designated for science, galactic battle commanding, and so forth. There was also an academic leaderboard. Those on there were science and commanding prodigies. Luze wasn't interested in that. The martial leaderboard was separated into the grand leaderboard and 4-year level leaderboards. The first on the grand leaderboard received 100,000 academic credits a month. The second and third had 50,000 academic credits a month. 4th to 10th had 30,000. 11th to 100th had 10,000. It grew progressively less. The other leaderboards had fewer rewards than the grand leaderboard. The first received 30,000 a month while second and third received 20,000. On the other hand, 4th to 10th had 10,000. It was a stable source of income for students, especially if you were on 2 leaderboards. The first of the grand leaderboard would definitely be the first on his year-level leaderboard. In that case, he would get 150,000 a month. That was a lot. There was also a virtual reality battle live stream. People could set up live streams for the battle and make it a paid stream. However, people usually only watched the fights of those high on the martial leaderboard. The virtual reality battle was marketed to the martial arts students. In the entire Dawn system, there were less than 10 million martial arts students. Most of them watched the battle to learn. Luze felt if he was to fight, he would need to use live streams to earn academic credits. This was free. But he would need to save a few cards and not show all of his power. At this moment, a voice could be heard. Look, the first on the grand leaderboard changed. Luze saw everyone look in the air, so he did too. Then, Luze's eyes widened. There were 1 big and 4 small bronze tablets floating. Each bronze tablet had 10 names. The first was gold, second and third were silver, and the rest were white. The big tablet was flashing with a rainbow color. The third became first, and its color turned to gold. The name was Margaret. Luze's eyes widened. Senior schoolmate Margaret was this strong? She was ranked first. Chapter 247 Life is Too Hard. Looking at the flashing name of the first placer on the overall leaderboard, everyone who was concerned about the change was bewildered. Margaret was originally ranked second among the elite class of Federal University. Other than the Federal University, the Emperor Capital Academy clearly had competitive power as well. Her power was weaker than the first of the Emperor Capital Academy. As such, she could only rank third in the overall ranking. However, this time, she crushed the first and second who held the position for a long time. This improvement was huge. However, those students from the elite class of Federal University could still accept it despite being a little surprised. This time, Margaret was heavily rewarded Heaven Crystal Fruit, Deo Enlightenment Room Cultivation. These were enough to improve her cultivation level and even increase her God Art by 1 level if she was lucky. Clearly, she digested all the rewards and thus went higher on the ranking. Luze felt happy that senior schoolmate Margaret could get this. At this moment, he heard some people discussing among themselves. Senior schoolmate Margaret seemed to have gained huge merit on the battlefield of the 25th planet, right? Yes, I saw the clip of that battlefield. Senior schoolmate Margaret and a prodigy from the prodigy barrack went to rob the spirit medal. She did very well on the battlefield later too. It seems that the reward is bountiful. I wonder what senior schoolmate Eldon and Lee King Yun think. They're no pushover. It's their final year. The competition hasn't ended yet. Haha, that's true. But, speaking of the battlefield on the 25th, how come Luze's name isn't on the list of first year's ranking? I don't know, a lot of people are waiting for Luze's results. They're not looking at the first year's list but the overall ranking. Overall ranking? It shouldn't be this fast, right? You didn't see Bo Yubo's blog post. Are you referring to that shocking news blog? It costs 10 academic credits. I'm not going to be tricked. The clip revealed Luze's latest power. Although I'm not sure if it's all of his power, it's... The person shook his head. Too strong. He was a second-year student who was only at abstruse martial state. This guy was first year, but his strength was a few galaxies ahead of him. What about his power? Tell me. His combat power is said to be at least aperture opening state with more than 70 apertures. Oh shit? You're kidding me. I wish, but it's impossible. The author of the blog, Bo Yubo, is a third-year student from the elite class of the Emperor Capital Academy. His power is around 60 apertures. He lost before he could even react. Then, would this guy enter the top 1000 when he competes in the Martial Trial Tower for the first time? He might really be able to. Yes, Federal University and Emperor Capital Academy combined has around 100 people possessing aperture opening state with 70 apertures or higher. The other schools don't have this much, but each school should have around 10. In total, there would be more than 1,000 people. If Luze still has power he is hiding, then he really might be able to reach the top 1000 upon entering the martial trial. Everyone exchanged glances with each other and became silent. They couldn't express their emotions at the moment. Oh my god! This is too absurd. Those students who could attend a school in the Dawn system usually had spirit martial state power at high school exams. This power was considered a prodigy in a small area. For example, Su Yang and Su Fangzhengzizi, as well as Liu, from Luze's high school had hopes of entering a school in the Dawn system but not Federal University. But, it's been 3 days, and tomorrow school will start. Why is he not coming? Perhaps, he's in solitary cultivation? He doesn't lack academic credits. Just the reward from the 25th planet would be an astronomical amount for us. Plus, you know how lucrative Bo Yubo's blog was. He's not dumb enough to take it all. He would at least give half to Luze. Oh shit, my heart aches. The guy hasn't even started school, and yet, he has more money than I will ever have in my entire life. I can't handle this either. And that Lin Ling, who is currently ranked first among the first-year students, seems to be in the overall ranking, probably, around 1,000 something. Please, stop talking. Let us be normal people. Life was so hard. Luze, who heard this from the side, felt great. He was too strong indeed. Then, he looked at the ranking of first-year students. The first was indeed Lin Ling. She was aperture opening state and stronger than Bo Yubo. It wasn't hard for her to get first. He was probably the only one who could restrain her. Luze turned to leave. The virtual martial city wasn't small. It needed to contain more than 10 million martial arts students. At the center was this sky-reaching tower that could be seen from every corner of the city. This was the Martial Trial Tower. Going in costed 10 academic credits, and one could only enter 3 times a month. People usually only went in when they were confident they could break through. The first time for new students was free. Other than the tower, there were also large amounts of virtual battlegrounds. There were also virtual people for sparring, but that would also cost academic credits. Luze wasn't interested in virtual battles right now. He only wanted to check out the Martial Trial Tower and see what level he could reach. He used Wind God Art and flew toward the Martial Tower. There were plenty of people here. Luze then entered the tower. As soon as he did, the scene changed. He appeared in a swamp. His feet were stuck inside the mud as he gradually sunk. He raised a brow. This was much stronger than the seed competition at high school. If it was a spirit martial state, then his speed would be quite affected in this swamp. At this moment, the mud in front bubbled. Rumble. The mud exploded. Dark and pungent liquid splashed everywhere. Luze's mouth spasmed, and he quickly used Wind God Art to blow this smell away. At this moment, Luze realized a new function of the Wind God Art. It could cleanse air. Great! A 10-meter-long, huge black snake shot out of the mud and opened its mouth ferociously toward Luze. It had the desire to bite him. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes as a wind blade sliced across the snake's neck. Blood splattered, and the body fell into the black acrid mud. Soon it was submerged in the swamp. 1 ST level passed, gained 10 academic credits. A cold voice could be heard in the air. This academic credit was too little. It was at least Spirit Martial State level 1 power, and yet, it only gave 10 academic credits? Luze could imagine how painful the new students lived. The scene changed again. The swamp disappeared, and a huge luscious tall forest materialized. The tree crest was very wide. It managed to block the sunlight. On the other hand, the forest was rather dark. At this moment, a roar came out behind Luze. Luze felt the wind and turned around to see a 3-meter-tall furred beast charging at him. Luze waved his hand, and a violent wind swept up the beast and brought it into the sky. Level 2 passed, gained 15 academic credits. Luze touched his chin. Spirit Martial State Level 2, 15 points? This meant that some new students might not even earn 100 credits during the first time they came in. Chapter 248 Star of the Show. He got through each level very quickly. Level 3. Level 4. At each level, the enemy was a level stronger than the previous, while the academic credits reward would also increase by 5 credits. Very soon, Luze was at the 11th level. The location was a hot wasteland with a temperature of about 50 degrees Celsius. There were even a number of volcanoes around the wasteland. They would erupt from time to time. Volcanic ash floated in the air, completely covering the sky, and the surroundings were somewhat gloomy. In front of him was an alien race, its body seemed to be covered in black rocks, and there was a flash of red flame flickering in the crevices of the rocks. It looked somewhat similar to the Stone Man in the Hero Alliance during the Earth era. Luze looked at the information about his opponent. This Stone Man was called Cockerace, and as to why it would have such a cute name when it looked this way, Luze didn't know either. Probably because their race doesn't know how to come up with names. This Kaka Stone Man's strength was at abstruse martial state level 1. It was a Stone Man who just reached adulthood. Luze didn't know how to judge whether he was an adult or not either. Roar! The Stone Man opened his mouth and roared at Luze, then it charged towards him. He raised his right fist, and there was black spirit light flickering on it as he hit toward Luze's head. A green light flashed in Luze's eyes, and a wind blade cut through the air. The Stone Man's movement froze, then its hideous head fell from its neck. There wasn't any blood that flowed out. After the Stone Man's head fell off, its body broke down into stones. Luze looked at the stones on the ground and was a little taken aback. He didn't expect that even stones had life. How interesting! I wonder if I can grab one to keep. He could play with it when he's bored, and it seemed quite interesting. 11th level passed, gained 100 academic credits. Luze was stunned when he received the prompt and was actually quite happy. 100 academic credits. That's a lot. One must know that only 55 academic credits were given even at the peak of Spirit Martial State. Too bad, this reward was only given when one got through this level the first time. There wouldn't be another reward like this later. Otherwise, it would be too easy to earn the academic credits. Very soon, the scene changed, and the next round began. Level 12. Level 13. Level 14. Level 21. Level 22. Level 30. Level 31. The opponents were very weak during the initial levels. Luze didn't even have to move an arm and could simply get rid of them with a wind blade. Just as Luze was on his way to success, there was a sudden exclamation from the once busy streets of the virtual martial city. Look at the first-year leaderboard, Luze is rising up. Quite a number of people looked up when they heard that, and they saw the first-year bronze tablet floating in the sky. Many people were concerned about what Luze's ranking would be. After all, he was the top freshman and had very easily defeated the third-year Boyubo. With this power, it worried those elites who were slightly stronger than Boyubo. Would they also be overtaken by this freshman? If Luze really surpassed them, they would lose their dignity as seniors. Nobody would ever want to lose to a younger junior. Especially when Luze hadn't gone into the martial trial tower for 3 days and caused these people to be on tenterhooks. They couldn't eat nor drink, they didn't sleep well and were almost becoming like an elderly. Right now, Luze was finally rising up in ranks, and it had attracted several people's attention. On the platform in the martial arts building, Lin Ling was battling with an aperture opening state senior. Both of them released a terrifying power, and the shockwaves raged on the platform like it was the end of the world. There were quite a number of people who paid to watch the battle. Most of the strength of the audience was at the higher levels of aperture opening state or core martial state, and they were hoping to improve themselves from watching the two people's battle. Lin Ling was holding a spear, and spirit light flashed in her eyes. Her aura was clearly weaker than her opponent, yet each time she attacked, she would cause her opponent to be thrown into confusion, and it was hard to fight her off. Tisk! 2 figures moved in a flash on the platform, and after over 10 moves, Lin Ling's spear suddenly broke through the aperture opening state senior's defense, landing on his chest area. Lin Ling said indifferently, "Senior, you've lost." The aperture opening state senior looked at the spear tip flashing a cold light in his chest, then looked at Lin Ling's beautiful face and smiled helplessly. "Junior Lin Ling is very strong indeed, I'm not a match for you." Lin Ling retracted her spear and laughed. "Senior, you're too kind." After that, the aperture opening state senior smiled. "Oh right, Junior Lin Ling, what is your contact?" "Junior Lin Ling is so strong. If I get a task with bountiful rewards, I would hope that Junior could come and help." Lin Ling was taken aback, then she thought of something and smiled. Senior, Ze and I are a fixed team, you should look for others. That chap blocked a hail of arrows during the celebration previously, this time, it was his turn. Lin Ling suddenly recalled that the chap seemed to be quite famous in school now. Would he use her as a shield when the time comes? With that thought, Lin Ling's heart sank. When the Aperture Opening State Senior heard that, the smile on his face froze. He was about to say something, but someone in the audience yelled, "Luze entered the martial trial tower." Many audience members immediately disappeared from their seats and went off to see the ranking. On the platform, Lin Ling raised her brows and didn't care about what the Aperture Opening State Senior wanted to say as she disappeared from the platform. She wanted to see what that chap's rank was at this moment. At a certain corner in the martial city, 3 figures were looking at the first-year bronze tablet. One of the girls with grey hair was Margaret, and there was also a black-haired and a golden-haired youth. The black-haired youth looked at Luze, who kept rising in ranks on the bronze tablet, and commented, "Margaret, is that junior Luze really so strong?" Margaret kept praising Luze the moment she returned, but he still wasn't very convinced. Margaret laughed. "Although junior Luze still isn't as strong as us right now, he improves very quickly, and I think he could possibly surpass us." The golden-haired youth laughed. "We'll see what his overall rank is later. That flaming whirlwind previously scared me, even I couldn't perform that kind of attack." Margaret's eyes flashed and said, "I'm guessing he can be in the top 1000. When the golden-haired youth and black-haired youth heard her words, they were stunned and looked at Margaret in disbelief. "You mean his power is around 100 apertures of the aperture opening state? One's power must be at least 100 apertures in the aperture opening state in order to enter the overall top 1000. Luze was just a freshman, yet, he was so strong?" Those 2 people didn't believe it. Margaret laughed. "I'm just guessing. I think that junior Luze might still have some hidden strength." The 2 youths looked at one another and kept quiet. Then, the 3 people looked up at the bronze tablet and waited quietly for the results to be out. At the corner, in the virtual martial city, Lin Huan, Ren Zhan, Su Yang, Su Fang Zhengzaizi, Liu, and the others were looking at the bronze tablet with complex gazes. Luze got first place during the graduation trial, and Chongyang's number 1 high school was allocated more resources than they imagined. There were even more students admitted to the Dawn System School than before. At this moment, their moods were very complex. Just a few months ago, Luze was like them, a nobody. But right now, the second he got into the martial trial tower, he attracted the attention of countless strong seniors. To the point that even the core martial state seniors who were extremely strong had a look of envy at the mention of Luze. Also, when students heard that they were Luze's high school friends, they became friendlier toward them. Now they realized that Luze had become a boss. Su Yang looked at Luze's name rising in ranks, then turned his head and teased Ren Zhan. "Ren Zhan, didn't you keep saying you want to challenge Ze? Why don't you apply for it later when Ze is out?" When Ren Zhan heard that, he stiffened up and glared at Su Yang. "How on earth am I going to challenge him now? Why don't you fight with me if you're so capable? I'll beat your pee out of you." His heart was breaking. Luze was too perverted, as if he would still dare to ask to be abused at this moment. Su Fang Zhengzaizi looked at Luze's name with a puzzled gaze. Lin Huang glanced at Su Fang Zhengzaizi. "Su Fang, what is it?" Su Fang Zhengzaizi shook his head and smiled. "Nothing much. Previously, he wanted to invite that chap for a meal, but in the end, that chap actually rejected him. He didn't expect that in a mere 2 months, he had already improved to this stage. He obviously felt confused. However, since he was rejected, he had already let it go. In the martial trial tower, Luze was currently at level 31, and he was still in a gloomy planet. Wild winds were blowing, and they were as sharp as blades, but to Luze, it was like his own home. His current wind god art wasn't weak, after all. With the strong wind element here, it was like he was seeing his family, they kept rushing over to stick to him. Across him was a huge grey eagle with wings over 100 meters. The huge eagle's strength was at the aperture opening state first aperture, it wasn't considered strong. It flapped its wings in the whirlwind to stabilize its body, then, the spirit light on its entire body shone. It flapped ferociously and turned into a grey flowing light as it pounced toward Luze. Just at this moment, 100 meters long green wind blade cut across and severed the grey flowing light into two. Fresh grey blood spurted in the air and the severed eagle body was swept up by the wind, disappearing in the air. 31 ST level passed, gained 10,000 academic credits. 10,000 academic credits, sweet. The academic credits given at the aperture opening state were definitely high, just the first aperture and 10,000 academic credits were given. At level 21, one at the core martial state would only receive 1,000 academic credits. Chapter 249 The customer experience is really bad. The scenario changed again and this time, Luze appeared on a wasteland with sharp metals all over. In front of him was an old opponent of his. The Blade Demon race. He watched as his opponent introduced itself. This time, it was a 10 apertures opening state Blade Demon without any god arts. Luze scratched his chin. As it turned out, the power in every following round after the 31st increases by 10 apertures. If only every round will only increase by 1 aperture and reward 10,000 academic credits for each round, what a profit it would be. Luze pouted, thinking that it was a waste. Right at this time, the Blood Demon race cultivator's bloodshot eyes revealed a tyrannical and violent gaze as it shot forward with both legs. Bang! His body turned into a black stream of light as he charged straight at Luze. Luze smiled and unleashed a blazing wind blade in the air. The blazing fire blade streaked across as a red stream of light and slashed right onto the Blood Demon race cultivator. Roar! Sensing the danger, the Blade Demon race cultivator stopped abruptly. The arm blades on both arms flickered with a mysterious black light and unleashed 2 spirit force blade auras toward the blazing wind blade. Bang! An explosion erupted when both blades collided. The 2 spirit force blades shattered as easily as glass, and the red streak of light flew through and past the Blade Demon race cultivator. The wind and flames intertwined and ravaged his flesh body, taking away his life. 32 ND level passed, gained 15,000 academic credits. At this moment, outside the Martial Trial Tower, everyone observing Luze's ranking started to converse. He is already second. Luze should be fighting against aperture opening state experts, right? He should be, come to think of it, first place Linling and Luze seems to have a good relationship. Seems so, weren't the two of them together on the battlefield? Z's. Federal University's new students are too terrifying, they actually have 2 newcomers at the aperture opening states, oh my god. Come to think of it, the number 1 of Emperor Capital Academy should be the worst off, right? He is at the 3rd level of core martial state. Ordinarily, that will earn him the top place in the past, but he is only ranked 3rd now. That will be 10,000 less academic credits a month. He can only blame his own bad luck to encounter these 2 monsters. At this moment, Linling raised her head and looked at the bronze tablet. A light flickered in her eyes as she noticed Luze's name below hers. Seems like he will surpass me soon? She could only barely defeat opponents with maximum of 70 apertures and was completely overwhelmed by opponents with 80 apertures opened. With that guy's power, he will obviously not stop at 80 aperture opponents. At the same time, Margaret's team, Gui Yuping's team, Su Yang's team, as well as Bo Yubo were focused on the bronze tablet. The bronze tablet suddenly flickered with rainbow light, and Luze, who was originally second, surpassed Linling, who was at number 1. He became first. His name also turned golden. He's surpassed her. It was so fast. How much time did he take to do that? A minute? Isn't that too fast? Is he instant killing his opponents when they appear? Lin Ling's eyes trembled slightly as she bit her lips in slight disappointment. Although she knew he was definitely stronger than her, she did not expect him to complete so many consecutive rounds and surpass her within a minute. He was simply too fast. The golden-haired and black-haired youths by Margaret's side widened their eyes as they looked at the first name in disbelief. After maintaining silence for a period of time, the black-haired youth gradually sighed and spoke, "It seems that you were spot on, Margaret." For him to surpass Lin Ling so quickly means that he was able to instant kill his opponents. Luze's power might truly be at 100 apertures. The golden-haired youth's mouth twitched. To hell with it, these two newcomers are monsters. It's fine if Lin Ling alone is so powerful, after all, she is from an aristocratic family. That Luze guy's background is nothing. I heard from my old man that he had awakened some powerful cultivation god art. Margaret stared at the flickering golden name on the bronze tablet in a daze. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still unable to accept the fact that Luze was able to reach such a stage. Upon hearing their words, Margaret gave a weak chuckle. God arts basically isn't fair, to begin with. It depends on luck and innate talent. When the duo heard her, they rolled their eyes. Didn't you reap a big harvest as well? Your reward surpassed ours, we think that's unfair. Margaret laughed. I was lucky this time, I received the benefit due to junior schoolmate Luze's light. The golden-haired youth pouted. Tisk, you saying that makes me want to form a relationship with junior Luze now. The black-haired youth's mouth spasmed. Pui, you are from Emperor Capital Academy, and you want to form a relationship with our junior schoolmate? Get lost, otherwise, I'll break your legs. Come, let me see how you plan to break my legs. Luze was already at level 42 while everyone was talking among themselves. This time, he was transported to an ordinary plane where an opponent that resembled a human stood in front of him, only that he was over 5 meters tall and was equipped in black metal battle armor. Luze looked at his information, he was of the barbarian race and was a human-related species. Barbarians did not have high spirit force cultivation but were proficient in using spirit force to temper their flesh bodies. The barbarians have extremely strong flesh bodies and were innately adept at using strength god arts. Strength god arts were basically the barbarians' race innate skill. Compared to the human race, their prenatal advantage was simply too huge. The barbarian warrior in front of him had a power of 110 apertures. He glared ferociously at Luze with his large eyes. He stepped forward with his right feet, causing the ground beneath to crack. The momentum increased the power unleashed from his body and brought about a fanatic aura that surged toward Luze. His body was huge, but his speed was abnormally fast under the explosive burst of power. He instantly appeared right before Luze. Hydra. The barbarian's gigantic body covered the sun as his fist that was larger than an earthenware pot came towards Luze, bringing along a violent force. The violent gales formed by the force of the fist stirred Luze's black hair. He frowned upon sensing the immense power behind the fist. Wind god art, fire god art, lightning god art, first body god art, six-fold increase strength god art. All of them were activated and unleashed a powerful and violent aura. He clenched his right hand into a fist with various lights representing the different god arts intertwining around it and struck toward the barbarian's fist. Bang! One big and one small fist came into contact. Terrifying power surged outwards from their bodies and caused the ground to tremble. Spiderweb cracks started to splinter in the ground beneath their feet and extended a few kilometers outwards. Luze was able to sense a burst of terrifying force surging towards him from within the barbarian's fist. Following that, the power rushed into his body like a violent torrent, causing a sharp pain in his arm and the muscles to groan from the trembles. Luze's expression changed as his figure transformed into the wind, and he disappeared from his original spot, avoiding the barbarian's follow-up punch from his left hand. He appeared a few hundred meters away and looked at the terrifying barbarian with the corners of his mouth spasming. Why is his strength so terrifying? And he looks to be fine. Is his defense even stronger? This isn't part of the martial Dao. Luze felt that his power and body's defense was already at a considerable level. After using such a terrifying level of power, he was actually still not on the level of the barbarian at a head-on collision. He was in disbelief. The barbarian's body was actually stronger than his, even with the first body god art activated. Was his body made out of some alloy? Roar! The barbarian raised his head and looked at the flabbergasted Luze standing in the distance. He unleashed a roar and charged forward again. Luze's cheek continued to tremble incessantly as a faint black crystal shield appeared on his body. First body god art's divine art, ist shield. A cold glare flashed in his eyes as he welcomed the barbarian's humongous fist again. A real collision with the fists is the springtime of youth. Bang! The big and small fists collided once again. Luze no longer sensed the terrifying force gushing towards him this time, which was instead blocked by the crystal shield. But a crack had appeared on the crystal shield. Luze activated his mental power and mended the crack, recovering the shield to its perfect state. Instead, the barbarian unleashed a pained howl and even retreated a step back. Luze raised his head and gave the violent barbarian a warm smile. He stepped forward with his right feet that caused a crack on the ground. His body disappeared and appeared on the left of the barbarian. He raised his right fist that was enveloped with the crystal shield. Wind and flames curled around the fist with lightning crackling all around. This combination stirred a violent power around him. He unleashed his right fist and directed the terrifying power onto the barbarian's waist. I'll break your waist. Boom! The barbarian lowered his right shoulder and blocked Luze's fist. At the same time, a burst of bone-cracking sounds came out. The barbarian roared in pain once again. But the pain had instead stirred his viciousness as he swung his left hand toward Luze again. Bang! Luze smirked and punched at the barbarian's fist. The fists collided again as a fiery blaze, followed by a violent gale, booming lightning, as well as a wave of spirit force, swept toward the large fist from all directions. The ground cracked even further as rocks started trembling. The aftermath of the collision swept out as a shockwave and shattered all the rocks into dregs. The barbarian released another pained wail as he retreated yet another step. Luze had a cold expression as he unleashed another full-force punch on the barbarian's sturdy body. After more than 10 punches, the barbarian fell heavily on the ground. He had countless bone fractures as the terrifying power ravaging his body from within continued to stir. He gradually lost his life. Whew! Luze consolidated his power and let out a long exhale. Just a 110 aperture opening state cultivator had forced him to use the first shield. He was quite strong. But Luze was ultimately slightly stronger. The scenery changed once again. When the opponent dies, the next round would begin without any time for rest. This made Luze curse inwardly. The person who designed this must have a hole in his brain, to not give any time to rest at all. The customer experience is really bad. When he gets out, he definitely has to give feedback to the female alcoholic. Chapter 250 Ordinary Elf Warrior. At this moment, he found himself transported to a forest. Standing about 100 meters away from him was an opponent that looked extremely similar to the human race. He was equipped with a pale green leather armor that had faint purple complex designs. He was above 1.8 meters tall with pale green long hair that dropped to his shoulders. He had a slender figure with tight and jade-like skin, along with an extremely handsome face, almost as handsome as Luze. The only difference is that the man before him had as compared to a human were the green eyes and sharp ears. An elf? Luze could not resist but look at the opponent's information. As he read on, his facial expression froze, and his eyes grew even wider, somewhat in disbelief. The handsome brother in front of him was indeed from the elf race with spirit force cultivated to 30 apertures but had fighting power equivalent to 120 apertures. The only god arts he had were strength and wood god arts. And according to the introduction provided by the martial trial tower, he was an ordinary elf warrior. Luze. He felt that the martial trial tower definitely had some misunderstanding of the term ordinary. He was so unique, how can he be ordinary? Shouldn't ordinary be for spirit martial state or abstruse martial state level? You're telling me that this elf warrior with fighting power close to a mid-tier aperture opening state cultivator is an ordinary warrior? Just as Luze was stupefied from the information, the ordinary elf warrior made his move. His eyes flashed with a green light, and the surrounding forest started to dance wildly. Countless branches and roots underground flickered with green light and transformed into sharp spears that shot toward Luze. The numerous and dense number of spears from all directions left no openings while flying toward Luze, trapping him inside. Luze's gaze became cold as his power stirred from his entire body. Wind god art, fire god art, lightning god art, ist body god art, sevenfold increase strength god art, as well as first shield, were used. Bang! He unleashed punches with both hands continuously with the power of the god arts, breaking down all trees that were flickering with the green light. The broken pieces dropped from the sky and were swept clean by the violent gales and spirit force shockwaves. The thick and dense forest disappeared under this single onslaught and transformed into a gigantic and deep circular pit with a radius of over 10 kilometers. Luze and the ordinary elf warrior floated opposite each other above the large pit as the atmosphere grew denser. Maybe because they were made up of data, the ordinary elf warrior's expression did not have the slightest bit of change. He stood indifferently amidst the dense atmosphere. Luze smirked as a pair of green wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flap, he disappeared from his original spot. Divine art, wings of the wind. Luze appeared behind the elf warrior with his right leg completely covered with the translucent dark crystal shield. He performed a mid-height kick toward the elf warrior's waist with his leg that resembled a death scythe. But just as Luze's leg was able to reach the elf warrior's arm suddenly appeared at his waist. The jade-like arm that seemed to belong to a girl and looked to be extremely weak and powerless collided onto Luze's right leg that was covered with the black crystal shield. Bang! The arm and feet collided and unleashed a terrifying shockwave that spread out in all directions. A mix of pale green, black, purple lights flashed. This was the light aura produced by the amalgamation of the various god arts. The deep pit that was blasted open earlier cracked even further under the shockwave. Deep gorges formed and extended outwards, causing the entire ground to look like a malevolent trauma caused by a large rip. Crushed rocks shook out of the cracks and turned into powder under the weight of the shockwave and pervaded into the air, concealing both Luze and the ordinary elf warrior's figures. Bang! 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 Deafening collisions could be heard from within the smoke-filled area as shockwaves continued to shoot out in all directions. The gorges on the ground became deeper and deeper as the distant trees were either swept away, broken, or blown away. The circular area with a radius of over 10 kilometers was a mess. Die for me! Bang! Luze's cold voice came out from within the dust. A loud rumble was heard as a figure shot downwards and slammed onto a ground, forming another large pit. It was the ordinary elf warrior. His expression remained cold and indifferent, but his leather armor was torn and tattered and his white skin had countless wounds that bled sparkling green blood. At this moment, traces of blood leaked out from the corner of Luze's mouth. His aura was somewhat unstable, but he ignored the exhaustion on his body. With a flap of the wings of the wind, he turned into a streak of light and shot toward the elf warrior that was in the ground. With a cold expression, he summoned all the power to his right leg and stomped down toward the chest of the elf warrior who was attempting to stand. Bang! The ground shook and a meter-long cracks stretched outwards on the ground. After suffering from this heavy attack when he was just severely injured recently, the elf warrior finally lost consciousness. It was only then did the battle stop. The dust in the air was carried away by the wind, and the sky became clear once again. Luze touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, and the coldness on his face gradually receded. He licked his lips while gasping and lowered his head to look at the disappearing elf warrior. Aside from his eightfold increase in god art, he had to use all of his other trump cards to barely defeat the ordinary elf warrior. Isn't he a little too strong? Just an ordinary elf warrior is so powerful? Although the elf race was indeed not a race that enjoyed fighting, their numbers would not be small, and even the most ordinary of them were that powerful. They are far more powerful as compared to us humans. No wonder the cosmic realm space that the elf race controls is as big as the Virgo supercluster of the Earth era. That is a vast territory with a diameter of almost 200 million light-years. One must know that the diameter of the Milky Way galaxy was only 100,000 light-years thereabout. One can only imagine the vast territory under the control of the elf race. In the cosmos region, only the higher-tier demon race could compare to the elves and wield such a vast territory. It was said that there were a few empires in the distant cosmos with a territory spanning across 100 million light-years, and was already the largest cosmos that humanity in the Earth era could take readings of. Tisk, how scary those races must be. Luze clicked his teeth and had a complicated expression in his eyes. Compared to them, humanity was still a new seedling that can only tremble under the protection of the elves. It is still a long and arduous journey for humanity to become strong. When Luze passed the 34th round, the outside had exploded in a hubbub. His ranking has risen once more. He is ranked 693 in the overall ranking. Isn't it a must to defeat a 120 apertures opponent to get that ranking? Isn't he a newcomer? Curse it, isn't this guy too strong? Big news, this is definitely big news. This guy, he is definitely a top-rank prodigy amongst the young dukes. Isn't he like teacher Nangong back in her younger years? At the same time, Margaret and the other two stared at the overall ranking board with their eyes wide open. The bronze tablet only showed the top 10, but they could check on other rankings by themselves. At the moment, the three watched as Luze jumped further on the top 10 rankings and was stupefied. The black-haired youth spoke up. Hey, is this for real? The Federal University has another prodigy capable of fighting against those powerful races. The golden-haired youth was in disbelief. Isn't he too strong? For a new student to have fighting power of over 120 apertures, oh my god. Following that, the golden-haired youth looked at Margaret strangely. Margaret, did you know about this beforehand? The corners of Margaret's mouth twitched as she rolled her eyes at him. If I knew about this, I wouldn't be as shocked as I am now. Although she had guessed that Luze's fighting power could be at a 100 apertures, this was far higher than her expectation. In a corner, Lin Ling watched the rankings with a flicker in her eyes. In the end, she clenched her teeth and left Virtual Martial City. She had to work even harder. Everyone who was currently focused on Luze's name was all staring intently at his name on the overall ranking board. Some were curious whether or not he would improve his standing. Inside the Martial Trial Tower, the ice-cold voice came out again. 34th level passed, gained 70,000 academic credits. Following that, the scene around him changed again. When Luze saw this, he immediately spoke up. Wait. I want to get out of here. What joke were they trying to play it? The only god art he had not used was the 8-fold increase strength god art, while the next opponent would have an increase of 10 apertures in terms of fighting power. Even at his full force, he would not be able to do anything, so why not keep some trump cards hidden? It's the perfect time to exit. The changing scenery suddenly stopped, and the cold voice came out again. End of the simulation, you have passed the 34th level and obtained a ranking of 693 on the overall leaderboard, ist on the first year ranking. You have been awarded 556,075 academic credits. When Luze heard of his reward, his eyes immediately lit up. Awesome, To earn 550,000 academic credits, that's a lot. Although it isn't enough to buy a divine art yet, it is still a considerable amount. I have finally added more to my 130,000 academic credits, that's great. What a pity that this reward can only be obtained once without the opportunity for a second time. If that was the case, everyone would become rich just by frequenting the Martial Trial Tower. Just as Luze was feeling slightly regretful, his body was transported out of the Martial Trial Tower. Everyone who was waiting outside the Martial Trial Tower for him immediately cast their gaze at him. Luze immediately sensed countless gazes and was alarmed. Why is everyone looking at me? I should get out of here. He immediately left the virtual martial city. With the simulation over, he did not have any interest in sparring with anyone and naturally took the chance to leave to train for a period of time. When all the students outside the Martial Trial Tower saw Luze leave the virtual martial city immediately, some pouted in dissatisfaction but were helpless against it. At the same time, countless students followed Luze and left the Martial Trial Tower. Luze's overall ranking of more than 600 upon leaving the simulation was huge news. It was a must for them to announce it as soon as possible.